This was the power of the Gruel Mud Immortal Goo. To get rid of it, Feng Yuan had to borrow the power of other immortal goo. I took such a huge risk and luckily obtained a sacred land for strengthening my soul. Even if I become a goo immortal in the future, this Danghun mountain will be of great use. I cannot let it be destroyed like this. Heaven does not want this sacred land to fall into the hands of humans, thus it sent down such an earthly calamity. Thus I will go against heaven. Fighting with humans, fighting with heaven, this is the joy of life. With Feng Yuan's knowledge, he was not at a loss of what to do. He thought of more than 10 solutions, eliminating the unrealistic ones. More than half of them were eliminated. After eliminating the more difficult ones, only 3 were left. The first was Earth Path Rank 6 turn into Rock Goo. This goo was currently in Western Desert, controlled by Rank 6 Goo Immortal Sun Shan. Sun Shan was a righteous path goo master. He used this goo to turn sand into rock, allowing mortals to build cities in the desert. He was deeply grateful to mortals. He was soft-hearted and valued kinship, doting on his great-granddaughter the most. If Feng Yuan could capture his great-granddaughter as a hostage, he would definitely be able to make him submit. The second was also an Earth Path Rank 6 Immortal Goo, called Comeback Mountain. This goo had already appeared in the world, hidden in Eastern Sea's High-Shore Blessed Land. Feng Yuan could enter the Blessed Land and use another Immortal Goo to exchange for this goo. The third was the Time Path Rank 6 Immortal Goo Landscape as before. This goo had not been born yet, it was not formed naturally. Its owner, Tai Bai Yunsheng, was only a Rank 5 Goo Master in Northern Plains. I refined fixed Immortal Travel Immortal Goo in front of everyone at Southern Border's Sancha Mountain. Needless to say, Southern Border is in an uproar right now. Immortal with an Immortal Goo. I'm afraid Southern Border's Goo Immortals have been alerted and are searching for me everywhere. Before Feng Yuan became a Goo Immortal, he would not even think of stepping into Southern Border. Although the 5 regions are independent, Southern Border's Super Clan, E-Clan, has connections with a mysterious force in Eastern Sea. It will take at least 2 to 3 years for the news of me refining an Immortal Goo to spread to Central Continent and other places. But Eastern Sea might not be the same. Feng Yuan first eliminated Eastern Sea. As for Western Desert, it is the most developed place in the world. Cities depend on the oases in the desert to survive. If I can sell the rockmen there, I will definitely make a huge profit. Unfortunately, the development of trade means the development of information and intelligence. I am a Southern Border Goo Master. I am definitely a fat sheep. If I go there, I might be noticed the moment I enter the city. In his previous life, Feng Yuan roamed the 5 regions for 500 years before finally choosing to settle in Central Continent and become a Goo Immortal. He had a good understanding of Western Desert's situation. Compared to Western Desert, Northern Plains is a huge grassland. The large tribes graze, migrate, fight and reproduce on the grassland. Their mobility is very high. Some small and medium-sized tribes have even more chaotic management. I can take advantage of this situation. Western Desert was different from Northern Plains. In Western Desert, humans relied on oases to live. Many of them gathered together all year round. As long as the oases were not lost, no one would be so bored as to travel long distances in the vast desert where danger lurked everywhere, to search for another oasis. But in Northern Plains, tribes had to migrate from time to time in search of fertile and fresh grassland. The climate there was constantly changing from time to time. There would be strong weather changes that could destroy their homes overnight, forcing the tribes to migrate again. This way, tribes would move all over the place, conflicts were unavoidable. Thus, Northern Plains had the most Goo Masters, and was also the most proficient in fighting among the 5 regions. If Feng Yuan chose Western Desert and kidnapped hostages to threaten Goo Immortals, it would definitely cause a huge and lasting commotion in the peaceful Western Desert. But if he chose Northern Plains, even if he killed the Rank 5 Goo Master Tai Bai Yunsheng, the commotion would only last for a while. After a few months, people would forget about him. After careful consideration, Feng Yuan felt that the chaotic Northern Plains was more suitable for him to act in. Western Desert Sun Chui was already a Goo Immortal, while Northern Plains Tai Bai Yunsheng was only Rank 5 Peak Stage. After deciding on a direction, Feng Yuan racked his brains, searching for all kinds of useful information from his memories to weave his plan for Northern Plains. Plans could not keep up with changes. Since rebirth, his plans had been constantly changing. The first time on Qingmao Mountain was when he obtained a great aptitude. It was a huge breakthrough and thus changed. The second time on Sancha Mountain was when Feng Yuan soared to the sky in one step. His original plan became even more unrecognizable. Although there were still benefits in the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Feng Yuan could no longer stay in southern border. As for Central Continent, it was even more impossible. He was immortal, famous in the Righteous Path's 10 great sects. He was targeted by the entire Crane Gate and many demonic Path Gu immortals on Tianti Mountain. As long as he did not become a Gu immortal, he would have to hide in the Blessed Land, unable to come out. He had originally planned to live well in Hu immortal Blessed Land. There were sufficient resources in the Blessed Land. Feng Yuan wanted to imitate Feng Jioga and cultivate hard to reach Gu immortal realm as soon as possible, and get rid of Spring-Autumn Cicada, his biggest internal threat. Feng Yuan was a risk-taker. He liked to use small means to win big, and often struggled on the line between life and death. But this did not mean he rejected a peaceful and stable life. If he did not use a safe and stable cultivation method, instead he liked to jump around and cause trouble everywhere, taking risks and trying things recklessly. That was a problem for his brain. Loneliness, solitude, boredom. These had never been an obstacle to Feng Yuan's cultivation. If his temperament was so shallow that he could not endure these, how could he successfully walk down this path? However, the world changed. Things did not go according to one's wishes. That was the nature of life. Feng Yuan wanted to cultivate hard, and the Blessed Land's development was fast and good. Crane Gate might be an external threat, but Feng Yuan held the initiative. The other party might be powerful, but they could not control him for a period of time. His future prospects could be said to be good. Everything was going smoothly, and everything was changing for the better. But right at this time, Dang Hun Mountain had a problem. To Hu immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain's importance was self-evident. Once this mountain had a problem, Feng Yuan's business plans collapsed, and his cultivation plans also went up in smoke. Because of this, Feng Yuan had no choice but to change his plans again. He left the Blessed Land and went on an expedition to northern plains. Fortunately, I planned ahead and made some preparations, otherwise I would be in a passive position now. In the next few months, Feng Yuan put all his energy into Gu refinement. He used rank 4 Golden Cup Silver Light Cup Gu, combined with rank 4 Side Push and Side Guide Gu, and rank 4 Shift Form Gu, to refine rank 5 Moving Cup Gu. He then refined Dusty Gu, Bright Pearl Gu, Dark Cask Gu, and Earth Treasury Flower King Gu. Land Spirit, when I am not around, follow my arrangements. Before leaving, Feng Yuan instructed. Little Hu Immortal's eyes were red. She was reluctant to part. Master, I will wait for you here. You must return quickly. Saying so, she activated her green grape immortal essence and poured it into fixed immortal travel Gu. Chapter 431. Howl. In the dark grassland, the poison-beard wolf king raised its neck and let out a long howl. The ears of the hundreds of poison-beard wolves around it twitched, and their bodies shot out like arrows. The wolf group split into 2 groups. They were organized like an army. The young girl Gu Yao ran with all her might, but her horse had died long ago. Her little red leather boots stepped on the muddy swamp, already as heavy as lead. The stampeding poison-beard wolves successfully surrounded her, and then quickly closed in. But they were wary of the girl's powerful Gu worms. They only circled around her and did not dare to attack. Suddenly, one of the poison-beard wolves became impatient and charged out. It moved quickly. Its body turned into a black shadow as it pounced towards Gu Yao. Gu Yao shouted and activated her Gu worm. Pointing with her finger, and a light blue water arrow flew out. The water arrow shot out in a spiral and accurately pierced the poison-beard wolf's head. This bold poison-beard wolf died on the spot. Its corpse fell on the rotten grassland and rolled for a while before stopping. Blood flowed out from the wound and dyed the surrounding grassland red. The restless wolves paused for a moment, but soon the smell of blood in the air stirred up the savagery and cruelty in their bones. At once hundreds of poison-beard wolves howled. Gu Yao's beautiful face was filled with despair and regret. He really shouldn't have come to this poison grassland alone to search for some snow willow. Right now, she was in a desperate situation and was about to be torn to pieces by the wolf group. She swallowed it. "Father, I am sorry, I cannot be filial to you anymore. I know. You arranged a marriage for me, it is for my own good. But I really do not want to get married. Ancestor in longevity heaven, if you can hear my prayers, please send a brave warrior to save me." That attack earlier had already used up the last trace of white-silver primeval essence in Gu Yao's aperture. All Gu Yao could do was to pray. The wolf group finally lost their patience. The Wolf King howled and all the poison-beard wolves charged towards the girl in the center with terrifying momentum. "I am going to die." Gu Yao's face was pale. She was at a loss as she looked at the wolf group's advance. At this moment, an intense green light suddenly flashed. When the light shone on the poison-beard wolves, they all closed their eyes. It let out a howling sound. A charging pack of wolves. They collided with each other. One fell down, implicating the other. Their momentum instantly collapsed, and the scene became chaotic. "What's going on?" Gu Yao was shocked. Ignoring her tears, she tried her best to look. The figure of a young man appeared in the green light. After the green light dissipated, a naked man appeared in front of Gu Yao. "One? Alone?" Gu Yao's eyes widened, and her mouth formed an O shape. She thought incredulously, could it be that my ancestors in the longevity heaven heard my prayers and sent reinforcements? But why was this reinforcement not wearing any clothes? Gu Yao suddenly had a big question in her heart. "We've reached the northern plains?" Barefooted on the grass, Fang Yuan quickly looked around. Why are there people and wolves? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. He did not expect to encounter an accident the moment he stepped into the northern plains. He had to keep his trip to the northern plains a secret, but he was exposed the moment he arrived. The Wolf King roared, it suddenly jumped and opened its mouth, its sharp teeth biting towards Fang Yuan's neck. "Humph, a mere 100-beast king." Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp light. He pushed out a golden dragon. "Rank 4 golden dragon Gu." Roar. The 4-clawed golden dragon roared. It bared its fangs and claws as it flew out, crashing into the poison-beard Wolf King. This 100-beast king's bones were instantly shattered. It was sent flying like a broken sack. After it landed on the ground, it howled and struggled, but it could not get up. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He sent out another golden dragon. Only then did the poison-beard Wolf King die. Once the Wolf King died, the wolf group collapsed in a few breaths of time. They escaped 100 li away. Only the Wolf King's corpse was left, and the young girl Gu Yao looked at Fang Yuan blankly. Fang Yuan turned his deep and serene gaze towards this young girl. The young girl was wearing a leather robe unique to the northern plains. The long-sleeved robe was blue and white. The edges were embroidered with gold. It looked pure and noble. She had a purple gold belt around her waist. Her thick black hair was adorned with many fine and beautiful hair accessories. His feet were clad in scarlet leather boots. Her skin was slightly dark with a hint of red. It was the unique skin color of northern plains. Her figure was slim and fit like a cute deer. Gu Yao was forced to take a step back by Fang Yuan's gaze. She asked curiously, "Who are you? Are you the hero who came down from the longevity heaven to save me?" Before Fang Yuan could reply, she continued, "I am a member of Gu tribe. My name is Gu Yao. My father is the tribe leader of Gu tribe. Young warrior, you saved my life. You will receive the warmest welcome from Gu tribe." "Oh, I have not asked for your name." Fang Yuan laughed. "Beautiful grassland girl, you can call me Chang Shanin. The longevity heaven is where giant sun immortal lives. How could I come from there? I am only an ordinary Gu master." Saying so, he took out a wine cup from his aperture. The top half of the cup was gold, while the bottom half was silver. It was rank 5, used for storage. It was the moving perspective cup Gu that Fang Yuan refined in the Blessed Land. Immediately, Fang Yuan poured his primeval essence into it, and took out a set of clothes. This was a black tight-fitting battle attire. After Fang Yuan wore it, he gave off a heroic and steady aura. During the whole process, Gu Yao stared at him without blinking. Her heart was pounding, and her face was flushed red. The young girls of the grassland were so passionate. Fang Yuan wore his clothes, and walked towards the poison-beard Wolf King's corpse. Poison-beard wolves were a common type of wolf in northern plains. But different from other wolves, it did not have a single hair on its body. Its body was black, and its skin looked like it was coated with a layer of enamel. It did not have ears, and had 2 5-inch-long feelers. When it ran, the feelers would hang at its sides. When it fought, the feelers would stand up high. Fang Yuan searched for a while, but did not find anything. This poison-beard wolf was a 100-beast king, and had a rank 2 goo worm in its body. This wolf had 2 rank 2 goo on it: acid water goo and poison needle goo. Acid water goo could make it spit out green acid, corroding flesh and even iron and stone. Poison needle goo could shoot out poison needles to attack the enemy. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan only obtained the fragments of these 2 goo worms. The Wolf King did not have a defensive goo. No wonder it was easily killed by Fang Yuan. Normal beast kings could have a beast enslavement goo. For example, the dog enslavement goo on the Dog King. The Wolf King had a wolf enslavement goo. Even if it was a rank 2 wolf enslavement goo, Fang Yuan needed it. Just as Fang Yuan was searching the wolf corpse, Gu Yao walked over. "Chang Shanin, your name sounds familiar. Are you a member of the Chang clan? But looking at your clothes, you seem to be an outsider, right? Are you from Eastern Sea, Central Continent, or Western Desert?" Fang Yuan stood up. "I am from Northern Plains." The young girl grinned, revealing her pearly white teeth. "You liar. How can we have such an accent in Northern Plains? Warrior Chang Shanin, don't worry. You've saved my life, so you're the benefactor of our Gu tribe. Our Gu tribe will not reject you. Be it Central Continent, Southern Border or Northern Plains, as long as one was an outsider, they would be ostracized." Not waiting for Fang Yuan to reply, the lively young girl pointed at the fixed immortal travel goo on Fang Yuan's shoulder, asking, "Warrior Chang Shanin, the goo on your shoulder is really beautiful. What goo is this? Is this the goo that brought you here?" Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated, carefully observing the young girl's expression. He found that she did not seem to be faking it, and was truly ignorant, not recognizing this fixed immortal travel goo. Only then did he relax. Killing intent surged in his heart, but on the surface he showed a sincere and kind smile. "Beautiful girl, are you Tian Ke? Why are you always chirping?" "Hehe, alright, I have to go now. See you again." Fang Yuan raised his head, using the stars in the sky to determine his direction. Next he walked past Gu Yao, towards the depths of poison grassland. The young girl quickly chased. "I am not Tian Quebec. Who asked you to be so mysterious, suddenly appearing again? Hey, don't go that way. That direction is the only way to get out of poison grassland." "I am going in," Fang Yuan said without turning his head. "Why do you want to go in? The deeper you go into poison grassland, the more dangerous it is. Although you are rank 3 peak stage, a strong man's fists cannot hold off a pack of wolves." Gu Yao jogged over to Fang Yuan, persuading him. The 5 regions of the Gu Master world were independent. When Gu Masters cross regions, their battle strength would be suppressed by a rank. Fang Yuan was a southern border Gu Master, but when he went to Northern Plains, he would be suppressed in a different place. Although he still had rank 4 peak stage true gold primeval essence in his aperture, its effect was only equivalent to rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence. Thus, Gu Yao could sense that his aura was rank 3 peak stage. And the rank 4 golden dragon goo from southern border only had the power of a rank 3 goo. If it was in southern border, golden dragon goo would definitely be able to kill the poison-beard wolf king with one strike. But in northern plains, Fang Yuan had to use it twice to kill the poison-beard wolf king, and even leave the wolf king's corpse intact. Fang Yuan slowed his steps, looking at Gu Yao with a solemn expression and firm gaze. "I have my reasons for going to poison grassland." Gu Yao was stunned by his bearing, and only reacted after Fang Yuan took a few more steps. The young girl quickly chased. "Warrior Chang Shanin, let me go with you, we can take care of each other." She took the bait. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. His current battle strength was only equivalent to rank 3 peak stage. It was not enough to enter the depths of poison grassland. Thus, he urgently needed Northern Plains goo worms to arm himself. But even if he killed Gu Yao, he might not be able to get all her goo worms. Thus Fang Yuan used a small scheme, loosening the reins only to grasp them better, and easily lured Gu Yao to his side. Chapter 432. Even though this was Fang Yuan's intention, and Gu Yao also volunteered to join, Fang Yuan still said to her, "Take care of me? What do I need you to take care of me for?" Saying so, he glanced at her, his tone carrying some arrogance. The young girl immediately raised her head. Do you know poison grassland is covered in purple poisonous fog? Breathing it for a long time will poison you. I have a goo worm that can detoxify it. Also, the deeper you go into the grassland, the thicker the poisonous fog. And there are also ghosts and vengeful spirits. At that time you will not be able to tell the direction. Only my return heart goo can point you to the correct way back. Gulp. The young girl was speaking when her stomach suddenly made a sound. Feng Yuan looked at her stomach, and the young girl's face instantly turned red. She stuttered as she explained, that my big stomach horse was eaten by poison-beard wolves. Yuan stone and rations are all inside. Big stomach horse was a type of riding beast. It was very common in northern plains. It had two stomachs, one main stomach was used to digest food, while the other was used to store supplies. Northern plains goo masters, when migrating, would use large numbers of these big stomach horses. Feng Yuan asked curiously, your father is the tribe leader of Gu tribe, and you are his daughter, why are you using such an ordinary riding beast? It is because he took my goo. I escaped alone, and was able to bring along a big stomach horse, and even prepare so many supplies. It is already very amazing. Gu Yao was a straightforward person, but after saying it, she felt it was inappropriate, and her expression froze, realizing she had said something wrong. Escape? Is it to escape marriage? Feng Yuan raised his brows. The young girl exclaimed, her eyes wide open as she looked at Feng Yuan. You have a mind-reading goo? How did you know? Feng Yuan laughed, he was only guessing, but it was not without evidence. In northern plains, women's status was much lower than men. They could even be treated as goods in the market, and be bought and sold casually. In southern border there were female tribe leaders, but in northern plains there were no such cases. Women could not hold power. Why was it so? This tradition could be traced back to the era of the giant sun immortal. And in his memories in these 3 years, northern plains was filled with heroes vying for supremacy. A storm was brewing. In the end, the He family's patriarch, He Lulan, succeeded in becoming the ruler of the imperial court for 10 years. He was also the most controversial ruler of the grassland in later generations. He Lulan was extremely lecherous. After he dominated the grasslands, he searched for beauties from all the tribes and took them into his harem. But on the other hand, he promoted new policies to raise the status of women in an attempt to make men and women equal. This severely violated the interests of all sides. It intensified the conflicts and caused the political system of northern plains to become unstable. Thus, He Lulan had only been the ruler of the grasslands for 2 years before she was tricked into leaving the royal court by her own people and assassinated. Soon after, all the tribes united to overthrow He tribe's rule and fight for the throne of the imperial court again. The bloody storm lasted for 5 years before it gradually subsided. After this battle, the various clans of the grassland went through a chaotic battle, and their vitality was greatly damaged. It would also be a failure for Zhongzhou state in the battle to attack the 4 regions in the future. Thus, many young girls in northern plains would often choose to escape from arranged marriages. The girl in front of him was the daughter of a tribe leader, but she came to poison grassland alone. Feng Yuan naturally had such a guess. Feng Yuan took out food from moving perspective cup goo and gave it to Gu Yao. This girl was clearly extremely hungry. As she wolfed down the food, her eyes turned as she said in a muffled voice, the one who wants to marry me is Man Duo from Man tribe. He is the 3rd son of Man tribe leader. He is thin and small like a monkey, and his body is frail and sickly. He only has rank 2 cultivation. Normally, he uses his father to bully the men and women in the tribe. He does not have any heroic spirit. I do not want to marry such a good-for-nothing. But Man tribe is powerful. Our Gu tribe has just migrated here and our strength is greatly reduced. Man tribe's betrothal gift was very grand. They even promised to give a piece of fertile grassland to our Gu tribe. Father saw this and wanted to marry me off. In a fit of anger I escaped. Warrior Chang Shanin, why don't you kidnap me? Northern plains people were fierce and had a custom. That was to kidnap a bride. The bride who was kidnapped was often more precious than the bride who was officially married. Feng Yuan laughed. I have no interest in you, quickly eat. We will continue our journey after you are full. Gu Yao's black eyes moved. There is another way. that is to marry into our Gu tribe. According to the rules of the grassland, only warriors can have beauties. Even if man tribe comes to find trouble, they will have to follow the rules and let that skinny monkey man duo fight you one-on-one. Warrior Chong Shan-in, you are so strong. You can definitely beat that man duo into a pig's head. Fang Yuan stopped smiling. I said I have no interest in you. Gu Yao, however, was even more passionate, showing the direct and unrestrained nature of Northern Plains women. Why not? Am I not beautiful? I am the beauty of Gu tribe. That man duo saw me from afar and became infatuated with me, begging his father to propose marriage. Warrior Chong Shan-in, marrying into Gu tribe is also good for you. You are an outsider. If you do not marry into our tribe, others will not treat you as one of their own. You will always be ostracized and guarded against in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan said solemnly. I said before, I am a Northern Plainsman. Gu Yao laughed. Warrior, you can't lie to me. Your accent betrays your background. Your food is not Northern Plains tea cakes and meat jerky. Just marry me. Don't you feel that our meeting is arranged by the longevity heaven? Fang Yuan lowered his eyelids. A cold light flashed in his eyes as the smile on his face widened. Let me think about it first. You don't have to make a decision so hastily, Fang Yuan said as he took out Yuan stone and passed it to Gu Yao. Gu Yao nodded. Then you have to think carefully, think carefully. She took the Yuan stone and said in a serious tone, I will return these Yuan stones to you. Fang Yuan nodded. Gu Yao did not speak anymore, instead concentrating on absorbing the Yuan stone to replenish her primeval essence and quickly recover her strength. Fang Yuan's punches landed on flesh, his attacks were fierce, and Gu Yao's blood boiled as she watched. This is a true man, she praised in her heart, and after getting rid of the trouble around her, she shouted and summoned a water dragon, charging towards the wolf group. She was a rank 3 middle stage Gu master after all. She could not be underestimated. The wolf group was attacked and immediately went into chaos. A large portion of them charged towards her. Fang Yuan's expression changed and he shouted, Who told you to come? Go to the side. The young girl's face turned pale from the wolf group's counterattack, and she quickly retreated. Fang Yuan continued to charge with boundless momentum, and after spending a lot of effort, he managed to get the wolf group's attention back to him. After a while he suddenly erupted and sent out beast phantoms, breaking the Wolf King's defense. Taking this chance, he got close and pressed the Wolf King's head on the ground and punched it fiercely. The scene was brutal, and this Wolf King that was about to become a 1,000-beast king was beaten to death by Fang Yuan just like that. Chapter 433. Once the Wolf King died, the wolf group's morale collapsed and they fled. An intense battle ended abruptly. You are injured? Gu Yao ran over, her gaze filled with concern. It's nothing. Fang Yuan's injuries looked terrifying, but they were all under his control. He immediately activated Self-Reliance Gu, rapidly healing his injuries. But Self-Reliance Gu was only a rank 3 Gu in Northern Plains. It could only be used as a rank 2 Gu. After Fang Yuan's injuries healed, its effect immediately weakened. Warrior Chong Shan-in, let me heal you. Gu Yao waved her hand. Water vapor rose and condensed into a jade-green cloud above Fang Yuan's head. Green rain drizzled down from the cloud, sprinkling on Fang Yuan's body, healing his injuries. This is spring rain Gu? Fang Yuan frowned. This Gu has a wide healing range, isn't it a waste to use it on me alone? Disperse. Saying so, he waved his hand, activating Golden Wind Gu. This Gu came from Taimu Bai. It was a rank 4 healing Gu. Although it only had rank 3 effects now, it was still a top-tier Gu. Gu Yao looked at a golden whirlwind that formed around Fang Yuan. After a few rounds, all the injuries on Fang Yuan's body disappeared. What Gu is this? The young girl asked curiously. Fang Yuan did not answer her, instead turning around and squatting on the ground, carefully searching the Wolf King's corpse. Gu Yao followed closely behind him, bending down and looking at him, praising, Warrior Chong Shan-in, you are a true expert. Father always says that I have a body full of cultivation, but I am terrible in battles. Today I saw you charging into the wolf group. It was such a dangerous matter, but you did it with ease, as if it was very easy. Only then did I realize that what Abba said was right. Fang Yuan snorted, standing up straight. He had 500 years of battle experience. It was easy for him to do this. If not for the suppression of the region, how could this small wolf group fight for so long? He had just checked. There were 3 wild Gu on the Wolf King, but they were all dead. Without any spoils of war, Fang Yuan's expression turned ugly. He glanced at Gu Yao and said unhappily, "Oh no? You're not just terrible. It's terrible." Gu Yao was furious. "Hey, you're so direct. Humph, you attacked recklessly just now and lured away a large number of wolves, almost ruining my plan. Do you have a cow's head on your head?" Fang Yuan coldly snorted and asked. Gu Yao knew that she had indeed made a mistake. She lowered her head and looked at her toes. "You attracted most of the wolves. I know you did it for my own good, but I also want to help you." Fang Yuan sighed. "Forget it. I won't pursue it this time. For the rest of the journey, in order to prevent you from dragging us down again, I will reluctantly teach you." "Who needs you to teach me?" Gu Yao turned around and snorted in dissatisfaction. "You need to be calm when using spiral water arrow Gu. If you shoot randomly, the biggest result is that you will quickly waste your precious true essence. Water dragon Gu consumes a lot of primeval essence. Don't use it for no reason. No wonder you don't have enough primeval essence. Don't use spring rain Gu. That is a large area of effect healing Gu. There are only 2 of us." Along the way, Fang Yuan continued to give pointers to Gu Yao. The young girl's words earlier were just out of spite. Although she had the temper of a young missy, this concerned her own situation, so she listened to his suggestions seriously and absorbed knowledge to improve herself. The 2 moved on the rotten grass, encountering several wolf groups, but Gu Yao's performance was getting better each time. "Haha, are you afraid now? You hateful poison-beard wolves, scram." Gu Yao placed her hands on her waist and said proudly after defeating the poison-beard wolves again. "So naive." Fang Yuan looked at her back as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He gave pointers to Gu Yao, not only to raise her battle strength, but also to probe the Gu worms in her body. In the end, the young girl leaked all her details to Fang Yuan. Gu Yao was a Waterpath Gu master, rank 3 middle stage. She had the rank 3 Fog Sparrow Gu for scouting, 3 Claw Water Dragon Gu and Spiral Water Arrow Gu for attacking. For defense she had Water Armor Gu. For movement she had Water Trace Gu. For healing she had Spring Rain Gu. She did not have Storage Gu, and the big stomach horse she used as a replacement had already died in the wolf group's hands. Other than that, she had Cleansing Gu for detoxification, Return Heart Gu for direction identification. This set of Gu worms suited her identity. Fog Sparrow Gu was a very rare scouting Gu among rank 3. It could condense fog into sparrows and fly around the surroundings, scouting the surroundings with a very wide range. Its defense and attack were also of high quality. Water Trace Gu's growth speed could almost match some rank 4 Gu. The only flaw was that the footprints would contain water traces, making it easy to track. At the same time, it would wet the shoes. However, this Gu had a lot of potential in its development. At rank 4, it could become Wave Trace Gu, and its effect would be even stronger. At rank 5, there were 2 types of fusion paths. One was Duck Trace Wave Trace Gu, which could be used to dodge on the spot. The other was River Wave Trace Gu, which could move quickly on water. At rank 6, it would be the famous Worldly Wave Trace Gu. These Gu were all of high quality rank 3. Adding on Fang Yuan's careful guidance and the pressure of the wolf group, it was no wonder that Gu Yao improved so quickly, and her battle strength rose steadily. Warrior Changshan Yin, you are an incredible strategist. Your guidance is even more amazing than the best 3 elders in my tribe. Even if you look down on me, I will invite you to my Gu tribe as a guest. If you are interested, I will try my best to convince Father to let you become an external elder in my tribe. Gu Yao turned around and walked to Fang Yuan's side, sincerely trying to recruit him. She was after all Gu tribe's young miss and was knowledgeable. She knew Fang Yuan's value was not only his bravery, but more importantly, his ability to teach others. This was the power of wisdom. If he was around to nurture the tribe's next generation, the entire tribe would become stronger. I can go to Gu tribe as a guest, but I have no interest in becoming an external elder. Fang Yuan started walking again, shaking his head and refusing. Gu Yao tried to persuade him a few times, but Fang Yuan's attitude was firm. The young girl followed behind Fang Yuan gloomily, staring angrily at Fang Yuan's tall back. You think you are so amazing just because you know how to teach people, humph. I begged you so softly, but you are not moved. You are not even interested in becoming my Gu tribe's external elder. Are you looking down on our Gu tribe? Chang Shanin, you scoundrel. Gu Yao gritted her teeth in hatred, but had a trace of doubt in her heart. But this name Chang Shanin is really familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Where did I hear of it? Poison grassland was covered in dark clouds all year round. In this dusky sky, the two trekked for a while. Fang Yuan stopped. In front of him, there was a large field of sunflowers. These sunflowers had dark purple branches, broad petals as black as ink, and at the heart of the basin-sized flower, there was a pale human face. Ghost-face sunflowers. Seeing this, Gu Yao quickly held her breath, grabbing Fang Yuan's sleeves, saying in a very soft voice, "Many people must have died here, many ghosts wandered around, that is why so many ghost-face sunflowers grew. Every ghost-face sunflower was a wronged soul. Let's take a detour, so many ghost-face sunflowers must have many ghost cry Gu inside them. There might even be ghost-face Gu." Ghost cry Gu was a rank 3 soul path Gu worm. It could emit screams and cause the soul to tremble. Ghost face Gu was a rank 4 soul path Gu worm. It could cause a huge impact on the soul. Such a large field of ghost face sunflowers, how long would it take to take a detour? Fang Yuan gazed at this sea of sunflowers. He did not show it on the surface, but he was inwardly happy. This confirmed that the direction he was walking in was not wrong. As long as he walked in this direction, he would find that battlefield 20 years ago, and obtain the Gu worms left behind on the battlefield. Northern Plains was different from Southern Border. Southern Border had many mountains. It was easy to distinguish directions. Northern Plains was boundless. It was all grassland. It was easy to get lost. Thus Gu Yao would carry the supplementary Gu worm, Return Heart Gu. Return Heart Gu could always point to the direction of the Gu master's home. But Return Heart Gu could only point to the direction, it could not point to the location. Fang Yuan wanted to ensure the direction was correct. He would have to take the risk to cross this sea of sunflowers. Fortunately, he was prepared. Taking out his sleeves from the girl's hand, Fang Yuan squatted down, placing his palms on the ground, then mobilized his primeval essence, activating the Gu worms in his aperture. Soon green grass grew on the ground. The lush grass grew steadily, the slender grass leaves intertwined with each other, gradually forming human-shaped puppets. Enslavement Path rank 3 Grass Puppet Gu. This was a Gu worm that only Southern Border had. Gu Yao watched in amazement as grass puppets grew one after another, quickly gathering into a field. These grass puppets were short and sturdy, the grass leaves were tightly woven, holding a bamboo blade in one hand, and a rattan shield in the other. These were the rank 3 rattan shell grass soldiers. In the past, on Sancha Mountain, when Fang Yuan fought 1 against 7, Tai Ruanan had used this Gu. Afterwards, when Fang Yuan killed a Gu master in 3 Kings Blessed Land, his spoils of war included the Grass Puppet Gu. Grass Puppet Gu was quite common in Southern Border. Rank 3 Grass Puppet Gu could form rattan shell grass soldiers, having the battle strength to kill a rank 1 Gu master. Rank 4 Grass Puppet Gu could form grass sword elite soldiers, having even stronger battle strength. But in Northern Plains, the Grass Puppet Gu would also be suppressed. The formed rattan shell grass soldiers would become weak. But Fang Yuan did not use this batch of rattan shell grass soldiers for battle, so it did not matter. After a while, close to 1,000 rattan shell grass soldiers opened up a path in front of them. Fang Yuan held Gu Yao's hand, and under the protection of another 100 rattan shell grass soldiers, entered the sea of ghost-face sunflowers. Ah! Meh, meh, every time Ghost Cry Gu let out a shriek, a group of rattan shell grass soldiers would fall. Ghost Cry Gu's sounds were also different. Some were sharp screams, some were like trembling sheep's cries, and some seemed to be complaining with hidden bitterness. Ghost, there are ghost faces rising up. The girl shuddered, looking at the pale and terrifying ghost faces floating up from the sea of sunflowers, her delicate body trembling in fear. Fang Yuan gently patted her hand, then calmly mobilized the puppets. Chapter 434. The process of crossing the sea of sunflowers was a close shave. Gu Yao looked back and let out a breath of turbid air. Her worried heart was finally at ease. To think it was so easy to cross the sea of ghost-faced sunflowers. After calming down, the young girl looked at the grass puppets around her. There were only dozens of puppets left, forming a weak defense around her. Gu Yao had never seen such a Gu in her life. Today was an eye-opener. These Gu, although their battle strength is not high, they are the best cannon fodder. Chang Shanin really came prepared. Thinking of this, the young girl turned around and sized up the people around her. The more she interacted with Fang Yuan, the more curious Gu Yao became, and the stronger her desire to investigate became. What kind of person is he? What is his motive in entering poison grassland? Chang Shanin. I have really heard of this name before. Ah! The young girl's face suddenly turned red. When crossing the sea of sunflowers earlier, Fang Yuan held her hand. Those ghostly cries and the floating ghostly faces scared her, and she unconsciously got closer to Fang Yuan, gradually hugging his arm in her bosom, but she did not even notice it. Gu Yao quickly let go of Fang Yuan's arm, breaking free from his grasp. After pulling a safe distance, Fang Yuan slowly stopped and turned around to look at the sunflowers behind him. These ghost cry Gu and ghost face Gu are good Gu, but I do not have specialized Gu worms to capture them. Capturing wild Gu worms also required special methods. These two Gu worms belong to Soul Path, and the Gu needed to capture them were even more special. It is time. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated, throwing away the regret in his heart. He turned his gaze to the immortal Gu on his shoulder, fixed immortal travel. The immortal Gu's aura was too strong. It could not be stored in mortal apertures. Spring-autumn cicada could barely be stored because it was weak. Even though Fang Yuan ordered fixed immortal travel to lie on his shoulder and not move, the immortal Gu's aura was still leaking. If a Gu immortal sensed it, it would be a fatal disaster. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was prepared for this. He took out Bright Pearl Gu. Go. He injected his primeval essence and Bright Pearl Gu immediately turned into a ball of gentle white light, floating towards fixed immortal travel and covering it. Bright Pearl Gu was a rank 4 storage Gu. It was specially used to seal Gu worms and make them hibernate, making them easy to preserve. Fang Yuan expended almost all of his primeval essence before successfully sealing fixed immortal travel Gu. Fixed immortal travel Gu was shaped like a jade butterfly, sealed in a fist-sized transparent pearl. But it was an immortal Gu. Its aura was still leaking from this pearl. However, it was many times weaker than before. Fang Yuan was not surprised. This was just the first step. The rest of the journey was much smoother. Perhaps it was because of the obstruction of the sunflower sea. The poison-beard wolves did not appear again. As the two of them went deeper into the grassland, the poisonous mist became thicker and thicker. They could already clearly see the purple mist floating in the air. When the two started coughing, they stopped and took out their Gu worms to clear the accumulated poison in their bodies. The deeper they went into the grassland, the thicker the poisonous fog became. The two of them stopped more frequently as well. In order to avoid breathing in too much of the poisonous mist while talking, the lively Gu Yao also began to remain silent. Gradually, the purple poisonous fog started to block their vision. How much deeper do we have to go? Gu Yao could not help but ask. The depths of the poisonous grassland was a forbidden zone for life. The deeper they went, the stronger the beasts inside. Many experts who went to explore died here, never to return. Among them, there were many rank 3 peak stage and rank 4 experts. Soon, Fang Yuan replied plainly, his footsteps slowing down until he stopped. Are we there? Is it here? Gu Yao asked excitedly. Fang Yuan did not say a word. He squatted down carefully and pushed aside the twisted poisonous grass on the ground, revealing a cave that was covered by the grass. This cave was as big as a bowl, the edges were smooth. The cave was deep and dark. Gu Yao saw this and her gaze froze, her breathing became rapid. This is the hole dug by the earth spike rats. There are thousands of them, they gather in groups and hide under the grass. As long as there is a slight tremor, they will attack from underground. Their heads are like steel. Once they shoot out, they can pierce through a person's feet. Even the hooves of iron hooves horses can be easily pierced. We cannot go any further. Once we are surrounded, we have no chance of survival. We will be drowned by the countless earth spike rats. Along the way, we did not meet any poison-beard wolves. This means that the earth spike rats are the overlords here. Maybe the earth spike rat king underground is a myriad beast king. The young girl had lived in the grassland since young. She knew the strength of the earth spike rats very well. No, my destination is still ahead. Fang Yuan stood up. Chang Shan Yin. Excessive bravery is courting death. You won't be able to walk through it. In fact, if you take just a few steps, you'll be surrounded by the gophers, Gu Yao hurriedly advised. But Fang Yuan smiled plainly. Who said I want to go there? The moment he said that, pitch-black bone wings grew out from his back. This is... Gu Yao stared with wide eyes before she could react. Fang Yuan had already carried her. As the young girl screamed, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew off the ground. Gu Yao felt her heart in her throat. The wind whistled in her ears. She felt like she was flying in the clouds. Her legs were not touching the ground. She subconsciously hugged Fang Yuan's neck tightly. After a while, the young girl adapted and smiled in Fang Yuan's embrace. Fang Yuan, to think you can fly. Father has a soaring cloud Gu. When I was young, he often brought me to play in the sky. Sigh, it is a pity that the soaring cloud Gu is a rank 4 Gu. It is not suitable for me. Even if I could use it, father would not allow it. He is afraid I would fall from the sky. Gu Yao recalled for a while before asking curiously, Chang Shanin, what flying Gu is this? Why have I never seen it before? Fang Yuan did not reply. The young girl was unresigned. Is this the rank 3 eagle wings Gu? This height and speed is about the same as the eagle wings Gu. But it doesn't seem to be. Fang Yuan sighed. You have too many questions. Rather than asking questions, why don't you use your energy on the shadow crows in front of us? Shadow crows? The young girl reacted and saw 3 shadow crows in front of her, silently approaching them. The shadow crows were as big as eagles. Their bodies were pitch black. They did not make any movements when flying, and were even more concealed in this dark poison grassland. The young girl's face turned pale, her voice trembling. Chang Shanin, how is your flying skill? If it is not possible, we can fly to the grassland and defend. Don't worry. Fang Yuan's voice was still calm. I am hugging you, I cannot attack casually. Now let's see if your spiraling water arrow is accurate. What? Ah! Before the young girl understood, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and charged towards the 3 shadow crows. Fang Yuan used his actions to give Gu Yao the answer. This is too crazy. He did not think of escaping, but instead wants to kill these 3 shadow crows. Gu Yao's heart was shaken, and she hurriedly shot out 2 water arrows. But of these 2 water arrows, one missed completely, while the other brushed past the shadow crow's wings. Too slow again. Fang Yuan made a beautiful turn and flapped his wings, charging towards the shadow crow again. What? Hey wait, don't fight them head-on. This is not the ground, the opponent is a shadow crow that is extremely fast. Gu Yao shouted. 2 humans and 3 birds charged towards each other in the air, quickly getting closer. Gu Yao stared with wide eyes. A shadow crow was getting bigger in her vision, and as it got closer, the shadow crow flashed its blade-like claws. Seeing the sharp claws about to grab her, Gu Yao's body turned cold from fear. Her limbs were stiff and she could not move. I'm going to crash, I'm going to die. Just as this thought appeared in her mind, Fang Yuan suddenly retracted his wings, and his flying altitude suddenly dropped, brushing past the shadow crow's steel claws. Then he suddenly extended his wings and after a strong flap, he made a lightning-fast turn in the air, and flew up, scuttling behind the shadow crow. Shoot! Fang Yuan shouted. Gu Yao reacted and instinctively pointed with her finger, and a spiraling water arrow flew out. Fang Yuan's flying technique was too good, and he directly flashed behind the shadow crow. The shadow crow's back was completely exposed to Gu Yao. The spiraling water arrow successfully hit the shadow crow, and passed through it, drawing out a line of blood. The shadow crow instantly died, and like a kite with its string cut, it fell to the ground with a muffled thud. The grassland was silent for a moment, and in an instant the ground shook slightly, and countless earth spike rats poked their heads out of the holes. The shadow crow's corpse was quickly divided by the closest earth spike rats, and dragged into the holes. The huge shadow crow instantly disappeared, leaving only a puddle of blood on the grassland, and a few pieces of internal organs. When the young girl saw this scene, she immediately became extremely nervous. If she really fell to the ground, she would immediately be attacked by the earth spike rats. And it would definitely be a dead end. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and shoot. Fang Yuan's cold shout broke the girl's thoughts, and she quickly shot out nearly 10 arrows to kill the 2 shadow crows. The 2 shadow crows fell to the ground, and were immediately torn apart by the earth spike rats, and Gu Yao broke out in cold sweat. Your aim is too bad. Hurry up and use the Yuan stone to recover your primeval energy. Under Fang Yuan's scolding, Gu Yao quickly took out a Yuan stone, but she made a mistake, and the Yuan stone fell out of her hand, and fell to the ground. You idiot! I'm sorry. The girl's voice had a trace of sobbing. Focus, calm down. Play at your normal level. There will definitely be a lot of shadow crows and I still need to rely on you. Fang Yuan's voice softened. Chapter 435. An hour and a half later. Fang Yuan carried Gu Yao as he landed on the ground. Gu Yao's legs were weak, her face was pale. She only recovered after taking a few breaths after landing on the ground. In the flight just now, she had killed at least 100 shadow crows. She had felt like she was struggling between life and death several times. The process of flying was filled with danger. Not only did they meet with several waves of shadow crows, they even attracted the attacks of earth spike rats. When in danger, not only would there be countless shadow crows in the sky, the ground would also shoot out countless earth spikes. Under such attacks, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew. He continued to turn, dive and rise. Searching for a possibility in the impossible, he charged out of the rain of attacks and found a chance of survival. I was actually able to survive under such attacks? This was the first thought that appeared in Gu Yao's mind when she landed on the ground. After the joy of surviving the calamity, the joy of disbelief, and the fear from recalling the past, Gu Yao looked at Fang Yuan with a complex expression. The latter was healing his injuries. Even if the young girl was ignorant, after this battle, she would recognize Fang Yuan's power in flying. Moreover, Gu Yao was not an ordinary girl from the grassland. Her father was the leader of a tribe. In her past life, Gu Yao had been influenced by what she had seen and heard. Her horizons were broadened and she knew much more than people of the same age. This man in front of me, his flying technique is actually so skilled and powerful. Is the soul of an eagle hidden in his majestic body? Such a flying technique can completely match Lightning Dong Pa Kong, Water Immortal Song Qing Yin, and Green Bat Wu Yi. This is the first-rate flying technique of Northern Plains. Changshanin, what kind of person are you? Fang Yuan quickly healed his injuries. Under the torrential attacks, no matter how powerful his flying technique was, he could not avoid getting hit. Most importantly, the rank 4 Bone Wings Gu was only equivalent to a rank 3 Gu in Northern Plains. At the same time he was carrying a person, the increase in weight affected his agility. However, with Gu Yao's help, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. If she didn't use her water arrows and water dragons to kill the crows, and if she didn't use her water armor to protect me, my Zhen Yuan alone would not have been enough. Fang Yuan thought. I am a southern border Gu master. When I go to Northern Plains, my cultivation will be suppressed. But fortunately, as time passes and I gradually integrate into Northern Plains, this suppression will lessen. Man was the spirit of all living things. He could adapt to his environment and blend in with it. Of course, when Fang Yuan completely integrated into Northern Plains and recovered his cultivation, when he returned to Southern Border, he would be suppressed again. He would need to adapt and fuse with it again. Humans can gradually blend into the environment, but Gu worms cannot. Southern Border's Gu worms would continue to be weakened. These Gu on me consume the same amount of primeval essence as before, but their effectiveness is greatly reduced. Southern Border's rank 4 Gu are inferior to Northern Plains rank 3 Gu. But after killing Gu Yao, there was only a small chance that her Gu worms would end up in Fang Yuan's hands. Only by using Gu Yao like this could he display the greatest value of this rank 3 middle stage Gu master. If not for Gu Yao, I would not be able to advance so quickly. Although her Gu worms are good, I cannot obtain them. I need to change these Southern Border Gu worms. Other than considering my battle strength, they are also a huge flaw in my concealment of my identity. I still need to go to that battlefield. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly and took out Bright Pearl Gu. Bright pearl goo had fixed immortal travel sealed inside. It was like a pure white amber. In front of Gu Yao, Feng Yuan took out the dust goo without any hesitation. The dust goo was like a cocoon. It was dark gray in color and felt like sand in his hand. Feng Yuan injected his primeval essence, and the dust goo exploded into a puff of gray smoke. The gray smoke had its own intelligence and landed on the bright pearl goo. The bright pearl goo that was emitting a bright white light was covered by this dust and immediately became dim. The immortal goo fixed immortal travel's aura weakened again. This was the dust of the treasure pearl. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, when he went to Central Continent and caused the 5 regions' chaotic war, some goo masters sneaked into other regions to fight and hide their identity and aura, so they developed this method. "What are you doing?" Gu Yao asked curiously. Feng Yuan did not answer her. He kept the dark pearl and continued on his journey. The two continued to move forward. The poisonous fog in the air was getting thicker and thicker. The purple color was starting to affect their vision. The two had to stop more frequently and use goo worms to get rid of the accumulated poison in their bodies. Crack. A crisp sound came from under their feet, as if they had stepped on a dried tree branch. Gu Yao looked down in confusion, then screamed and quickly jumped back like a rabbit. Why is there a human skull here?" Her voice was trembling. Because this place was originally a battlefield. Feng Yuan walked in front of her. He did not turn back and instead quickened his pace. "Battlefield? Hey, wait for me, don't walk so fast." Gu Yao quickly followed Feng Yuan's footsteps. The more she walked, the more shocked she became. Originally, the thick purple poisonous fog had blocked her vision, but now that she got closer, she saw that there were many white bones on the slightly rotten grass. There were human bones and also wolf bones. The ground was also filled with deep pits and trenches. It was clear that an intense battle had occurred here. So many people died. Who was it that fought a life and death battle here? But the deep pits and trenches were already filled with poisonous grass. Together with the other traces, this battlefield has at least 20 years of history. Gu Yao landed behind Feng Yuan. Seeing him searching as if he was looking for something, she immediately understood. So Changshan Yin's motive for entering poison grassland was this battlefield. What is he looking for? Wait a minute, there was indeed a huge battle in poison grassland 20 years ago. Father had talked to someone before I was at the side. A memory surfaced from the depths of Gu Yao's mind. At that time, Gu Yao was still young, around 4 to 5 years old. Her father had invited a distinguished guest to a banquet and brought her with him. In the tent, the adults talked about the heroes of the grassland. Speaking of which, Chang tribe has produced a character this time. You mean Wolf King? That's right. This person is an enslavement path goo master that Chang tribe heavily nurtured. In his hands, the wolf group can move like the wind and attack like the rain. He can change the formation at will. He is truly skilled. Most importantly, he is a righteous person and is extremely filial to his mother. This time, his mother was poisoned and could only be cured by the snow wash goo on the snow willow. He ignored the obstruction and entered poison grassland alone. It was precisely because of this that Wolf King lost his life. That's right, this was a scheme from start to finish, meticulously planned by Wolf King's archenemy Ha-Tu Gu. Ha-Tu Gu wanted to kill Wolf King, but Wolf King is not someone to be trifled with. He killed Ha-Tu Gu's group of bandits and got rid of a huge threat to the grassland. But it is a pity that Wolf King Changshan Yin, this hero, lost his life in poison grassland. Changshan Yin? You are Wolf King Changshan Yin. Thinking of this, Gu Yao opened her mouth in shock, staring at Feng Yuan. Oh, you also know Changshan Yin? Feng Yuan replied plainly, still searching for something. But Gu Yao shook her head. No, that's not right. Looking at his age, if Changshan Yin was still alive, he should be 40 or 50 years old. How could he be at your age? Moreover, your appearance and accent are all wrong. You are not Changshan Yin. If I am not Changshan Yin, then who am I? That's right, who are you? Why are you pretending to be a dead Gu master? Gu Yao was full of questions. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. Wait. Although not long after Changshan Yin died, his mother also died from the poison. But he is already married and left behind a bloodline. His son has already grown up and is also an outstanding talent. Don't tell me, you are Changshan Yin's son? Fang Yuan smiled and was about to answer her, when he heard a strange sound. This sound was like old wheels rolling on the ground. Along with this voice, a huge white bone wheel rolled out from the purple mist. It was as tall as 2 people, half a foot wide, and was made of white bones. The surface of the wheel was covered in sharp bone spikes. At the center of the wheel was a huge skull. The terrifying eye sockets of the skull were burning with blood-red flames. Be careful, this is Ha-Tu Gu's rank 5 Gu, Battle Bone Wheel. Fang Yuan had just warned when the wheel suddenly accelerated, rolling over with an imposing aura. Golden Dragon Gu. Fang Yuan pushed with his palms, the golden dragon roared and slammed onto the wheel. The wheel shook for a moment before easily crushing the golden dragon and crashing into Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly spread his bone wings and flew into the sky. But the wheel also lifted off the ground and flew into the sky. Golden Coat Gu. Fang Yuan saw that he could not dodge and could only take it head-on. Bam! He was sent flying and landed on the ground, his body covered in mud and grass. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 spiraling water arrows hit the wheel. The white bone wheel landed on the ground, raising a large amount of mud. It gave up on Fang Yuan and changed its direction, crashing towards Gu Yao. Gu Yao quickly activated Water Trace Gu and activated her water armor, dodging and retaliating. Fang Yuan also rushed over to help. This was a tough battle. The opponent was a rank 5 Gu, the core Gu that the original owner Ha-Tu Gu relied on to become famous. After Ha-Tu Gu died, it became a wild Gu, feeding on the white bones on the battlefield. The white bone chariot's attacks were majestic and fierce, often crushing its opponents into meat paste. Fang Yuan was suppressed and his battle strength fell. He did not bring a rank 5 Gu and could not fight the white bone wheel head-on. His original plan was to avoid the white bone wheel and search for Chang Shanyin's corpse. But now that he had Gu Yao's help, he changed his plan and chose to fight. After fighting for over 4 hours relying on Fang Yuan's tactic of restraining the enemy, the two bullied the white bone wheel's lack of intelligence. They took turns to breathe and gradually wore down the white bone wheel, finally causing it to fall to the ground. After the battle was decided, Fang Yuan immediately placed his hands on the white bone wheel and swept it with his will and primeval essence. The white bone wheel was a rank 5 Gu. Thus even rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada and fixed Immortal Travel's aura could not help Fang Yuan refine it instantly. But the wheel was full of cracks and almost fell apart. It was in a terrible state and was on the verge of destruction. Fang Yuan had 100-man soul. He was full of vigor and his will was like steel. He poured his primeval essence into it and spent another 15 minutes before he finally subdued it. Chapter 436. Fang Yuan's consciousness entered his aperture. After the white bone wheel entered the aperture, it floated on the sea of true gold primeval essence, floating along with the waves, looking lifeless. Gu worms would naturally get injured, destroyed, or even perish. This white bone wheel is on the verge of breaking. It cannot be used anymore. Unless I can find the bone bamboo Gu and combine it with the ghost fire Gu to heal it. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. There were many healing Gu that did not target the human body. Some Gu, like wolf smoke Gu, were used to heal the injuries of wolves and jackals. Some Gu, like pig iron Gu, were used to heal the chainsaw golden centipede. Bone bamboo Gu, combined with ghost fire Gu, could heal the white bone wheel and allow it to fight again. Speaking of which, this white bone wheel Gu is very famous. It was created by the rank 8 demonic path Gu immortal Shan Jiao. This person was called Proud Bone Demon Lord. He had outstanding talent, and when he advanced to rank 6, he did not have an immortal Gu, so he thought of a killer move called White Bone War Chariot. White Bone War Chariot is made from white bone wheel and many other rank 5 Gu. It is very powerful, comparable to a rank 6 immortal Gu. Relying on this amazing idea, Shun Jiao cultivated to rank 8 realm, and brought the killer move White Bone Battlefield to greater heights, combining 3 immortal Gu to form an even more powerful killer move, White Bone Battlefield. He relied on this to move unhindered in the world, slaughtering countless Gu immortals. His fierce name spread far and wide, causing the righteous path to be helpless. Sai, when can I cultivate to this realm? In his previous life, Fang Yuan had rank 6 cultivation, a crucial step away from rank 7. Afterwards, he refined Spring Autumn Cicada, but was besieged by righteous path Gu immortals, and had no choice but to self-detonate. Every time he thought of Blood Sea Ancestor, Proud Bone Demon Lord, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, these characters, Feng Yuan could not help but yearn for them. A man should be like this in this world, unrestrained by the mortal world, fearless and unrestrained, killing whoever they don't like. When my heart is evil, I slaughter all living beings. When my heart is kind, I bless the world. The world moves according to my heart. I rule over everything, and trample on all enemies who dare to resist me. This is true freedom, a carefree life. Feng Yuan sighed deeply in his heart, taking out the bright pearl Gu from his pocket. Bright pearl Gu was already covered in dust, its light was dim. Fixed immortal travel was sealed inside. The immortal Gu's aura was also weakening. Feng Yuan took out the dark throw Gu. This Gu was similar in shape to the dust Gu. It was also a silkworm cocoon, but its body was deep black. Feng Yuan mobilized his primeval essence and the black cocoon wriggled. Dozens of threads twisted out like snakes and climbed onto the bright pearl Gu. In a few blinks of an eye, the bright pearl Gu was wrapped in a layer of black cocoon. This was known as casting pearls before swine. It was a method developed during the Battle of the Five Regions to conceal the aura of Gu worms. As a result, the aura of fixed immortal travel became even weaker. Warrior Changshan Yin, you want to seal this beautiful jade butterfly? Gu Yao stood at the side, gradually realizing what was going on. Feng Yuan gave her a mysterious smile and put the black bead into his pocket before continuing to search the battlefield. This battlefield was left behind from the battle between Changshan Yin and Hatu Gu over 20 years ago. Changshan Yin was a rank 4 peak stage Gu master, while Hatu Gu was a rank 5 initial stage Gu master with a large group of subordinates. They were playmates who grew up together, but the woman they fell in love with at the same time chose Changshan Yin in the end. From then on, hatred was formed, and because of the subsequent events, the hatred deepened until it could only be washed away with each other's lives and blood. After Hatu Gu poisoned Changshan Yin's mother, Changshan Yin led his wolf group deep into poison grassland to find the snow-washed Gu. After that, Changshan Yin set up an ambush here, and when Hatu Gu charged in with the horse bandits, large groups of wolves came from all directions. This tragic life and death battle was fought until the heavens and the earth darkened. Eventually, the wolf group was annihilated, and the horse bandits either died or escaped. Changshan Yin, who was at the end of his rope, fought with Hatu Gu, who had exhausted his primeval essence. Both of them were in a frenzy, using everything they could. They wrestled with each other, using their teeth to bite, using their hands to dig, using all the strength in their bodies, before both of them collapsed on the ground, without even the strength to breathe. These two mortal enemies, once the closest companions, were only 2 to 3 steps away from each other, but they could only pant and stare at each other. They were both strong Gu masters, one was a glorious hero, the other was a notorious demon, but both of them had lost their strength. At this moment they were as weak as children. Even if a rabbit ran over and blocked their mouths, they would suffocate to death. After a moment of deadlock, Hatu Gu suddenly laughed loudly. He was after all a rank 5 Gu master. His primeval essence recovery speed was faster than Changshan Yin's. His primeval essence recovered first. It was enough for him to use the poisonous bone spear once. Seeing the bone spear shooting towards him, Changshan Yin's eyes opened wide. A miraculous trace of strength burst forth in this desperate situation. Using this bit of strength, he struggled to turn half his body, but the poisonous bone spear that was aimed at his head still pierced his chest. The intense pain made Changshan Yin roar in anger. Using the wolf strength Gu to amplify his strength, he broke the thin bone spear. Holding it in his hand, he dragged his body step by step to Hatu Gu's side. Finally, Changshan Yin stabbed the green spear tip into Hatu Gu's eye socket, killing this mortal enemy of his. Although Changshan Yin won, the poison on the bone spear had already spread throughout his body. Using the primeval essence that he had just recovered, he activated the wolf fetus earth burial Gu. This Gu was refined from 108 different kinds of pregnant female wolves. It was specially used to save lives. As long as there was a trace of life force, it would be able to keep them alive. Changshan Yin used this Gu and burrowed into the ground, falling into a deep sleep, struggling at death's door. After over 30 years, Ma Hongyun, who was still a rank 3 Gu master, was chased here by the wolf group. In a desperate situation, he unexpectedly found Changshan-yin, who was buried underground. After Ma Hongyun saved Changshan-yin, the latter not only helped him repel the wolf group, he even worked hard for him and became one of the 4 great generals in order to repay him for saving his life. In the struggle for dominance in the grassland, he made countless contributions and pushed Ma Hongyun, who was originally a slave, to the throne of the lord of the imperial court. Changshan-yin's life was full of ups and downs. He was a legend. When he reappeared in the world, his story was widely spread in northern plains. It was not a secret. Later, with Ma Hongyun's help, he cultivated to rank 7 Gu Immortal Realm and obtained the title of Skywolf General, gaining even more authority. Finally, he resisted the invasion of Central Continent and died in battle. His descendants wrote his biography. This was also the reason why Feng Yuan was so clear about the process. "Oh, I found it." After a long search, there was finally a result. Feng Yuan's footsteps paused as he found a huge wolf tail on the grassland. This wolf tail was covered in mud and was mostly covered by poisonous grass. It was almost invisible. If not for Feng Yuan already having a target and carefully searching, he would not have found it. Back then, when Ma Hongyun was escaping, he tripped on this wolf tail. After he pulled out this wolf tail, he saved Changshan-yin and himself. Feng Yuan was overwhelmed with emotions. He grabbed the wolf tail and pulled it out. Immediately, the ground rumbled and a huge female wolf's body was brought out. Her eyes were closed, her body was covered in purple fur and her belly was snow white. Her body was huge. Even when she was lying down, she was as tall as a person. Gu Yao quickly ran over with a surprised expression. "What wolf is this? Why is it so big?" "Oh my, it looks like a female wolf. Look at her bulging belly, she must be pregnant." "This is not a wolf, it is a Gu," Feng Yuan said as he took out a sharp dagger from the moving perspective cup Gu. He stabbed the dagger into the wolf's belly and forcefully made a long cut. Instantly, the swollen belly split open and large amounts of amniotic fluid mixed with blood gushed out of the wound, drenching Feng Yuan's lower body. Gu Yao saw that the situation was bad and quickly jumped back to prevent herself from being implicated. Next, she opened her mouth in shock, shouting, "Why is there a person in the wolf fetus?" Along with the amniotic fluid, there was another person. It was the real Changshan-yin. His eyes were closed and his body was riddled with injuries, especially the half-bone spear that was stuck in his chest. His whole body was covered in sticky amniotic fluid. His expression was painful and his skin was pale green. Feng Yuan quickly squatted down and stretched out his hands, seemingly inspecting Changshan-yin's injuries, but in fact, he was secretly pinching Changshan-yin's neck. The pitiful Changshan-yin was a hero. He successfully killed his mortal enemy, and used Gu worms to extend his life for over 20 years. Originally, in another 10 years or so, a fated monarch would have come to save him. But now Feng Yuan interfered and killed this future influential figure, the famous Sky Wolf General, a future rank 7 Gu immortal. Changshan-yin was already at his last breath. He had no consciousness and could not defend himself. He only had a weak breath left. When Feng Yuan killed him, his body did not even tremble. Not to mention using his consciousness to detonate the Gu worms. Feng Yuan's consciousness entered his aperture, and immediately found several turtle breath Gu inside. Turtle breath Gu was a storage Gu, similar to bright pearl Gu, used to seal Gu worms. Before Changshan-yin entered the wolf's stomach, to prevent the Gu worms in his body from starving to death, he sealed them one by one in the turtle breath Gu. These rank 4 Gu were like oval-shaped rocks, slightly bigger than a fist. The surface of the rocks was covered in veins, making people think of a turtle shell. Once spring-autumn cicada's aura leaked out, Feng Yuan instantly refined these turtle breath Gu. He took out all these turtle breath Gu and under Gu Yao's curious gaze, he crushed them one by one, revealing the Gu worms inside. A total of 8 Gu worms, all belonging to the enslavement path. They were all rare rank 4 Gu. Among them, some were even more precious than ordinary rank 5 Gu. Changshan-yin used this set of Gu worms to make a name for himself in northern plains. He then used this Gu to kill a rank 5 enemy. Using spring-autumn cicada, Feng Yuan kept all of them for his own use. Chapter 437. But just obtaining goo worms was not Fang Yuan's entire goal. After throwing these goo worms into his aperture, he looked at Chang Shanyin's corpse. He started to use goo worms to detoxify the corpse. Isn't he already dead? Gu Yao asked with a strange expression. Detoxifying a living person was fine, but why did he have to detoxify a dead person? Fang Yuan did not answer her directly, instead requesting, "Don't just watch, use your cleansing goo to help." With Fang Yuan and Gu Yao's help, the poison in Chang Shanyin's body was gradually expelled. Is he Chang Shanyin? Your father. Gu Yao suddenly realized something, looking at Fang Yuan with an inquisitive gaze. But she quickly denied it. No, Chang Shanyin's son is a Northern Plains native. From your appearance, you are an outsider. Fang Yuan snorted, saying expressionlessly, I said, I am Chang Shanyin. As the poison dissipated, the pale green color on Chang Shanyin's skin faded away, returning to his original skin color. Fang Yuan saw that it was about time. He called the girl to the side and took off Chang Shanyin's clothes, using clean water to wash them. You want to bring his corpse back? Gu Yao guessed. But immediately after, Fang Yuan's actions overturned her guess. The girl saw Fang Yuan taking out a lump of black ants from his aperture. Fang Yuan used his primeval essence, and the black ants immediately dispersed, landing on Chang Shanyin's naked and pale corpse and starting to eat. These black ants crawled all over Chang Shanyin's body, swallowing his skin, leaving behind a completely unrecognizable corpse with its flesh and tendons exposed. Gu Yao saw this and almost vomited in disgust. Fang Yuan collected this lump of black ants again, taking out a seed and planting it on the ground. As he injected his primeval essence, the seed sprouted at a visible speed, growing into a beautiful flower. The flower bloomed, but in the center of the flower was a strange and thick blood-colored membrane, like a person's mouth. Inside the petals there were rows of tiny serrations. The black ants gathered together and climbed up the flower, burrowing into the heart of the flower. The flower closed up again. The sawtooth inside rotated crazily and rubbed against each other. The entire flower trembled and made a buzzing sound. Fang Yuan took out another goo, and before Gu Yao could see it clearly, the goo turned into a colorful flame and attached itself to the strange and terrifying flower. In the burning of the flames, the flowers twisted crazily, letting out squeaking sounds. The scream was so sharp that Gu Yao had to take a dozen steps back and cover her ears with both hands. At this point, the young girl also knew that something was wrong. Such a strange method exuded a sinister demonic aura. Gu Yao looked at Fang Yuan with a pale face, but the latter's expression did not change. He stood on the spot, his eyes shining as he stared at the flower bud beneath his feet. Open! Suddenly, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed and he shouted. A small slit opened up on the corolla, absorbing all the colorful flames. Next, the entire flower bud exploded and a goo flew out. This goo was colorful and constantly changing colors, sometimes yellow-green, sometimes blood-purple. It was like smoke or mist, floating in the air. Human skin goo, I have finally refined it. Fang Yuan saw this and let out a long sigh of relief. He then took out a clean and sharp dagger from the moving perspective cup goo. The following scene will be a little bloody, you can close your eyes. He held the dagger and said to Gu Yao. Gu Yao's breathing was slightly rough. She looked at Fang Yuan with a bewildered gaze, not saying a word. But at the next moment, the young girl's pupils shrunk and she covered her mouth with both hands, but she could not hide her scream. Under her frightened gaze, Fang Yuan aimed the dagger at his chest and lightly cut it. Swoosh. He cut from his neck all the way to his abdomen. But the strange thing was, his blood did not flow out. He had already prepared the hemostasis goo. Next, Fang Yuan expressionlessly moved the dagger around his body. Then he stretched out his hand and peeled off the skin on his chest. When the young girl saw this horrifying scene, she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and willed. The colorful smoke in the air floated over and covered his chest. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh with a strange sound. Fang Yuan's exposed bloody tendons were covered by a new layer of skin. But the strange thing was, although this layer of skin had just grown, it was not as delicate as a baby's but pale and old skin. Next, Fang Yuan did the same thing, peeling off the skin on his arms and legs and growing new skin. This, don't tell me. Gu Yao gradually realized something and was tongue-tied. Peeling off the skin on his back was a little troublesome. Feng Yuan spent a lot of effort and finally succeeded. Finally, the most crucial part was the skin on his face. Feng Yuan stopped and rested for a while before raising the dagger and pointing it at his eyelids. Gu Yao's body trembled, but Feng Yuan's hands were as steady as iron. Every movement was precise and precise. He first cut off his eyelids, then along his eye sockets the tip of the dagger went out to his ears, then along his cheeks to his chin. Turning his chin, he cut to the other side, finally forming a complete circle. Next, Gu Yao saw Feng Yuan peeling off the skin on his face. Her heart pounded and she felt her legs go soft. The colorful smoke floated over, giving him new skin on his face. Next, Feng Yuan changed the skin on the back of his neck, behind his ears, and on his scalp. When he turned around and faced Gu Yao, he was a completely different person. He had turned into Chang Shanin. I said, I am Chang Shanin. He spoke with a plain tone. Gu Yao looked at Feng Yuan in disbelief. Feng Yuan's voice was in the purest Northern Plains accent. Feng Yuan could speak in a Northern Plains accent. It was just that he did not say it before. You. She pointed at Feng Yuan, her body trembling and her face pale, her expression filled with fear. Feng Yuan laughed in disdain. The human body is like a bag of skin. It is just a change of skin. Why are you making such a fuss? The so-called beauty and ugliness are superficial and weak things. If it was on Earth, it would be fine if the human strength was exhausted and the path to immortality was severed. In this world, only eternal life was worth pursuing. As for this human skin goo, it was a recipe developed by goo masters hundreds of years later, during the Five Regions chaotic war. It could allow a goo master to disguise as another person, with no difference in appearance. Many Central Continent goo masters relied on the human skin goo to infiltrate the enemy's headquarters, assassinate and wreak havoc, greatly boosting Central Continent's offensive, causing the other 4 regions' people to be fearful and suspicious of each other. Ignoring the girl who was scared out of her wits, Feng Yuan stood on the spot, slowly raising his hands in front of his eyes. Now his hands had completely changed. Every fingerprint and handprint on his hands was the same as Chang Shan Yin's. Then he reached out and touched his chest. His chest was originally smooth and flat, but now there was chest hair, extending from his throat all the way to his crotch. He touched his face, and the first thing he felt was the straight nose of the Northern Plains people, and then his rough cheeks. He took out a mirror and looked at himself. His face was completely Chang Shanyin's face. Even the hair that had grown out was the same as his. Even the white hair on his temples was the same. Human skin goo was the main material used to refine goo using human skin. In fact, its transformation was comprehensive. Not only the skin but also the hair, the color of the pupils, the shape of the bones, and even the old wounds could be replicated vividly. Gu Yao looked at the current Feng Yuan. It was like she was looking at a dead person coming back to life. Who are you? She stared at Feng Yuan, her gaze filled with vigilance and alertness. Feng Yuan smiled, saying warmly, I said, I am Chang Shanin. Do you think I am a fool? I saw the entire process with my own eyes. You are an outsider. Don't use our Northern Plains accent to speak. The girl screamed. She could not take it anymore, her expression showing signs of insanity. Feng Yuan stared at her with a burning gaze, his face showing the vicissitudes of life. He sighed emotionally. Little girl, don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. I am indeed Chang Shanin. From the moment we met, I did not lie to you. Then how do you explain everything that just happened? The girl questioned. Feng Yuan raised his head, his gaze skipping over the girl, looking at the sky. His gaze was like smoke. He spoke in a reminiscing tone. Little girl, have you heard of soul possession? Soul possession? Gu Yao was slightly stunned. Her gaze flickered and her tone was uncertain. You are talking about soul possession? Feng Yuan spoke slowly, explaining with a gentle attitude. It seems you have heard of it. That's right, I was on the verge of death, and with no one to save me, I could only use this method and escape with my soul. Poison grassland is covered in dark clouds all year round. The sun cannot be seen, thus my soul can roam freely here. I roamed for over 20 years before finding the chance to possess an outsider goo master. When I used my goo worm to teleport here, I coincidentally met you. Is that so? Is that really the case? If I wanted to harm you, I would have killed you long ago. Why would I let you follow me and even teach you how to fight? Although you say that, if I wanted to guard against you, I would not have let you see these things. You are a Northern Plains native. I, the great Changshanin, would not be so despicable as to lay my hands on a little girl like you. Why did I only succeed after over 20 years? It is because I am not willing to slaughter Northern Plains people for my own selfishness. Little girl, you won't attack me because of an outsider, right? Fang Yuan's smile was like the sun, his tone filled with righteousness. Chapter 438. Gu Yao gradually let down her guard. Your words seem to make sense. If you are really Changshanin, then you are the hero of Northern Plains. For an outsider, I will not make things difficult for you. But how will you prove your identity? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, his expression changing as he displayed the arrogance of a senior expert. I, Changshanin, will never change my name. I am me. Why do I need to prove myself? Little girl, if you want to leave now, I will not stop you. Fang Yuan's move of loosening the reins only to grasp them succeeded in shaking Gu Yao's suspicions, causing her to hesitate. Fang Yuan struck while the iron was hot. Little girl, you are right to be wary of others. But think about it, on the way here, how many chances did I have to kill you? Let's not talk about anything else, just flying in the air. As long as I let go, you would fall into the earth spike rats and die without a doubt. Did I do that? Meeting each other is fate. Since you have the courage to escape, why don't you have the courage to face me? Gu Yao fell into silence. Fang Yuan observed her expression and knew that it was about time. Thus he added, follow me, you are still young. It is not safe for you to be alone in the depths of poison grassland. Didn't you tell me before to find the snow willow? You want to get the snow wash goo from the snow willow and bring it back to the tribe to make a great contribution to offset this marriage? To speak the truth, this is not realistic. 1 or 2 snow wash goo cannot change the situation. Coincidentally, I also need snow wash goo. I will bring you to the snow willow and catch the snow wash goo. Then I will follow you home and convince your father. What do you think? Really? Gu Yao's eyes brightened. I remember that father admires you the most, saying that you are a great hero. Abba will definitely listen to what you say. But what do you need snow wash goo for? Your mother has already passed away. Sigh. Fang Yuan's tone was bleak. He had a lonely expression. He first lowered his head before smiling bitterly. I naturally know 20 years ago my mother died from poison. I was not able to find the snow wash goo and return in time. It was unfilial of me. Do you know, over these 20 years, snow wash goo has become my obsession. I must catch one, then kneel on my mother's grave and repent to her. Saying so, Fang Yuan's tears flowed down. The young girl saw Fang Yuan's tears and completely believed Fang Yuan's lies. She felt heartache and consoled. Senior Changshanin, this is not your fault. It's all because of that damned Hatu goo. Don't say any more. Let's go. Fang Yuan waved his hand and walked forward. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. I shouldn't have doubted you. Gu Yao felt a wave of guilt. She hurried to catch up with Fang Yuan and apologized behind him. Fang Yuan comforted the girl and succeeded in making Gu Yao feel even more guilty. The two continued to walk deeper into poison grassland. The purple poisonous fog was getting thicker. Even poison-resistant wild beasts like poison-beard wolves rarely appeared. After 200 to 300 li, Fang Yuan and Gu Yao had no choice but to use their goo worms to detoxify the poison. After another 500 to 600 li, the purple poisonous fog was as thick as a wall, to the point where one could not even see their own fingers. Gu Yao's fog sparrow goo had already lost its effect in this situation. But Fang Yuan was prepared. He could still scout a radius of several thousand steps. Senior Changshanin, let's go back. Or if we change our direction, we might meet the snow willow. If we go any deeper, I'm afraid. Gu Yao's face turned purple. She could not hold on any longer. But Fang Yuan shook his head and rejected this suggestion, insisting on moving forward. The young girl was not clear, but Fang Yuan understood. This snow willow needed to grow in a poisonous environment. And this poison grassland also had a great origin. In the deepest part of poison grassland, there was a blessed land where the rank 7 Gu immortal Ziyan Ran lived, known as Lady Poison Scorpion. In her Zidu-blessed land, there were countless poisonous grasses and large swamps. There were large numbers of poisonous beasts living in it, and large numbers of poisonous goo were bred. When these poisonous beasts accumulated, their toxicity was so intense that even the blessed land could not endure it. Thus, every few years, the blessed land's entrance would open and release the dense poisonous gas inside. Most of this poisonous gas would turn into the purple poisonous fog in poison grassland. In some blessed lands, the lowest life forms would take this chance to escape. Thus, there were large numbers of poison-beard wolves in poison grassland. As time passed, the surroundings of the purple poison blessed land underwent earth-shattering changes. Dark clouds covered it all year round, no light could be seen. Purple fog lingered, tormenting life forms. Large numbers of poisonous grasses grew. On the slightly rotten soil, poison-beard wolves ran amok, causing this grassland to become a forbidden zone for life forms. It was called poison grassland by mortals with reverence. At the center of poison grassland was Zidu blessed land, and Feng Yuan's current location was at the center of poison grassland. In the inner part of the grassland, poisonous fog gathered all year round, and large numbers of snow willows grew. Feng Yuan was clear in his heart. At this rate, as long as he persevered and moved forward, he would definitely see the snow willows. As he expected, after the two moved forward for a few hundred steps, Feng Yuan found a snow willow. The snow willow was 20 feet tall. Its branches were luxuriant and its trunk was black like ink, but the thousands of willow branches hanging down were pure white like snow. In the dense purple fog, it appeared noble and holy. Feng Yuan brought Gu Yao to the snow willow, and the young girl immediately let out a happy shout. The two began to carefully examine the snow-white leaves on the willow branches. Soon, Gu Yao found one of the leaves had already turned into a goo. This was Snowwash Goo, a rank 4 goo worm that was priceless. Snowwash Goo's detoxification ability was outstanding, and was widely acknowledged by Northern Plains goo masters. The two searched for a long time and found 3 Snowwash Goo. Feng Yuan only took one, and gave the other 2 to Gu Yao, making the young girl secretly grateful. After keeping the Snowwash Goo, Feng Yuan took out a black bead from his bosom. The immortal goo fixed immortal travel was sealed inside. And at this moment, it was quietly emitting some immortal goo aura. This aura did not dissipate for a long time, and could be easily detected by goo immortals. It is time. Feng Yuan willed, and summoned a goo from his aperture. He immediately poured his primeval essence into it, and this goo turned into a crimson iron cabinet, firmly sealing the black bead. Immediately, the immortal goo's aura was isolated, and not a trace of it leaked out. This was a goo unique to Tai clan that Feng Yuan had obtained on Sancha Mountain Iron Cabinet Goo. Feng Yuan carried the iron cabinet, and returned along the path they came from with Gu Yao. After walking for 200 to 300 li, Feng Yuan stopped, and took out the Earth Treasury Flower King Gu, placing the iron cabinet into the heart of the flower, and planting it deep underground. This Gu was rank 5, and Feng Yuan had a hard time planting it. His primeval essence was not effective enough, and he could only absorb Yuan stone while slowly pouring in primeval essence. It took him more than 4 hours to complete the task. Feng Yuan had once opened the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance on Qingmao Mountain. The latter was to bury the Earth Treasury Flower Goo, and hide the Goo worm. The Earth Treasury Flower Goo was only a rank 2 Goo, and as it advanced, it would become a rank 5 Earth Treasury Flower King. When the Earth Treasury Flower King was in full bloom, it was 10 times larger than the Earth Treasury Flower. The dark golden petals were soft like silk, and the heart of the flower was dark golden liquid. But when the Earth Treasury Flower King's flower bud was completely closed, its entire body was smaller than a baby's fist. It was completely hidden deep underground, and did not reveal any aura. Feng Yuan planted the Earth Treasury Flower King, and carefully destroyed all traces of it on the ground. At this point, he could be considered to have truly hidden the immortal Gu fixed immortal travel. Feng Yuan's aperture could not store fixed immortal travel, so he could only use this method, and bury the immortal Gu here to use it in the future. In this vast grassland, who would think that an extremely precious immortal Gu was hidden here? But there was a flaw: the immortal Gu left behind a trail of aura. These auras did not fade, and could attract Gu immortals. Thus, along the way, Feng Yuan sealed the immortal Gu intermittently, to prevent goo immortals from searching for it. But the possibility of this is not very high. Unless the goo immortal has an investigative immortal goo, and this immortal goo can penetrate the ground and search hundreds of li underground. If fixed immortal travel was really discovered by a goo immortal and was taken away, Fang Yuan could only blame it on his bad luck. But even so, he would not bring fixed immortal travel with him. Compared to the immortal goo, he felt that his life was more precious. After burying the Earth Treasury Flower King goo, the two continued to walk back to that battlefield. Here, Fang Yuan changed his direction and did not follow the original path back. Instead, he went in another direction and used Gu Yao's return heart goo to guide him. The return journey was not smooth. During this period, Fang Yuan and Gu Yao were attacked by wolf groups several times. 3 or 4 times they encountered 1,000 wolf group, and Fang Yuan could only carry Gu Yao and fly into the sky to avoid the disaster. When the two of them made it out of the poisonous grasslands safely, the difficulties and obstacles they encountered were much smaller. In front of them, 100 poison-beard wolves pounced towards Fang Yuan and Gu Yao. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He was not shocked, but happy instead. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky, looking down and pointing. Wolf enslavement goo go. A rank 2 wolf enslavement goo turned into a lump of blue smoke, falling down and covering the 100-beast wolf king. The 100-beast wolf king struggled intensely, its soul emitting a strong resistance. But facing Fang Yuan's 100-man soul's strength, it was quickly defeated. Howl howl. When Fang Yuan landed on the grassland, this 100-beast wolf king wagged its tail like a puppy, circling around Fang Yuan's feet. The wolf group it brought also did not move under its command, becoming Fang Yuan's lackeys. This was the second wolf group that Fang Yuan had subdued. Like this, Fang Yuan's forces became stronger, and the wolf group around him also became larger. The fleeing journey had unknowingly turned into a leisurely stroll in the park. When the wolf group around Fang Yuan expanded to over 2,000, and with 400 beast wolf kings, poison grassland was no longer scary. With the capital to settle down, Fang Yuan started to deal with the goo worms that came from southern border. Northern Plains people were xenophobic. With his original appearance, he would be ostracized and vigilant wherever he went, and it was not convenient for him to do anything. And these southern border goo worms were the biggest flaw that exposed his identity. The cautious Fang Yuan would not allow these flaws to exist. Chapter 439. The vast and boundless poison grassland became even darker at night. Wind whistled in their ears, wolves howled from somewhere, like the cries of ghosts. A bonfire was burning on the grassland. Gu Yao leaned against the bonfire, gradually getting rid of the cold on her body. There was a pot on the bonfire, inside was a fragrant meat soup. Gu Yao swallowed her saliva, feeling even hungrier. Finally, she swallowed her saliva, asking Fang Yuan, "Senior Chongshan Yin, is this pot of meat soup ready?" Fang Yuan sat opposite the young girl. The two were separated by the bonfire. "No rush, this meat has just been put into the pot. It needs to wait for the water to boil. After that, when the meat inside is completely soft, it will be interesting to eat." Fang Yuan took out the moving perspective cup goo as he said plainly, "Oh, we still need to wait so long." Gu Yao pouted, her beautiful face under the illumination of the fire, together with the grassland's long robe and exquisite accessories, showed off her unique charm. But such a beautiful scene did not cause Fang Yuan's gaze to pause for even a moment. His gaze was focused on the moving perspective cup goo in his hand. Moving perspective cup goo was a rank 5 goo. But in Northern Plains it was suppressed to rank 4. In terms of capacity it was even weaker than some rank 4 goo. In terms of feeding it was extremely expensive, occupying the peak of rank 5 goo. In terms of primeval essence expenditure it was barely passable. But why did Fang Yuan not choose others but chose it, spending so much effort and resources to refine it? It was because it originated from thieving heaven demon Venerable. Thieving heaven demon Venerable stole from heaven and earth. He was the wealthiest Venerable in history. He spent his entire life's effort to find the legendary Space Cave. Space Cave was first recorded in The Legends of Runzu. Space Cave was a forbidden land on the same level as the River of Time. In the River of Time there were large numbers of time path goo worms, and in the space cave there were countless space path goo worms. It connected the 5 regions, hiding in unknown places. Opening the door from the space cave, one could instantly reach other places in the world. The door that led to it was also called the space door. The space door was everywhere. It could be in a small crack of a finger, or it could cover the vast sky. As long as there was space, there would be a door to the cave. But since ancient times, very few people have been able to find the void cave, let alone enter it. In the entire history of the human race, only one person had entered and exited. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable researched the recipe of moving cup goo. He wanted to stuff this moving cup goo into the space cave and bring out the wild goo worms inside the space cave. But he failed, and yet he succeeded. Over 400 years later, his blessed land was excavated by someone. Goo immortals from all over fought over it. The recipe of moving perspective goo was also widely spread. Its powerful effect quickly made it popular in the 5 regions. It was revered by countless goo immortals. Feng Yuan took out the golden dragon goo from his aperture. The rank 4 golden dragon goo had been suppressed to rank 3. After it flew out, it entered the moving perspective goo. Feng Yuan poured a large amount of primeval essence into moving perspective goo. The cup, which had a golden top and a silver bottom, immediately emitted a dazzling gold and silver light as it slowly floated in the air. Feng Yuan retracted his palm, then slowly pushed the cup in front of him. The moving perspective goo moved forward before it started to vanish, first at the edge, then more than half until it completely vanished into the air. Gu Yao stood up, her eyes wide open as she looked at this scene in amazement. At the same time, far away in Central Continent, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Little Hu Immortal sensed something. She teleported to a secret room in Danghun Palace. In the secret room, a moving perspective goo gave off a dazzling light as it floated in the air. As if it was being pulled by an invisible force, it slowly moved forward, before vanishing into the air. When the moving perspective goo completely vanished, Feng Yuan slowly spread his palm, and continued to pour his primeval essence. Suddenly, a speck of gold and silver light blossomed in the air above his palm. Next, Gu Yao saw the edge of a cup appear in the air, followed by half a cup, until the entire cup appeared in the air. Finally, the light dissipated, and the cup-shaped goo worm slowly landed in Feng Yuan's palm. Success! Feng Yuan muttered, seeing this cup. He knew that this matter was not out of his control. Senior Chang Shanin, what are you doing? There is something wrong with this goo. Gu Yao walked a few steps towards Feng Yuan, extremely curious. What's wrong? Feng Yuan smiled lightly, taking out a yuan stone and quickly recovering his primeval essence. Gu Yao did not speak, she only stared at the moving perspective cup goo. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she shouted, "This goo is different. It was gold on top and silver on the bottom, but now it is silver on top and gold on the bottom." Feng Yuan laughed heartily. That's right. There was not only one moving perspective goo but 2. Of these 2 goo, one had a golden top and a silver bottom, while the other had a golden top and a silver top. Only when the 2 formed a set would it be a complete moving perspective goo. Before Feng Yuan left, he brought one with him and placed the other in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When he injected his primeval essence, the 2 moving perspective goo entered the space cave at the same time, and completed the exchange in the space cave. The one in the Blessed Land came to Feng Yuan's side. As for Feng Yuan's cup with the golden dragon goo, it returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable wanted to use moving perspective goo to steal the goo worms in the space cave. He failed, he did not achieve his goal. But moving perspective goo on a different level was a huge success. Using the space cave that was everywhere, a pair of moving perspective goo could complete the exchange in the space cave, forming the transportation of resources. And more importantly, it was only rank 5, it was not the only immortal goo. In Feng Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, moving perspective goo became a must-have goo worm for all forces. Even goo immortals were competing to use it. Feng Yuan took out a letter from this moving perspective goo. The letter was naturally written by Little Hu Immortal. It described the current situation in the Blessed Land. Feng Yuan had only spent 5 to 6 days in Poison Grassland, but a month had passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Gu Yao's thoughts gradually drifted. She thought, what kind of person was Fang Yuan? The shock when they first met, the warmth when he smiled, the wisdom when he gave her pointers, the unparalleled bravery in battle, and the coldness when he peeled off her skin. These scenes flashed in the young girl's mind. The impression was so deep that it was carved into the depths of her heart. What about his past? Gu Yao could not help but think. Chang Shanyan's past had already become a legend of a hero, widely spread in northern plains. Countless people respected him, loved him, and thought well of him. When he was young, he was the future hope of Chang tribe. He became famous very early on. His top-notch wolf manipulation skills made people look at him in a different light. Most importantly, he was upright, fair, generous, and friendly. He never bullied the weak, was filial to his parents, and helped his tribesmen in trouble. At the same time, he had a strong sense of brotherhood, risking his life many times to protect his homeland, and made great contributions to Chang tribe. He married a beautiful wife, but faced the betrayal of his childhood friend. Fate was merciless, causing this man to lose his mother, his sworn brother, his beautiful wife, and even almost lost his life. But he survived in the end. Relying on his own hard work, he struggled out of the abyss of death, creating an unimaginable miracle. This man is carrying endless pain on his shoulders, and hidden in the dark are countless scars. Gu Yao thought of this and had an impulse to hug Fang Yuan, using her warmth to comfort this injured lone wolf, the former wolf king. The bonfire flickered, the wood crackled. Gu Yao's gaze on Fang Yuan's face became more and more affectionate, gradually becoming unable to extricate herself. In the warm light of the fire, there was a kind of emotion brewing and growing in the young girl's heart. When Fang Yuan finished this round of exchanging cups and started to take out primeval stones to absorb the primeval essence, Gu Yao inwardly made the most important decision in her life. She suddenly stood up, shouting at Fang Yuan, "Fang Yuan, be my husband." Her voice traveled through the vast grassland in the deep night, going far away. "What did you say?" Fang Yuan frowned. Even with his 500 years of experience, he did not expect the young girl to suddenly change her mind. After reacting, he smiled. "Don't mess around, little girl, I am your senior. According to age, I am 20 years older than you. My son is a good match for you." Chapter 440. "No, Changshanin, I want you." Gu Yao's voice was loud and clear. Under the illumination of the bonfire, her eyes shone brightly, gazing at Fang Yuan with deep emotions. "Changshanin, you are the hero of the great grassland. Everyone knows of your name. You are a man worth entrusting my life to. Age is not a problem. Back then, when old ancestor Giant Sun was 1,000 years old, didn't he still marry countless young girls every year?" Fang Yuan's expression sank. "All right, stop fooling around." Gu Yao stomped her feet, raising her voice. "I am not fooling around. Chang Shanyin, after following you for so long, my heart has been deeply attracted to you. Just now I discovered that I have completely fallen in love with you. I am willing to give myself and my everything to you. Please accept it." "Young lady, I already have a wife." Fang Yuan sighed, his expression complicated. Gu Yao immediately shook her head. "Your wife has already remarried. Even if you take her back, I don't mind. I don't want the position of the main wife, I can be your concubine." Old ancestor Giant Sun had hundreds of thousands of concubines, but he only had one main wife. But Fang Yuan's rejection was firm. "I will not marry again. My heart has already fallen silent, just like this poisonous grassland. You are too young, you cannot understand this feeling. During the days in the belly of the wolf, I could not move at all, I felt extreme pain. When my soul drifted on the vast grassland, I drifted from place to place, but my mental state gradually improved. I recalled my past, I witnessed the life and death of many people. The sufferings and happiness of my past life could no longer enter my heart. I will start a brand new life. I am the new Chang Shanin. I will not even return to Chang tribe. Then come to my Gu tribe." Gu Yao's eyes brightened. She was very sincere in her invitation, but Fang Yuan still refused, showing no signs of being moved. "Chang Shanin, is your heart made of stone? Are you still doubting me? Don't tell me you want me to be like that golem and dig out my heart for you to see?" Gu Yao pleaded softly, her eyes were red, She was so sad that she was about to cry. Roar! At this moment, the sound of a pack of wolves charging could be heard not far away. A large pack of poison-beard wolves was attracted by the flames and rapidly approached Feng Yuan and Gu Yao. However, Feng Yuan's wolf pack was also resting beside the bonfire. The two packs of wolves quickly collided, entangled with each other, and started a fierce battle. This is 1,000 wolf pack. Gu Yao's attention was drawn over, her expression solemn. In the past, the two of them would choose to retreat when they encountered such a large pack of wolves. But now Feng Yuan sneered, "It doesn't matter. Today is different from the past. We also have the help of the wolves. Gu Yao, I'll need your help to restrain the 1,000-beast wolf king. My Zhen Yuan has been depleted. Once I've replenished it, I'll come back to help you." The young girl nodded, but she didn't move immediately. Instead, she stared at Feng Yuan with a burning gaze. Feng Yuan looked at her. "Hurry up and go." However, Gu Yao pursed her lips and remained motionless with a determined gaze. Feng Yuan could only soften his attitude and said warmly, "All right, let me consider this matter. But I want to know the answer now." Gu Yao immediately replied. A sharp light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes, but on the surface, he sighed and suggested, "If you can kill this 1,000-beast wolf king alone, I'll agree to marry you." "Really? He once a northern plains man says it. Even a fierce wind and a horse can't chase after it." At this moment, Gu Yao's eyes shone brightly and just you wait. The young girl was filled with battle intent. She rushed into the battlefield and went straight for the 1,000-beast wolf king. Looking at her leaving figure, the smile on Feng Yuan's face quickly disappeared, and his gaze turned cold. He didn't expect that Gu Yao would be so moved by him. It was simply a matter of deep love. However, love was something that couldn't be reasoned with and couldn't be predicted with common sense. When Gu Yue climbed Chengbai Mountain in the desolate Yin, he was pursued by the Stone Man. According to U003 CU003, so the legends of Ranzu 003 U003, Ranzu failed to save his eldest son, verdant great son, and at the final juncture of his revival, he failed and was swept into Luopa Valley by Reverse Flow River. His second daughter, Guyue Desolate Yin, knew of this news and tried to save her father. However, to enter the door of life and death, one needed the help of Courage Gu and Faith Gu. But these Gu worms were with her father Ranzu. Guyue Desolate Yin couldn't enter the door of life and death, but she wanted to save Ranzu. She couldn't think of a method, so she could only ask Cognition Gu. Cognition Gu told her two methods. The first method was to enter the space cave and open the space door, directly arriving at Ranzu's side. Then through the space cave she could escape the door of life and death. But this method could only save Ranzu's soul, it couldn't revive him. The second method was to climb to the peak of Chengbai Mountain and find that one and only Success Gu. As long as she made a wish to Success Gu, Guyue Desolate Yin would be able to save Ranzu and revive him. Guyue Desolate Yin knew of the existence of the space cave long ago, but she couldn't find a way to enter it. Moreover, she wanted to revive her father, so she came to Chengbai Mountain. Chengbai Mountain was not tall, it was just a small mound. It was very special, it was made up of billions of pebbles. These pebbles were actually Failure Gu. There was still one and only Success Gu. It was at the peak of Chengbai Mountain. Guyue Desolate Yin came to the foot of the mountain and started to climb Chengbai Mountain. Her movement woke up the nearby Love Gu that was sleeping. Love Gu was disturbed from its beautiful dream. It was furious and wanted to take revenge on Guyue Desolate Yin. It used its unique power to enlighten a rock. The rock gained life because of love, turning into a rockman. The rockman was tall and mighty. His body was covered in gold, silver, copper and iron. It was very beautiful and dazzling. After the rockman was born, the first thing he saw was Guyue Desolate Yin. He was shocked at her heavenly immortal appearance and was immediately subdued by her beauty. He followed Guyue Desolate Yin all the way, looking at her graceful back. His heart was filled with love. Finally, he could not hold back anymore. He ran in front of Guyue Desolate Yin and stopped her, shouting loudly, "Beautiful lady, your appearance is so dazzling, your figure is so elegant, your temperament is so noble. The moment I saw you, I was subdued by you. You are my love. Please be merciful and accept my love for you." The rockman had a majestic body, completely blocking Guyue Desolate Yin's path. Guyue Desolate Yin frowned slightly. She sized up the rockman in front of her, saying coldly, "Love, what is that? You want me to accept your love, but where is it?" The rockman immediately took the iron pieces from his body and handed them to Guyue Desolate Yin with both hands, saying, "Beautiful lady, these are my unyielding spirit. I am giving them to you, this is my love for you." Guyue Desolate Yin shook her head in disappointment. She was not interested in these iron pieces at all. The rockman was stunned. He also took off the copper pieces on his body and piled them on top of the iron pieces. "Beautiful lady, these are my stubbornness. I am giving them to you because this is my love for you." Guyue Desolate Yin was impatient. "Please move aside. I am not interested in your love. I still need to save my father." The rockman saw that the goddess in his heart was not moved. He could not help but panic. He knelt on the ground and made up his mind. He also took off the silver pieces on his body and piled them on top of the copper pieces. "Kind lady, these are my dignity. I am giving them to you, this should be enough to express my love for you, right?" Guyue Desolate Yin frowned even more. "Listen, I don't have time to waste with you." The rockman became even more anxious. He also took off the gold pieces on his body and piled them on top of the silver pieces. "Lovely lady, these are my confidence. I am giving them to you because they represent my love for you." Guyue Desolate Yin sighed deeply and said, "Rockman, in order to express your love, you are no longer unyielding, put down your stubbornness, threw away your dignity, and even gave up your self-confidence. But what I see is an extremely ugly rockman. Get up, I will not accept your love for me. I still have more important things to do." It turned out that the rockman had lost his gold, silver, copper and iron decorations. He had become gray and even somewhat comical. He was no longer as gorgeous and mighty as before. The rockman began to cry. He begged Guyue Desolate Yin, "Then how can I obtain your love?" Guyue Desolate Yin was anxious, but the rockman refused to get up no matter what. She changed her mind and smiled. "Rockman, since you love me so much, then show me your true heart." The rockman did not hesitate to open his chest, offering his scarlet red heart to Guyue Desolate Yin. Guyue Desolate Yin received the heart and immediately kept it. The stone man hurriedly called out, "Can I get your love now?" Guyue Desolate Yin shook her head. "Even if you give your true heart, you will not be able to exchange for love. Changshanin, look at what this is." Guyao was covered in blood and wounds. She was panting heavily. She held the head of the 1,000-Wolf King in her hand as she stood in front of Feng Yuan. After losing the Wolf King, the invading wolf pack was fleeing in panic. Feng Yuan slowly stood up. He nodded and admitted, "You killed the 1,000-Wolf King?" Guyao performed exceptionally. She was heavily injured. Her face was covered in blood. Her primeval essence was also depleted. She stared at Feng Yuan with a burning gaze. "Changshanin, you are a hero, you won't go back on your words, right?" "Of course not. Your love has moved me. From today onwards you are my wife." Feng Yuan looked at Guyao with deep emotions. He then walked closer step by step. He stretched out his arms and hugged the young girl. The young girl let go of the Wolf King's head and threw it on the ground. She passionately hugged Feng Yuan back. Her breathing was rapid. Her heart was beating rapidly. She was actually more nervous and excited than when she was fighting the Wolf King to the death. In Feng Yuan's warm embrace, her heart was filled with happiness. Her pair of beautiful eyes turned red. Suddenly there was a soft sound. The young girl's expression froze. She struggled to break free from Feng Yuan's embrace. She lowered her head and looked at her chest. There was a sharp dagger stuck there. A fatal blow. Whether it was to the body or the soul. Why? Guyao looked at Feng Yuan in disbelief. Her delicate body swayed. Her eyes filled with anger, hatred, shock and doubt. Feng Yuan looked at the young girl and spoke expressionlessly. He said the story in The Legends of Ranzu. The rockman saw that desolate Guyue had kept his true heart and could not help but feel anxious. He said, "Heartless girl, your coldness makes me despair. Since I can't exchange for your love, then please return my sincerity to me. Without it I will die." But Guyue did not return it to him. She watched as he slowly died. "Why? I love you so much, why do you want to kill me?" Before the rockman died, he shouted in confusion. Desolate Guya looked at him pitifully, her voice was still calm. Oh Rockman, I did not want to kill you. But you blocked my path to success. Path to success. Guyao heard this reply and could not hold on anymore, collapsing on the ground. The dense aura of death caused her body to rapidly turn cold. The young girl raised her head, revealing a swan-like graceful neck. She looked at the dark night sky and laughed miserably. She only laughed 3 times, but her face was filled with tears. Then she looked at Feng Yuan. Her gaze was still as affectionate as before. Chong Shanin, I do not know how I blocked your path to success. But even if you kill me, I will not hate you. Maybe you want to take revenge? I will leave all my goo worms to you. I hope they can help you in your path to success. Cough, cough, cough. The young girl coughed out blood. She laughed miserably, pleading to Feng Yuan. I am going to die. Before I die, I have a small request. I hope you can hug me. I miss your warm embrace. But Feng Yuan did not move. He looked at the young girl coldly. He looked at the young girl, seeing her expression harden bit by bit, her life slipping away bit by bit. In the end, the flower-like young girl turned into an ice-cold corpse. Feng Yuan looked at Guyao's face and fell into a long silence. Chapter 441. Even though it was daytime, the poison grassland was gloomy. Thick dark clouds blocked the light of the sun. Behind the low mound, a humpback wolf was quietly lurking. The hump wolf was huge, comparable to a warhorse. Its entire body was covered in black and long wolf fur, and on its back were 2 thin humps. A pair of wolf eyes shone with a faint light in the darkness. It laid on the mound, motionless like a stone statue. Even its breathing was extremely slow. At first glance, it looked like a piece of black metal. Suddenly, the hump wolf's long and slender ears trembled. Under its gaze, a gray rabbit came out of a cave at the foot of the mound and started to look for food. Even though there were lush weeds around the cave, the gray rabbit did not care and rushed out to look for grass in the distance. Rabbits do not eat the grass around their burrows. If they did, the cave they lived in would be exposed. When the hump wolf saw the gray rabbit leave, its eyelids drooped even more, covering a large part of its eyes, leaving only a slit. The gray rabbit ate the grass while its ears perked up. Once there was any movement, it would agilely raise its head and look around, extremely alert. The hump wolf was very patient. The gray rabbit was happily eating, but it did not move, as if it was dead. The gray rabbit continued to eat, immersed in the delicious food. When it was full, it started to walk back. At this moment, the hump wolf suddenly moved. It jumped out from the mound and attacked the gray rabbit. The gray rabbit's path back was blocked by the hump wolf. In its shock, it could only turn and run. Its speed was extremely fast. When it ran, it was as if it had turned into a gray bolt of lightning, moving through the grass. It actually surpassed the hump wolf's speed and quickly created a distance between them. But after running for a while, it slowed down. The gray rabbit's explosive power was strong, but its endurance was not as good as the hump wolf's. The two of them chased each other on the poison grassland, life and death at the speed of light. The most common scene in the grassland, the game of death between the predator and the prey. The hump wolf gradually got closer. Seeing that the gray rabbit had already landed in front of it, the hump wolf leapt out and pounced. But at this moment, the rabbit suddenly sped up, its entire body scurrying to the side. He immediately dodged the fatal attack and pulled away from the hump wolf. This gray rabbit was very cunning. The exhaustion just now was just a disguise, and it still had some energy left. The hump wolf missed its target and continued its pursuit. Soon, the distance between the two gradually shortened. The hump wolf pounced again, but it still missed. After 3 or 4 times, the rabbit was exhausted and was finally killed by the hump wolf. The hump wolf panted heavily and lay on the ground for a long time before slowly standing up. In this cruel competition, the predators didn't have unlimited glory. Instead, there were many hardships and hardships. Hump wolf didn't enjoy the gray rabbit that it had painstakingly caught. Instead, it held it in its mouth and returned to its lair. In the den, there was a female hump wolf and a few newborn wolf pups that needed to be fed. At that time, when the hump wolf rushed back to its lair, it only saw bloodstains and cold corpses. Howl! It threw down the gray rabbit's corpse and roared angrily. The fur on its neck stood up, and its eyes turned red with hatred. A large group of poison-beard wolves surrounded it from all directions. On a hill far away, Fang Yuan crossed his arms, looking down at the battlefield from a high vantage point. A male wolf came after all. He smiled lightly, feeling that his luck had turned for the better. Hump Wolf was an outstanding mount in northern plains. Although Fang Yuan had Chang Shanyan's rank 4 wolf sprint goo, it expended a lot of primeval essence. It was much faster and more convenient to ride the hump wolf. When Fang Yuan accidentally found this wolf den, he killed all the weak female wolves and their pups, and obtained a rank 2 wolf enslavement goo. He was not in a hurry to leave, but hid the poison-beard wolf and waited for the male wolf to return. The battle between the hump wolf and the poison-beard wolf group had reached its climax the moment it started. The hump wolf's body was huge, and its anger made it even more ferocious when it fought. It waved its claws, and ordinary poison-beard wolves were not its match. But under Fang Yuan's command, the poison-beard wolves were extremely crafty. They did not fight head-on, but cooperated with each other, advancing and retreating, wearing down the hump wolf's battle strength. After an hour, the hump wolf was gasping for breath. It was no longer as valiant as before. Beside it, there were over 60 poison-beard wolf corpses. These were its glorious battle achievements. Of course, if Fang Yuan wanted to kill it, with Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainment, he would only need to pay the price of 30 poison-beard wolves. But Fang Yuan wanted to capture it alive. Thus he could not help but feel his hands and feet being tied in battle. The time is about right. Fang Yuan looked at the hump wolf's trembling limbs in the wind as he slowly walked down the hill, getting closer carefully. Right now, most of his goo worms had been moved to Hu Immortal Blessed Land through moving perspective cup goo. When he was 200 steps away from the hump wolf, Fang Yuan flicked his finger, activating the rank 2 wolf enslavement goo. Wolf enslavement goo exploded, turning into a light smoke that covered the hump wolf. The hump wolf quickly retreated, but the light smoke followed it closely. The hump wolf howled, charging towards Fang Yuan. But it met with the obstruction of the poison-beard wolves. After a few breaths of time, the light smoke completely fused into its body. The hump wolf laid on the ground weakly. Its body was covered in bleeding wounds. Its bloodshot eyes no longer looked at Fang Yuan with hatred, but showed a sense of submission. 100-man soul is indeed useful. If I did not use guts goo, I would need to expend some effort to enslave this hump wolf. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, before activating the wolf smoke goo in his aperture. Wolf smoke goo flew out, turning into thick smoke that enveloped the hump wolf and most of the injured poison-beard wolves. After a while, the smoke dispersed. The hump wolf's wounds were completely healed. It even grew new fur. The injured poison-beard wolves also recovered their vitality. However, even though they were uninjured, their battle strength was not at their peak. What affected the beast group's battle strength was not just their injuries, but also their hunger. The wolf group had to display their greatest battle strength. They could not be too hungry, or they would become weak. They could not be too full, or their battle strength would be affected. When the hump wolf hunted earlier, why did it wait patiently for the gray rabbit to return after it was full? It was the same logic. Only when the wolf group was in a half-starved state would they be able to fight more fiercely and cruelly. After fighting for such a long time, be it the hump wolf or the poison-beard wolves, they had expended a lot of their stamina. They were hungry. Fang Yuan willed, and the poison-beard wolves started to eat the corpses on the ground. The camel wolf swallowed the gray rabbit into its stomach, and then under Fang Yuan's forceful command, it also ate the dead female wolf and cubs. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, taking out his rations and eating them with cold water. 3 days had passed since he killed Gu Yao. Gu Yao was bound to die the moment she saw fixed immortal travel. She was destined to die. Furthermore, she had seen Fang Yuan arrive naked in northern plains, and saw him bury the immortal Gu, as well as the scene of him using moving perspective Gu. She knew too many things. In Fang Yuan's heart, she was a target he had to kill. But Fang Yuan had just arrived. His battle strength was weak. Gu Yao could be of help to him in poison grassland. But Gu Yao could not live. Her naivety could be used by Fang Yuan, and others could make use of her as well. Such a burden, with the soul of a normal person, As long as she was hit by someone else's mind-reading goo or memory goo, Fong Yuan's arrangements would become a joke, and the secrets that he had been hiding would be exposed to the public. Fong Yuan's killing was premeditated. As Gu Yao charged through the sea of ghost-faced sunflowers, the earth-drilling rat group, the shadow crow's obstruction, and found Chang Shan-yin changing his skin, finding the snow-wash goo, and burying the earth treasury flower king goo, her value was gradually decreasing. At the same time, her threat level was also increasing. Her love for Fong Yuan made Fong Yuan, who was disguised as Chang Shan-yin, feel like there was a fishbone stuck in his throat and a dagger on his back. A woman in love would naturally try to understand the person she loved, including the present, future, and past. What would happen when she found out the truth? Furthermore, she had a tribe behind her. She was the young miss of the tribe. Being in love with such a person, no matter how low profile Fong Yuan kept, he would become the center of attention. Don't forget that Man tribe's second young master, Manduo, was extremely infatuated with Gu Yao's beauty. If Fong Yuan returned with Gu Yao, he would definitely become the target of Gu tribe and Man tribe. Why should he attract so much hatred for a burden? Fong Yuan was not afraid of hatred, but he did not come to Northern Plains for a holiday. His time was tight, it was a race against time. Danghun Mountain was dying step by step. Spring-autumn cicada was recovering step by step, but his cultivation was still at rank 4 peak stage. He had to succeed, there could be no failure. Once he failed, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Not even his bones would be left. The path he walked was destined to be lonely. There were only 2 outcomes, either success or destruction. Thus, when the two got close to the periphery of poison grassland, Fong Yuan took advantage of the fact that there were few people around and it was convenient for him to kill. After killing Gu Yao, Fong Yuan ordered the poison-beard wolves to eat her up. Her soul was not spared either. It was swallowed by the soul burial toad and was now in the blessed land, completely destroyed by Danghun Mountain. The traces left by the bonfire were also carefully removed by Fong Yuan, not leaving behind any hidden dangers. In short, Gu Yao had completely disappeared from this world. The only trace left was probably the excrement of the poison-beard wolves. The so-called beauty in the end was just a handful of dirt. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Beautiful young girls were like fresh flowers in this world. They would either be stepped on by the roadside, or wither away as time passed, becoming ugly fertilizer to nourish the soil. Without eternal life, even the most beautiful things are just an illusion. The value of their existence is just for a moment of beauty. The more Fong Yuan experienced, the more he realized the cruelty of the world. Without eternal life, even the most valuable things would be worthless. The so-called immortal reputation, infamy, is just the shallow thoughts of those grandchildren. The so-called immortal spirit is just a tool used by the younger generation to prove themselves. Can people really only prove each other? On Earth, so be it. In this world, even if there is an extremely faint possibility, I will still pursue it. Even if I die on the path of pursuing, and die 1,000 times uglier than Gu Yao, I will not regret it. Fong Yuan had already made up his mind to die. However, only by dedicating his entire life's energy to his pursuit could he die without the slightest bit of regret. Who could understand the heart of a transmigrator like Fong Yuan? The path he walked was destined to be endless darkness, destined to be incomparably lonely. The direction of his pilgrimage was only the light in his heart, eternal life. A tiny possibility that did not exist. In this world, no one could understand him. And him. Chapter 442. After the wolf group finished eating, Fong Yuan got on the hump wolf's back and continued his journey. These days I have been following Gu Yao's directions. I am almost at the edge of poison grassland. If I go any further, I will see signs of human activity. Hump wolves were natural mounts. The 2 humps formed a comfortable saddle. Fong Yuan sat between the 2 humps, inspecting his aperture as he traveled. There were only about 10 goo worms left in his aperture. Other than spring-autumn cicada and moving perspective cup goo, there were only northern plains goo worms. The goo worms that came from southern border and central continent were all sent back to Hu immortal blessed land by Fong Yuan. Not even a single primordial stone was left behind. Southern Borders Yuan stone could be used in Northern Plains, but it was different from Northern Plains Yuan stone. Gu Yao did not notice it because she was too young and naive. In fact, any Gu master with a bit of experience would be able to sense it. It is a pity that moving perspective cup Gu is rank 5, but it is suppressed to rank 4 in Northern Plains, and can only store rank 4 Gu. If I can use it to send fixed immortal travel to the Blessed Land, that would be perfect. Sigh, I hope my arrangements are effective. If fixed immortal travel Gu was taken away by other Gu immortals, it would be a huge loss to Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan had no other choice. He had already done his best to the best of his abilities. The aura of the immortal Gu lasts for about a month. If there are no problems during this period, then fixed immortal travel Gu will be safe. Next, I will meet Northern Plains Gu masters. I cannot be careless. It is best to subdue 1,000 wolf king during this period of time. I can increase the number of wolves to over 2,000. Sometimes humans were scarier than wild beasts. A wolf group of over 2,000 could intimidate most small fries. Right now, I only have one rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu and one rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu. I need to use them carefully. From now on, I will use Chong Shanyin's identity to travel in Northern Plains, and mainly enslavement wolves. This way there is another obstacle. I do not have the recipes of rank 3 and 4 wolf enslavement Gu. But beast enslavement Gu were all expendable Gu. After it explodes into smoke, whether it succeeds or fails, it would dissipate. Rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu could enslave 1,000 wolf king. Rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu could enslave myriad wolf kings or mutated beasts. Without these 2 Gu recipes, Feng Yuan would not have large numbers of wolf enslavement Gu. Without these wolf enslavement Gu, Feng Yuan's wolf group would only be a few thousand at most. It would not be a big deal. With the hump wolf as a means of transportation, the speed of the next formation was at least 3 times faster. Feng Yuan traveled day and night. The dark clouds above his head gradually thinned. 2 days later, he finally arrived at the edge of the poison grassland. In the sky, the dark clouds scattered into pieces. Rays of sunlight seeped through the gaps in the dark clouds, forming beams of light that sprinkled down. Injustice. The green grass was flourishing. Blue, purple, and yellow wildflowers bloomed one after another. The low-lying hills seemed to be rendered in pure green, without any lines to outline them. There was also a small river beside the hill. Under the illumination of the sun, it flowed slowly and sparkled like a silver necklace. I'm finally going out. Feng Yuan sighed, riding on the hump wolf's back. Poison-beard wolves surrounded him as he walked into the sunlight. The poison-beard wolves were in an uproar. They were suitable for hunting in dark environments, but under the sunlight, their battle strength was greatly affected. Feng Yuan did not mind. These poison-beard wolves were just a transition. They would be eliminated sooner or later. Feng Yuan looked back. The poison grassland was still covered in dark clouds. The light was dim and the wind was chilly. On the poison grassland, there were purple-black poisonous grasses growing in strange shapes. Compared to the grassland where the sunlight shone, it was a stark contrast, as if they were 2 different worlds. The eastern part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land is also covered in thick clouds. If I do not deal with it in time, that area might develop towards the direction of the poison grassland. Poison grassland. I will return. Feng Yuan muttered as he spoke. His body suddenly felt light. Ever since he entered Northern Plains, he had felt uneasy, as if there was a formless restriction shrouding his body. Now that this restriction had been reduced by a portion, Feng Yuan immediately felt that he was closer to this vast world. His aura also rose from rank 3 peak stage to rank 4 initial stage. Feng Yuan could not help but laugh heartily at his joyous mood. His body was gradually adapting to Northern Plains. His cultivation was recovering. This was a great help to his future plans. Northern Plains, I am coming. Feng Yuan shouted, his legs squeezing the wolf's abdomen. The hump wolf started to run, leading the poison-beard wolves into the distance. Kill! Battle cries reverberated on the hill. Dozens of Gu masters and over 1,000 wind wolves were engaged in an intense battle. The battle had already been going on for 15 minutes. These damned wind wolves! Leader Gu Guang cursed. His expression was malevolent as he waved his saber, beheading a wind wolf in front of him. But after chopping down, his saber broke into two. The half-blade in Gugwang's hand had long since curled up. Howl! A wind wolf suddenly jumped, pouncing towards Gugwang. Young tribe leader, be careful. Spiral water arrow. The Gu master behind Gugwang shouted anxiously. Hearing this shout, Gugwang, who had developed a tacit understanding from years of battle, didn't even think before he suddenly bent down. It looked like he was offering his head to the wolf's mouth. The wind wolf that was jumping in the air opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. Just as it was about to bite Gugwang's head, a blue water arrow with a strong spiral force shot towards Gugwang's back. Next, this spiral water arrow fiercely shot into the wind wolf's mouth, killing it instantly. Using this chance, Gugwang squeezed the wolf's abdomen, urging the hump wolf to retreating into everyone's defensive circle. Saber Gu. He clasped his hands together, squeezing out the last trace of primeval essence from his aperture, before injecting it into the saber imprint on his palm. Swoosh! Gugwang swung his right hand fiercely, and a brand new saber formed in an instant, which he held tightly in his hand. Die! He roared, his voice already hoarse like iron. The new saber was extremely sharp, drawing a cold light in the air, directly cutting a wind wolf into two. However, this small victory could hardly have a positive impact on the overall declining situation. Damn it, I don't have enough primeval essence. There are too many wind wolves, at least 3,000 of them. Young tribe leader, we are completely surrounded. There is no hope in fighting to the death. Why don't we break through towards the east? The defense there is the weakest. The surrounding Gu masters shouted one after another. Gugwang's tiger eyes shone with divine light as he sized up the area, resolutely rejecting. No, there is a puddle in the east. The defense seems weak, but it is actually a facade created by the Wind Wolf King. Once we enter, we will be walking into its trap. Then what should we do? Everyone asked. Gugwang gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Turn around, we will go back and break through towards the west. But we still haven't found Lady Guyao. If we return like this, how will we report to Lord Tribe Leader? Gugwang snorted. Although Guyao is my sister, for her own selfishness, she disregarded the entire Gu tribe situation and ran away from the marriage. For a mere girl, she is sacrificing us good men. It is not worth it. Send the order, we will break through. Let those dirty slaves stay behind to guard the rear. It is time for them to sacrifice their lives for master. Yes. Everyone quickly conveyed the order. Northern Plains tribes fought all year round. Some of the defeated Gu masters became slaves. Slaves had low status, and when necessary, they would be mercilessly discarded as cannon fodder. Soon the Gu masters split into two groups. A pair of slaves stayed on the slope, using their lives to obstruct the enemy. The other group, under Gugwang's lead, started to break through towards the west. Kill, kill, kill. Gugwang charged at the front line, riding a hump wolf as he waved his saber, wild and brave. Protect young master. The Gu masters behind him were all tall and sturdy Northern Plains men. They rode hump wolves and closely gathered around Gugwang. Swoosh! Suddenly, a huge three-leafed wind blade shot over. Young master! A loyal Gu master shouted in warning, being the first to react. He did not have a trace of primeval essence in his aperture, so he rode the hump wolf to the front, using his body to block the wind blade. Without any surprise, he was cut into two by the wind blade, dying instantly. The wind blade weakened to two leaves, but still slashed towards Gugwang. Gugwang reacted, quickly raising his saber to block. Bam! The wind blade exploded, the saber shattered, and Gugwang vomited a mouthful of blood, falling down from the hump wolf's back. Young tribe leader. The Gu masters behind him quickly protected him, but this way, they failed to break through the encirclement. An endless stream of wind wolves surrounded them from both sides, once again firmly surrounding them. The wind wolf group quietly opened up a path, and the vigorous and beautiful Wind Wolf King slowly walked along this path, arriving in front of everyone. Thousand Beast King. Its body was huge like a warhorse. Its body was covered in neat dark green wolf fur, and its eyes were like emeralds. As it slowly walked, it actually gave Gugwang and the others a feeling of elegance and nobility. At this time, The slave Gu masters guarding the top of the hill had already been exterminated. Large groups of wind wolves attacked from behind. The Gu masters had already exhausted their primeval essence, and the Wind Wolf King's arrival caused a commotion. Someone wanted to drag Guguang back, but Guguang swung his arm and struggled to stand up, shouting, "What are you afraid of? Even without primeval essence, I still have my fists and teeth. Warriors, don't let these beasts look down on you. Use our blood to prove that we are brave Gu tribesmen." Everyone was encouraged by him, and their morale rose as they all had the will to die. The Wind Wolf King slowed down, and suddenly turned its head, looking towards the east side of the battlefield. Chapter 443. The Poison-Beard Wolf Group did not stop, they charged towards the Wind Wolf Group. Poison-Beard Wolves. Soon the Gu masters saw the Poison-Beard Wolf Group. They raised their heads and looked. Strange, don't Poison-Beard wolves only live in poison grassland? Why are they outside? The Gu masters were puzzled. They should be driven by a Gu master. Guguang clenched his fists, looking at the approaching Poison-Beard Wolf Group. His eyes that were filled with despair started to shine with hope. "Young master is wise, look over there, there is someone." A few breaths later, a Gu master pointed far away and shouted. Under everyone's attentive gazes, Feng Yuan rode the hump wolf and appeared in everyone's vision. "We are saved." Everyone cheered. Not necessarily. Guguang squinted. He was clear-headed. There are less than 1,000 poison-beard wolves. It will depend on this person's wolf enslavement skill. With his reminder, the Gu master started to worry. This person should be an enslavement path Gu master, but he does not have many poison-beard wolves. Not good, the poison-beard wolves are under sunlight. Their battle strength is weakened. They are slightly weaker than the wind wolves. Oh no, this enslavement path Gu master does not even have 1,000 beast king with him. With only a few hundred beast kings, how can he block the Wind Wolf King's charge? Guguang suddenly spoke. "No problem, as long as this Gu master gathers the poison-beard wolves at one spot and charges through the formation, there is a chance of saving us." These words greatly alleviated everyone's worries. But just as their hope was ignited, Feng Yuan willed, and the entire Poison-Beard Wolf Group was like a bucket of water that was poured out, crashing onto the ground and scattering. This. Many Gu masters were tongue-tied. It's over. He's digging his own grave. Some people simply closed their eyes. Idiot, he wasted such a chance. Some Gu masters stomped their feet in anger. They were extremely disappointed, they cursed, some even started to hate Feng Yuan. Guguang's expression turned pale. As long as there was a chance to live, who would want to die? Feng Yuan's appearance gave everyone hope. But this person destroyed this hope with his own hands. The Wind Wolf King howled, and the entire pack of wind wolves launched a counterattack. Just as the two wolf packs were about to clash, Feng Yuan suddenly let out a long howl. He was a human, but at this moment he howled like a wolf. The cry was desolate and wild, like a bonfire swaying in the night wind. The wolf howls covered a radius of 800 steps. All the poison-beard wolves within this range went berserk when they heard the howls. They suddenly exploded with twice their fighting strength. This is a rank 4 wolf howl Gu. It can raise the battle strength of a wolf group. It is an extremely rare Gu. This person is actually a rank 4 Gu master. Feng Yuan's wolf howl could be said to be earth-shattering, causing the Gu master's expressions to change. Hope blossomed in many pairs of despairing eyes once again. Rank 4 and Rank 3 were two different concepts. Rank 3 was clan elder. Rank 4 was clan leader. Even Guguang was only at Rank 3 upper stage. After recognizing Feng Yuan's cultivation, no one cursed him anymore. Northern Plains Gu masters might be brave, but they were not arrogant and unruly. They were filled with respect towards the strong, and humility towards strength. The poison-beard wolves were originally weaker than the wind wolves, but now that their battle strength rose, they were even stronger than the wind wolves. In just a while, the wind wolf group was forced to retreat, and there were large numbers of wind wolf corpses on the battlefield. Often, 10 wind wolves would die. Only one poison-beard wolf would be sacrificed. What kind of exquisite wolf enslavement skill is this? Such a casualty ratio made Gu tribe's Gu master's eyes pop out. Unimaginable. This is the attainment of a beast enslavement master. Who is this person? Many people looked at Fang Yuan as if they were looking at a monster. I've never heard of such a hidden expert in the vicinity. Everyone was naturally surprised and overjoyed. Fang Yuan's strength made the Wind Wolf group focus their attention on the poison-beard wolves. They only surrounded Gu tribe's Gu masters and did not attack, giving these people precious time to breathe. The Wind Wolf King has moved. Gu Guang suddenly spoke. His words made everyone nervous again. The Wind Wolf King had extraordinary intelligence. It howled and quickly gathered a large number of elites. Soon, with the Wind Wolf King as the shoulder, this group of elites shot into the formation like an arrow, charging towards the center and attacking Fang Yuan. Enslavement Path Gu masters were most afraid of beheading the leader tactic, and this Wind Wolf King was a thousand-beast king. Now that it was charging with the elites of the wolf group, it was simply unstoppable. Fang Yuan's subordinates, however, only had a few hundred beast king poison-beard wolf kings. But Fang Yuan was not shocked. Instead, he was happy, smiling lightly. As expected, they could not hold it in anymore. The Wind Wolf King's intelligence far surpassed other wolves, but it was still a wild beast. It could not compare to humans. Against other wolf groups, Fang Yuan had to charge himself. But against the Wind Wolf King, Fang Yuan created such a formation, luring the Wind Wolf King to charge. Swoosh! The charging Wind Wolf King suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a three-leaf wind blade. The wind blade flew up, breaking through the wolf group and carving out a path of blood, slashing towards Fang Yuan. Careful! A Gu master on the mound could not help but shout. The others' hearts were in their throats. Fang Yuan did not move. Only when the wind blade was about to reach him did he maneuver the hump wolf to dodge, easily dodging it. The green wind blade brushed past his body. Expert! Fang Yuan's fearlessness in the face of danger, and his calm demeanor made the Gu masters think of this term. Fang Yuan willed. Several poison-beard wolf kings were already prepared. They ran over and formed a battle formation, blocking the Wind Wolf King. The Wind Wolf King was fast, had strong attacks and sturdy defense. It was stronger than any of the poison-beard wolf kings. But no matter how it charged, it could not break through this obstacle. Fang Yuan used his exquisite command to win against the strong, restraining the Wind Wolf King until it could not do anything but howl in anger. Terrifying. The mighty Wind Wolf King has been completely toyed with by this man. This person's beast enslavement skill can match Zhang Baoye, Yang Peng and Ma Zun. Another top-tier enslavement path expert has appeared in Northern Plains. If the wolves under his command were several times stronger, he could even fight against a small and medium-sized tribe by himself. Who is this person? He looks quite old. Gu Guang looked at Fang Yuan manipulating the Wind Wolf King. Feeling dazzled and awe, everyone shook their heads making guesses. This gave Fang Yuan another layer of mystery. It's about time, Fang Yuan muttered. He had the entire battle situation in his hands. Seeing that the Wind Wolf King wanted to escape, he knew it had lost its fighting spirit. Rank 3 Wolf Enslavement Gu go. Fang Yuan willed. His only rank 3 Wolf Enslavement Gu flew out, turning into a light smoke that enveloped the Wind Wolf King. The Wind Wolf King howled. Its soul struggled and actually held on to the light smoke, not submitting to Fang Yuan's pressure. Humph! Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light. He had 100-man soul. He was not afraid of this contest of souls. As expected, the Wind Wolf King resisted for a while, losing and submitting to Fang Yuan. This person's soul is so strong. He might have 100-man soul. Someone exclaimed. With such enslavement path attainment, it is not strange for him to have 100-man soul. Someone retorted like Zhang Baoye, Yang Peng, Ma Zun. They all have 1,000-man soul. After successfully planting the wolf enslavement Gu, Fang Yuan obtained his first 1,000-wolf king. The Wind Wolf King howled. The wolf group immediately stopped moving. The noisy battlefield suddenly quietened down. The remaining 1,000 or so wind wolves changed their allegiance and joined Fang Yuan's side. This way, Fang Yuan's wolf group doubled in size, reaching over 2,400. My luck is good this time. If not for these Gu masters restraining me, I would have to pay an even greater price to subdue this Wind Wolf King. Fang Yuan rode the hump wolf, slowly walking towards the hill. Gu Guang's group held their breaths. This person in front of them would decide their life and death. As Fang Yuan got closer, Gu Guang stepped out of the crowd and covered his chest with his right hand, bowing deeply to Fang Yuan, saying loudly, "Respected expert, I admire and fear your strength. Right now our lives are in your hands. Whether we live or die, we will listen to you, we have no objections. Young warrior, I have seen your battle earlier. You are as valiant as a stallion, it reminds me of myself when I was young." Fang Yuan sat on the wolf's back, laughing heartily and looking at everyone warmly. "You are the first batch of people I saw after leaving Poison Grassland. I am very happy to be able to return to this land. Don't worry, I, Chong Shanin, am not a ruthless person." Hearing Fang Yuan's words, the Gu masters laughed, completely relaxing. Their primeval essence was lacking. If Fang Yuan wanted to kill them, they would not be able to retaliate. Sometimes humans were more dangerous than wolves. If they met a demonic Gu master, their outcome might be even more miserable. Right now, everyone was rejoicing. They felt that they had met a righteous expert. "Benefactor Chong Shanin, I am Gu tribe's young tribe leader. You saved my life, please give me a chance to be grateful. Let me invite you to our tent as a guest. I will do my best to entertain you." Gu Guang invited sincerely. Of course, gratitude was a part of it, the other part was because of Fang Yuan's strength. The chance to make friends with such an expert was not only good for Gu Guang, but also for the entire tribe. "Gu tribe?" Fang Yuan pondered for a while. "All right, I have used up all my Yuan stone. I also need to replenish my Gu worms, I need to rest for a while." He expressed his needs in his words, hinting at Gu Guang. Chapter 444. Fang Yuan followed Gu Guang's group towards the west. They had hump wolves and their speed was not slow. Along the way, the group's atmosphere was harmonious. On one hand, Fang Yuan wanted to get close to them. He had some ulterior motives. On the other hand, Gu Guang wanted to befriend them. He had respect in his heart. Northern Plains people were brave and fierce, but they were straightforward and forthright. If you did not have strength, Northern Plains people would look down on you. It would be hard to befriend you. But if your fists were strong and hard, Northern Plains people would respect you. When you were angry with them, their passion would let you understand what was called regret not having met earlier. In just 2 days, Fang Yuan and Gu Guang were on good terms. Fang Yuan wanted to use Gu tribe as a springboard to truly integrate into Northern Plains. After all, Chong Shanin had disappeared for over 20 years. He had to let the people accept his sudden return. At the same time, he lacked Yuan stone and defensive Gu. He needed to trade for them. Fang Yuan did not find any defensive Gu worms on Chong Shanyin's corpse. It should have been destroyed in the battle with Ha-Tu Gu. Gu Guang was also filled with gratitude, reverence and curiosity towards Fang Yuan. Gratitude because Fang Yuan saved his life. Reverence because along the way, Fang Yuan controlled the wolf group and displayed top-notch attainment. Moreover, his casual pointers were able to break through Gu Guang's cultivation bottleneck. He had the demeanor of a senior and the bearing of an expert. Curiosity because Fang Yuan's words touched on the past, his tone was filled with emotions, and his gaze was filled with the vicissitudes of life. He was evidently an expert with a story. Gu Guang naturally had the desire to investigate, but he did not dare to ask. 5 days later, the group returned to Gu tribe's camp. The camp was huge. There was a row of thick mud walls erected on the periphery. The mud walls were 6 feet tall. It was lush and green, dark green vines intertwined and spread, and under the large leaves were clusters of purple grape-like fruits. These were not fruits but would path divine confusion Gu. When attacked by a group of beasts, these purple grapes would explode into liquid. When the liquid fell on the bodies of the beasts, they would lose consciousness and their bodies would sway. They wouldn't even be able to stand properly, let alone attack and fight. Behind the earthen wall was a towering watchtower. There were usually 3 Gu masters stationed on the tower, 1 defensive Gu master and 2 investigative Gu masters taking turns to keep watch. The camp's gate opened and many Gu masters came out to welcome them. The young clan head is back. The young clan head is back. Young Clan had just left a few days ago and he's already back? I heard they encountered a wind wolf pack and almost lost their lives. Luckily they had enslavement path experts to help them. Is that the middle-aged man? All these wolves were following him. Amazing. I wonder which tribe's expert is he from? Before Feng Yuan and the rest even got close to the camp, they met a patrolling Gu master. Therefore, someone had already gone back to report in advance. Because of this, the news was leaked, and many people pointed at Feng Yuan with great curiosity. Some children shouted excitedly and jumped at the back of the group. Feng Yuan sat on the hump wolf's back, looking at Gu Guang waving to the crowd. Every time he waved, the crowd would cheer. It could be seen that this young man had great prestige in Gu tribe. From the conversations along the way, Feng Yuan had thoroughly understood Gu Guang. He was Gu Yao's elder brother, a typical Northern Plains man. He was forthright and loyal, regarding honor and glory as more important than life. He was courageous and brave. At the same time, the traditional concept of men being superior to women was deeply ingrained in his bones. Thus, he was extremely angry and disgusted with his sister's escape from the marriage. But this anger and disgust did not mean that the brother-sister relationship was shallow. On the contrary, if he knew that Feng Yuan was his sister's murderer, even if he had no primeval essence, he would use his teeth and limbs to take revenge on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had lived in Northern Plains for 500 years in his previous life, and had a deep understanding of Northern Plains people. The group walked along the main path towards the center of the camp. There were many tents around similar to the Mongolian yurts on Earth. These were the houses that mortals lived in. Many people heard the commotion and lifted the curtains. When they walked out and saw the wolf group beside Feng Yuan, their expressions changed. When they saw the young tribe leader, they quickly covered their hearts with their right hands and bowed to Gu Guang, greeting him loudly. In the southern border, mortals would kneel when they met Gu masters. But in Northern Plains, brave men only kneeled to heaven and earth, their ancestors and elders. Normally, they would not easily kneel, even if they met the tribe leader or elders. These people were all wearing ordinary leather robes. Some had better family circumstances. The women wore jewelry, while the men had gold or purple threads embroidered on their clothes. Some had worse family circumstances. Their clothes were tattered and even patched. But this was much better than being a slave. Along the way, Feng Yuan saw that the people kneeling on the ground were all slaves. Most of these slaves did not have proper clothes. Their faces were sallow and their bodies emaciated. In Northern Plains, these slaves had very low status and their lives were miserable. In the hearts of Northern Plains people, raising slaves was equivalent to raising cattle and sheep. Slave trade was the most popular in Northern Plains. In Northern Plains, those who lived in tents were mortals. The tents were distributed outside the camp, while the inner area was where the Gu masters lived. If a beast group attacked the camp, the mortals would be the first to suffer. After Feng Yuan's group walked past the tents, they arrived at the Gu masters' area. The Gu masters on the grassland did not live in tents, but in Gu houses. A Gu house was a house made from Gu. A simple Gu house was just a Gu. A more complex Gu house was built by combining many Gu together. In the southern border, large caravans that traveled in the mountains and forests also had Gu houses. Back then on Qingmao Mountain, Jia Clan's caravan carried a Gu house, using a wood path Gu 3-star cave. It was 18 meters tall, a giant tree that reached into the sky. The tree roots were thick and strong. The branches were like entangling dragons and snakes. A small portion was exposed on the surface, while the rest were deeply rooted in the ground. The tree trunk had 3 layers and on the surface of the trunk there were windows. Its defense was not something a tent could compare to. When used, the logistics Gu master would plant it and infuse it with primeval essence, causing it to grow. When reclaimed, it would form a seed. But in Northern Plains, ordinary Gu houses were all towering trees like 3-star cave. Such a tall tree could easily be struck by lightning during a thunderstorm. Thus, the first Gu house that Feng Yuan saw was the most commonly seen house, lizard Gu in Northern Plains. This was a rank 2 Gu. It looked like a lizard with different colors, the most common being dark green, sky blue, and milky white. Its body was huge, comparable to a bus on Earth. The two eye sockets of the lizard were made into windows. The two sides of the lizard also had windows. The lizard was lying on the ground, opening its mouth and revealing a door. After pushing the door open, there was a long corridor. On both sides of the corridor were rooms. At the end of the corridor was a toilet, temporarily storing excrement. When the tribe set off, the lizard would crawl up and move forward with its thick limbs. When there was too much excrement in the toilet, these lizards would defecate, raising their tails and exposing their anus, excreting all the excrement. The families living in the goo house had at least one goo master. The living environment here was clearly of a higher level than the tent area. At the entrance of the goo house, there were often big stomach horses with the reins coiled around the lizard's huge teeth. A few families even had hump wolves. After Feng Yuan and the rest passed through these lizard house goo, they saw the goo house mushroom forest. This goo house was formed by planting a large number of mushroom room goo. Every house was a giant mushroom with a fleshy gray conical roof. It could slide down the rain without attracting lightning strikes. It was also very stable in the strong wind. The mushroom's thick cylindrical roots were the white walls. There were also windows on them. Several mushroom room goo were placed together, forming a unique small courtyard. Dozens of mushroom room goo were planted together, forming a grassland, forming a small garden. Those who lived in the mushroom forest were mostly clan elders or wealthy goo masters. Hearing the movement of Feng Yuan and the rest, the windows of these mushroom rooms opened, revealing the faces of Northern Plains women and children. Some lively children even ran out and touched the fur of the wind wolves or poison-bearded wolves. They were much bolder than the children of mortals. Benefactor Changshan, our Gu tribe's main tent is in front. Guguang spoke. The group came to the center of the camp. There were hundreds of mushroom room Gu here. An old man who looked very similar to Guguang led a group of Gu masters and welcomed them. Feng Yuan guessed that he was Gu tribe leader, and to show his courtesy, he got off the hump wolf. The old tribe leader quickly walked to Feng Yuan, placing his right hand on his chest. He bowed deeply to Feng Yuan. Esteemed expert, you saved my son. That is equivalent to saving the future of our Gu tribe. Please come in, we have prepared high-quality horse milk wine. The cows and sheep are also being roasted. We will also have people to feed your wolf group. All right. Feng Yuan nodded, following Gu tribe leader into the largest mushroom forest. In the mushroom forest, in the largest mushroom room Gu, everyone sat down. The fragrant horse milk wine was placed in a leather bag, held by a beautiful young girl, standing behind everyone. Large amounts of delicacies were served on the table. Not long after, there were people carrying roasted whole sheep and cows to the center of the room. Gu tribe leader personally got off his seat, coming to the center of the room. He used a dagger to cut off the eyes of the cows and sheep, then cut off the meat on their backs and chests. Next, he placed them on a golden plate, holding them with both hands, and personally brought them to Feng Yuan's table. Benefactor, please. Gu tribe leader raised his wine cup, standing in front of Feng Yuan, toasting him. Northern Plains people respected good men the most, and were very hospitable. In Northern Plains, if the host toasted to the guest, and the guest drank it all, it was a sign of respect to the host. On the contrary, if the guest did not drink, it was a sign of disdain. When Feng Yuan drank the whole bowl of horse milk wine, everyone in the room cheered loudly, and the atmosphere started to heat up. After Gu tribe leader toasted, it was Guguang's turn to toast, and Feng Yuan drank it all in one gulp. Next, it was the other elders' turn to toast. Feng Yuan drank it all, showing a heroic spirit that made everyone even happier. After 3 rounds of toasts, the atmosphere in the room was already heated up. Benefactor Changshan, your name sounds familiar. Are you a member of the Chang clan? I have acquaintances in Chang tribe. My second daughter is married to Chang tribe. Maybe we are even relatives. Gu tribe leader put down his wine cup. His face was slightly red, but his eyes were shining brightly. Gu tribe leader, I know what you want to ask. I am from Chang tribe's Yuan Feng branch, the Shan generation, the only son in the family. My father is Chang Shengchun, and my mother is Chang Chui. Feng Yuan sighed, replying in a melancholic tone. Gu tribe leader's eyes opened wide, looking at Feng Yuan in shock. You are really warrior Changshan. Chapter 445. When old Gu tribe leader heard Chang Shan-yin's name from his subordinate's report, he was puzzled. Now, at the banquet, after getting confirmation from Fang Yuan, he was very excited. The group of elders also let out exclamations of admiration. Chang Shan-yin. Gu Guang sat at the side, speaking in a puzzled tone. You are still young, it is natural that you do not know. Gu tribe leader sighed, instructing, Son, quickly toast to Chang Shan-yin. He is not only your benefactor, he is also the hero of our northern plains. Old tribe leader. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, putting down the wine cup in his hand. I am not a hero, I am only a wanderer in dire straits. Maybe it is the blessing of longevity heaven that allowed me to escape from the brink of death. But after sleeping for 20 years, when I woke up, everything had changed. I am an unfilial son. I have no face to return to the tribe. Saying so, Fang Yuan's tears flowed down. The elders sighed. Old Gu tribe leader quickly consoled him. Benefactor Chang Shan-yin, what are you saying? If you are not the hero of our northern plains, then who else is? In the past, Ha-Tu-Gu's bandits were so savage, countless tribes were robbed by them. The weaker tribes were even slaughtered by them. Not even their cows or sheep were spared. You killed them, you got rid of a huge threat for northern plains. Your mother was harmed by scoundrels, it was not because you were unfilial. On the contrary, your virtue and righteousness are widely known, we all know about it. Your return is a blessing for our northern plains' righteous path. Lord Tribe Leader is right. To think that Sir is Chang Shan-yin, it is our honor to see the hero today. That's right, the hero Chang Shan-yin has returned. It is a great blessing for our righteous path. The clan elders praised him one after another. Gu Guang's eyes shone. Only now did he know that Fang Yuan had such a huge background and so many stories. This further increased his admiration towards Fang Yuan. Let bygones be bygones. Everyone, it is fate that we met, let us drink. Fang Yuan did not want to talk about this. He knew about Chang Shan-yin's past, but it was best to avoid it. He had a melancholy air about him. Everyone observed his expression and did not mention the past, only talking about the banquet. After confirming Chang Shan-yin's identity, Fang Yuan was warmly received. The banquet lasted from morning until late at night. Many elders were drunk. If not for Fang Yuan pretending to be drunk, he would not have been able to get away. On the second day, Gu tribe leader invited Fang Yuan to a banquet. Benefactor Chang Shan-yin, this is a small gift to thank you for saving my son's life. Before the banquet started, the old tribe leader gifted Fang Yuan 1,000,000 primeval stones. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. He did not expect there to be so many gifts. Gu tribe was only a small to mid-sized tribe. They were financially strapped. This could be seen from the layout of the camp and the clothes of the people. He was poor now, these northern plains yuan stones could solve his urgent need. He immediately accepted it. Gu tribe leader, I did not save Gu Guang for this money. But to speak the truth, I have clean sleeves and am lacking yuan stones. I will not stand on ceremony. I will definitely repay Gu tribe's kindness. Hearing Fang Yuan's last sentence, Gu tribe leader, Gu Guang and the elders laughed. To be able to befriend an expert like Chang Shan-yin, to have a relationship with such a hero, it was something that small to mid-sized tribes like them had always wanted to do. The banquet continued. The atmosphere was even more lively than yesterday. Yesterday was the first time they met, but today both sides were familiar with each other. Fang Yuan toasted everyone, remembering the names of every elder. This made all the elders feel flattered. They felt even closer to Chang Shan-yin. During the banquet, some were curious about Fang Yuan's experiences. Fang Yuan said the words he had already prepared, in front of everyone. It was probably the same words he used to deceive Gu Yao, but it was more accurate than deceiving a young girl. The main point was his cultivation. Because of his injuries, he had fallen from rank 4 peak stage to initial stage. There were no flaws in his words. Everyone exclaimed and sighed. They felt even more admiration towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was sighing. He did not care about his past achievements. His gaze was filled with vicissitudes and his tone was melancholic. Gu tribesmen saw that the legendary hero had such a painful side. Such a side, they felt sad and sympathized with him. They felt even closer to Fang Yuan. On the third day, Gu tribe continued to invite guests. showing great enthusiasm. An unfamiliar elder appeared at the banquet this time. He was in charge of Gu tribe's intelligence. When Fang Yuan came to the camp, he was ordered to lead a group to search for Gu Yao. "Sai, it's all my fault. I have an unruly little girl. I have spoiled her too much. This time she actually ran away from the marriage." Gu tribe leader sighed. "That's right, big brother Chang Shanin, you have returned from poison grassland. Did you see my sister on the way?" Gu Guang asked. Fang Yuan had no hesitation. His expression was very natural as he replied, "Apologies, I had wolves as my companions along the way. You are the first batch of people I met, so I feel very close to you." Gu Guang was only asking casually. He did not have any expectations. Furthermore, poison grassland was so big. It was normal that Fang Yuan did not meet her. Even if he did, it would be a rare thing. "There is no news of my insensible sister now. I really don't know where she escaped to. Sai, now it is troublesome. Man tribe leader's second son Manduo is the one who asked for her hand in marriage. Now that she ran away, Manduo will not be able to get her. He will probably vent his anger on our Gu tribe." Gu Guang frowned, sighing deeply. The other elders' expressions also sank. These days, Man tribe had been pressuring them more and more. What they did not know was that Chang Shanin, whom they had warmly received for the past 3 days, had already killed Gu Yao. Trees die when moved, but people live when moved. "Brother Gu, why are you so reluctant to leave this place? There is only over a year left until the blizzard. Your tribe can move to the north, participate in the Heroes' Assembly and attach to the Huangjin tribe. That way, you can hide in Imperial Court-blessed land when the blizzard arrives." Fang Yuan urged. It was not easy to survive in the Gu Master world. The environment was cruel. In southern border, people set up villages and easily attracted beast tides. But northern plains had no mountains to rely on. It would be baptized by the blizzard. Every 10 years in northern plains, there would be a huge blizzard that engulfed the whole of northern plains. At that time, for several months, the sky would turn dark and snow would fall everywhere. The cold wind was biting cold like a knife. Pure white snow covered the sky and covered the earth. The whole grassland would freeze into a world of ice and snow. Every time there was a snowstorm, a large number of living beings would perish. Wolves, foxes, eagles, flowers and grasses as well as humans were not spared. Especially in the blizzard, large numbers of wild beast Gu worms would be born, possessing great offensive power. Often, after a blizzard, a large tribe in northern plains would be reduced to a medium-sized tribe. When a medium-sized tribe was reduced to a small-sized tribe, the losses in population and casualties would be huge. Old Gu tribe leader heaved a long sigh. "Brother Shanin, I am already old. I no longer have the ambitions I had when I was young. Attaching ourselves to the Huangjin tribe will drag our Gu tribe into the whirlpool of war. It is fine if we succeed, but if we fail, the consequences will be too severe. Our Gu tribe will have difficulty moving forward. We cannot afford it. The struggle for the imperial court is not something a small tribe like ours can participate in. Actually, the environment here is not bad. The land is fertile and the plants are plentiful. Especially in the vicinity, there is a Hongyan Valley that is spewing out earth fire. During the snowstorm, my clan will move into the valley and we will be able to get through this." But Hongyan Valley was tightly controlled by the overlord force here, Man tribe. If Gu tribe wanted to enter Hongyan Valley, they would have to discuss with Man tribe. Manduo's marriage proposal from Gu Yao was a very good opportunity. For the benefit of the entire tribe, sacrificing a daughter's happiness in marriage was a very good deal for old Gu tribe leader and Gu Guang. For the sake of the collective, sacrificing individual benefits, this was the most common phenomenon in the system. But now that Gu Yao had escaped the marriage, there was no news of her. Man tribe had been pressuring for her, but Gu tribe could not hand her over. Fang Yuan heard Gu tribe leader's words and immediately understood the other party's intention. He wanted Man tribe. He understood this very well, but felt pity in his heart. The Heroes' Assembly was his next destination. If the other party migrated, he could still travel together, and the risk would be much lower. At the mention of the blizzard and the Man clan, everyone's spirits dropped. "Brother Shanin, do you really not want to return to Chang tribe?" Old Gu tribe leader asked. "Of course not. If I return, Wouldn't my impersonation be exposed even more easily? Feng Yuan thought this, but he said, sigh, with my current situation, I have no face to face my fellow tribesmen. Old Ge tribe leader nodded, expressing his understanding and also some sympathy. Chang Shanin slept for 20 years. When he woke up, everything had changed. His mother died. His wife remarried his brother. Chang tribe became his sore spot. It was normal for him to not be able to face them now. At the banquet earlier, Feng Yuan had mentioned that he wanted to go to the Heroes' Assembly, and at the same time recover his cultivation. Brother, if you really want to participate in the Heroes' Assembly, just the wolf group in your hands is not enough. Why don't you stay for a few days and rest? The old tribe leader suggested. Feng Yuan nodded, not being polite. I have the same intention, but I will have to trouble everyone. Not at all. It is our honor that you can stay here as a guest. The old tribe leader laughed, expressing his welcome. Ge Guang also laughed. In a few days, it will be the good day for the nearby tribes to open their markets together. Uncle Chang can go take a look. Like this, Feng Yuan stayed. A few days later, the Ge tribe broke camp and headed towards the southwest, meeting up with the other large tribes. A huge market was quickly formed between the tribes. Chapter 446. Come, 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 have a taste of this fragrant rice cake. Selling tea, top-grade tea bricks. A Su family's horse milk wine, 10 years old. Anyone who drinks it will know. Messy stalls were set up everywhere, and the air was filled with fragrances. The sounds of shouting and bargaining rose and fell one after another. Feng Yuan walked among them. The surrounding people were rubbing shoulders with each other. The festive atmosphere was intense. Not only did they sell food, they also sold robes. There were ordinary sheepskin robes, dogskin robes, and slightly higher quality cowhide robes. There were also beautiful fox snow robes, and the wolf skin robes that soldiers often wore. Children lingered around the food stalls, while men squatted in front of the stalls selling ironware to bargain. Women chose agate, gems, pearls, and jewelry made of gold and silver. Continuing to walk inside, Feng Yuan saw a hastily built plaza. In the plaza there were huge wooden cages filled with people. Outside the cages, there were specialized Gu masters guarding. A fat man with a fat waist was shouting with all his might, selling slaves, 5 male slaves for half a yuan stone. Feng Yuan took a glance and knew this was the popular slave trade in northern plains. These people were the other tribes that were annexed after the war. After being captured alive, they lost their freedom and became goods. Inside the cages, there were children who were as skinny as sticks, and men who were chained and kneeling with their heads lowered. Of course there were women. The fat man shouted for a long time. His forehead was covered in sweat. Seeing that everyone was just watching, he rolled his eyes and opened the wooden cage, pulling out a woman with a face full of dirt. Quickly, look, this is a good woman. With a ripping sound, he tore the woman's tattered robe, revealing her breasts. Look, what a plump chest. Next, he turned the woman around and slapped her butt in front of everyone. And look at this, what a fat butt, it can give birth. If I buy it, I can give birth to babies and even do manual labor. During the whole process, the woman's expression was numb, like a puppet, being manipulated by others. The fat man shouted with all his might, finally causing a commotion among the crowd. Someone shouted, "How much is this woman?" 3 taels of primeval stones, only 3 taels of primeval stones. The fatty immediately raised 3 thick and short fingers. 3 taels of yuan stone was not even half a yuan stone. However, the person who had just asked the price shouted, "What? 3 taels? Are you trying to rob me? If I had this money, I might as well save another 2 taels and buy a horse with a big stomach." Fatty's oily face immediately trembled and he spat at his feet. Bullshit. Buy a woman to ride on the bed. Buy a horse with a big stomach. Although you can ride it, can it give birth to a baby? Pauper, if you don't want to buy, then scram. The fat man was a rank 1 Gu master, while the person who was scolded was a mortal. He immediately shrunk his head and slipped away. Feng Yuan took a few glances at it with interest before withdrawing his gaze. The slaves that the fatty was selling were only mortals, so of course they wouldn't fetch a good price. But if it was an inhuman, it would be much easier to sell. If it was a Gu master, it would be a high-level slave with the highest price. Looking at these slaves, Fang Yuan could not help but think of Ma Hongyun. This person was born as a slave and had heaven-defying luck. First, he participated in the battle as a slave. In the end, his tribe was routed, and he saved the young tribe leader by a freak combination of factors while escaping. Thus he made a great contribution and was given the surname Ma. No longer a slave. He became an ordinary mortal in the Ma clan. To make a living he went out to hunt, but because his skills were not good he had no gains. On the way back he tripped over a rock. He smashed the rock fiercely, and found a white-silver relic Gu under the rock. He offered the Gu worm to his tribe's young tribe leader. The young tribe leader needed this white-silver relic Gu, and was overjoyed. Not only did he heavily reward Ma Hongyun, he even gave him a chance to cultivate. Ma Hongyun opened his aperture and had great aptitude, but he did not have any powerful Gu worms. He was often bullied by the surrounding Gu masters, and once was kicked into the river. In the end, Ma Hongyun, who did not know how to swim, was filled with water, and floated downstream along the rapid river. Downstream, Shang tribe leader's third daughter, Shang Ling Er, was bathing and was seen by Ma Hongyun. According to Shang tribe's tradition, the beautiful Shang tribe female genius Gu master had no choice but to accept her fate and become his wife. Ma Hongyun obtained great help from Shang Ling Er, and never lacked Gu worms and Yuan stone. Shang Ling Er even stole the tribe's treasure Gu for him, and raised his aptitude to a grade. After this matter was exposed, Shang tribe leader did not want his daughter to marry such a poor lad, and secretly sent an expert to kill Ma Hongyun. In the end, this expert had a dispute with someone on the way, and was killed by another expert. Ma Hongyun and Shang Ling Er became husband and wife, and was placed in an important position. Shang tribe members were jealous of him, and plotted against him. He had no choice but to escape to poison grassland, and when he was about to be killed by the poison-beard wolves, he found Chang Shan-yin. After he saved Chang Shan-yin became his loyal subject. Just like this, relying on his shocking luck, Ma Hongyun climbed up step by step, and even became the lord of the imperial court. After He Lolan's death, he became the overlord of the imperial court for over 100 years. Afterwards, he obtained thieving heaven demon venerable and giant sun immortals' inheritances, and became a Gu immortal. He was even given a blessed land by a Gu master. When the flames of war burned the world, Ma Hongyun became one of the pillars of northern plains, resisting the central continent army, and was in the limelight. At this time Ma Hongyun should be 13 years old already. It is a pity that I do not know his true identity. Ma Hongyun is only a name given to him by Ma tribe after he saved Ma tribe's young tribe leader. Ma tribe is one of the Huangjin bloodlines left behind by Giant Sun, and in order to fight for the imperial court, they have been expanding and annexing many tribes. I wonder if Ma Hongyun has become a slave of Ma tribe now. Fang Yuan collected his scattered thoughts, and found himself at the entrance of a gambling den. There were couplets on the door. On the left side, show a little courage, get 4 seasons. On the right side, display your skills, get wealth in all directions. On the horizontal side, luck changes. The gambling den's business was very good, and even Fang Yuan was moved. With my many years of experience, I might be able to make a small fortune. This thought made Fang Yuan laugh. He then thought of Ma Hongyun. This extremely lucky lad was cheated by someone, who gave him the lowest quality rock to gamble. But in the end he actually got a rank 5 Gu through pure luck. Fang Yuan still had matters to attend to, and was not in a hurry to enter the gambling den. He walked past the entrance of the gambling den, and entered the central area of the market. This place was much quieter, and the human traffic was much less. Almost all he could see were Gu masters. Even if there were mortals, they were the Gu master's followers, following beside the Gu master with their heads lowered and holding things in their hands. There were also some young masters and young ladies who had yet to awaken their apertures. Although there were no guards, but between mortals and Gu masters, there was naturally a clear division between them. the formless threshold formed by the difference in strength, separating the two different lives. Fang Yuan walked leisurely, and everywhere he went, Gu masters looked at him with reverent gazes. Those who walked in front of Fang Yuan all stopped and gave way. Behind him, some whispers could be heard. Why is there a rank 4 expert? This person looks unfamiliar. He doesn't seem to be from any of the large tribes. Be careful, every time the market opens, there will be many demonic Gu masters coming in to sell their loot. Rank 4 and rank 3 were on different levels. Rank 3 was the cornerstone, and the elders of the large tribes were all at this level. Rank 4 was the expert among Gu masters, and most of the tribe leaders were rank 4. Thus they could move unhindered in the mortal world. The aura of rank 4 initial stage made his every movement attract everyone's gazes. Some were reverence, some were curiosity, and some were wariness. This place specialized in Gu master businesses. There was a Gu refinement workshop that specialized in refining Gu for Gu masters, and also sold and purchased recipes. Fang Yuan lacked wolf enslavement Gu's recipe, and after a few trips, he successfully bought a recipe from rank 1 to rank 3. Rank 4 recipes were always guarded by the large tribes, and were rarely seen in the market. Next, Fang Yuan went to a restaurant, but he did not find any top-quality wine. He came to the largest shop. Esteemed expert, your presence is our shop's honor. Please come in. The shopkeeper was a rank 3 old Gu master, and he personally came out to welcome him. I need large amounts of wolf enslavement Gu. Fang Yuan went straight to the point. All right, please go upstairs and discuss. The old man led Fang Yuan to a private room on the 3rd floor. To Fang Yuan's surprise, this shop actually had a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu, priced at 70,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan immediately bought it. After some haggling, Fang Yuan bought 5 rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu, and 38 rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands in joy, knowing he had met a big customer. Esteemed customer, what else do you need? Please let me know. What defensive Gu do you have here? Fang Yuan asked. The old man reported a list of Gu worm names, and Fang Yuan shook his head slightly. There was a rank 4 Gu, but it did not fit his enslavement path. The rest were all ordinary Gu worms. Next, Fang Yuan asked about flying Gu. Flying Gu were rare because flying techniques were hard to achieve. Under normal circumstances, only outstanding disciples of large tribes would be nurtured from a young age. But this way they would have the resources of the tribe and would never lack flying Gu. As for other Gu masters, they would rarely try flying. The shopkeeper said proudly, "Customer, you came to the right place. In the entire market, only my shop has a rank 4 flying cloud Gu." But Fang Yuan shook his head. Although flying cloud Gu was strong in flying, its turning ability was poor, and its speed was average. It was suitable for Gu masters who were not good at flying. To him, it was better to use the rank 3 eagle wings Gu, allowing him to turn freely in the air. After buying an eagle wings Gu, Fang Yuan asked about the bone bamboo Gu and ghost fire Gu. He needed these 2 Gu to repair the rank 5 Gu battle bone wheel. In the end, there were many rank 2 ghost fire Gu in the shop. On the contrary, there was not a single rank 1 bone bamboo Gu. The shopkeeper smiled bitterly. "Customer, I am sorry. All the bone bamboo Gu in the entire market have been bought by the external elder that Man tribe recently recruited. Not only this shop does not have any, other shops also do not have any." Chapter 447. Man tribe controlled Hongyan Valley and had won several battles in recent years, expanding rapidly. Northern Plains was different from Southern Border. Southern Border was a mountainous area, easy to defend and hard to attack. A long journey would result in huge losses. Southern Border's clans operated slowly accumulating resources. They moved steadily and had pure bloodlines. But Northern Plains was a grassland. Battles were frequent. Northern Plains clans flourished quickly, but also declined quickly. A few victories could allow a small-scale clan to expand into a medium-scale clan. A medium-scale clan could expand into a large-scale clan. It could also cause a large-scale clan to split into many smaller clans after a huge defeat. Man tribe had recently annexed Sher tribe. Sher tribe's elder Sher Wu had become Man tribe's external elder. He was a bone path goo master. He was the one who bought all the bone bamboo goo in the market. It was said he wanted to research a new bone path recipe. Feng Yuan noted this person down and asked the shopkeeper about soul path and strength path goo worms. My shop has rank 1 gene strength goo. It can increase a goo master's strength by 1 gene. Each goo is sold for 220 yuan stone. There is rank 2 strength of 10 gene goo. It can increase a goo master's strength by 10 gene. The price is 690 yuan stone. There is also rank 3 strength of June goo. 1 June is 30 gene. Each goo costs 4,550 yuan stone. Although we do not have rank 4 strength of 10 June goo, if esteemed customer needs it, our shop can transfer the goods. Each strength of 10 June goo is sold for 36,000 yuan stone. The shopkeeper's mouth opened and closed as he skillfully listed a long list of prices. At the end he added, "Of course, these are only Jean strength goo and June strength goo. If esteemed customer wants to walk on the ancient strength path and need beast strength goo, our shop also has wolf strength goo. It can increase the strength of a wolf and increase endurance. We also have horse strength goo. It can increase the strength of a horse. It can be used best when running." Feng Yuan had used beast strength goo before, walking on the ancient strength path. Jean strength goo and June strength goo were the mainstream in the last few hundred years in northern plains. Right now, the strength path was declining. It was no longer glorious, but there was development. The one who made this contribution was a famous rank 7 goo immortal in northern plains. Chu Du. He was called Domination Immortal. He was the one who developed Jean strength goo and June strength goo. He even single-handedly refined the rank 6 immortal goo strength, impacting 1,000 caddies. 1 June was 30 caddies. Qianjun was equivalent to 30,000 Jin. According to the legends on Earth, the golden cudgel of the victorious fighting Buddha only weighed 13,500 pounds. Erlangshan's 3-pointed, double-edged saber weighed 25,200 Jin. Chu Du became a goo immortal 300 years ago. The recipes he researched were widely spread. Soon it became the mainstream strength path in northern plains. Ancient strength path usually used beast strength goo such as green bull labor goo, biao strength goo, dragon strength goo and so on. Because materials from the olden antiquity era were very rare now, the cost of goo refinement was very high. As for Domination Immortal Chu Du's secret recipes, their advantage was that the ingredients were common and easy to gather. The cost was low, and the success rate of the goo refinement was also higher than beast strength goo. Northern Plains was probably the place where strength path was the most popular in the 5 regions. Northern Plains was embroiled in battles all year round. Large and small battles were frequent, and the cost of strength was low. For low-rank goo masters, the increase in battle strength was more obvious. Many Northern Plains goo masters also cultivated strength path. They often fought fiercely and exhausted their jinqi. At this time they needed to fight. Strength was very important. There was a saying on Earth, war was the catalyst for the advancement of technology. This saying, in this world it was quite suitable. Northern Plains was also a place where new goo worms emerged endlessly. From that Sher Wu elder who joined Man tribe, one could see the trend of Northern Plains goo masters researching new goo worms. Domination Immortal later died in battle. He died at the hands of Feng Jioga, who came to the lower realm from the celestial court. After his death, his descendants called him Afterglow of Strength Path. When news of his death spread, all the goo masters in Northern Plains cried bitterly. Sigh. The heroes in this world are as many as the stars in the night sky. The geniuses are as many as the carps in the river. The 5 regions are too big, even the size of Earth cannot compare to one of them. Especially in the Great Era 500 years later, dragons and snakes will rise, heroes will compete, old monsters will come out one after another, and new talents will emerge one after another. Countless heroes, ambitious people, different temperaments of the righteous path and demonic path, will collide with each other, engaging in intense battles of life and death. It is truly an unparalleled spectacle and magnificence. I had secretly used old pushing goo earlier. Not only did I get rid of the bronze skin, essence iron bones and golden steel tendons, I even got rid of the remaining strength path beast phantoms on my body. Firstly, these strength path beast phantoms originate from southern border goo worms. They are suppressed in northern plains and are not practical. Secondly, once the beast phantoms appear, my identity will be exposed. My greatest advantage now is Danghun Mountain, the 500 years of experience from my previous life, and the blessed land's resources. I am suitable to walk the enslavement path. But enslavement path also has flaws. Thus I need to cultivate strength path to prevent beheading the leader tactic. Since I am wearing Chongshan Yin's skin and have to integrate into northern plains, I might as well choose June Strength Gu. Fang Yuan's thoughts flickered before he made up his mind, ordering the rank 4 strength of 10 June Gu from the shop owner. Next he looked at Soul Path Gu worms. There were many more Soul Path Gu worms than Strength Path Gu worms. There were Ghost Fire Gu, Ghost Cry Gu, Ghost Face Gu, Ghost Axe Gu and others used for offense. There were Ghost Cage Gu, Ghost Hand Gu, Ghost Hit Wall Gu used for imprisonment and confusion. For defense there were Ghost Divination Coat Gu, Soul Shield Gu and others. For healing there were Ghost Chi Gu, Ghost Sob Gu and others. For reconnaissance there were Ghost Eye Gu. For movement there were Soul Flying Gu and Elusive Ghostly Gu. There were also Ghost Soldier Gu, Ghostly Impermanence Gu, Chi Travel Ghost, 9-Child Ghost Mother Gu and others used enslavement path. This was the aura of the Great Tao. Strength path was already declining, while Soul path had not declined for a long time. This could be easily seen from here. Strength path Gu worms only had Gene Strength Gu, June Strength Gu and Beast Strength Gu. They were mostly used for offense. There were pitifully few in terms of defense, reconnaissance and support. It was hard to form a complete set of pure Strength Path Gu. But Soul Path Gu worms were numerous and involved in all aspects. When they formed a set, they could amplify each other and achieve better results. Think of that Domination Immortal Chu Du. Even though he was a Strength Path Gu immortal, he used other Gu worms for defense, reconnaissance, storage and so on. Fang Yuan came with a goal. He ignored the dazzling array of Soul Path Gu worms, and only focused on the Gu used to refine the soul. There were no rank 4 Gu worms, but there were a lot of rank 3 Gu worms. There were Divine Soul Gu, Dragon Soul Gu, Ice Soul Gu, Dream Soul Gu, Moon Soul Gu, General Soul Gu, Grudge Soul Gu, Poem Soul Gu, Horse Soul Gu, Heroic Soul Gu, Chi Soul Gu, Body Soul Gu, Cloud Soul Gu, Wind Soul Gu, Tiger Soul Gu and so on. These Gu worms could refine the soul, and they all had their own advantages. For example, by refining the soul and forming an Ice Soul, the Gu Master would have a huge boost when using Ice-type Gu worms in the future. Cloud Soul and Wind Soul also had similar effects. If he used Dragon Soul Gu to form a Dragon Soul, he would be able to use Dragon Strength Gu, Dragon Scales Gu, Dragon Travel Gu, and so on. In the future there would be benefits. Fang Yuan looked around and saw that there was nothing more suitable for him. He chose Wolf Soul Gu in his plan. Since ancient times, enslavement and soul were inseparable. Enslavement path was originally a branch of Soul path. Later on, Gu masters combined it with immemorial wisdom path, and made enslavement path truly independent. Beast enslavement Gu and slavery Gu were used to control the soul. They were rulers of the mind. If Fang Yuan could refine a wolf soul, it would be of great help to him in enslaving the wolf group. Rank 3 Wolf Soul Gu. One sold for 7,700 yuan stone. Fang Yuan went on a shopping spree, emptying the store's inventory and buying all 8 Wolf Soul Gu. Wolf Soul Gu's effects could be stacked. A rank 3 Wolf Soul Gu was not enough to refine Fang Yuan's 100-man soul. Wild Gu worms had their own will and were hard to refine. But the Gu worms Fang Yuan bought had already been refined by others. After the transaction was completed, these Gu worms became Fang Yuan's. He stored these Gu into his aperture. After leaving this store, he went to another store. The important ones were rank 2 and 3 Wolf Enslavement Gu, as well as rank 3 Wolf Soul Gu. 1 million yuan stone was not much, but the Gu worms Fang Yuan wanted to buy were all common rank 2 and 3. He also wanted to buy rank 4 Gu. But this market was too small. There were few rank 4 Gu, and none of them were what he wanted. After 3 days, Fang Yuan became a celebrity in the market. Every store knew that there was a rank 4 expert buying Gu worms in bulk. On the 5th day, Fang Yuan spent 5 to 600,000 yuan stone lavishly. In the meantime, he would go to the farms in the market. On the farms, many livestock were sold, and the most popular were big stomach horses. Even mortals needed this kind of horse. And those who bought hump wolves as battle mounts were all Gu masters. There were also many goo masters who caught wild beasts to sell, like wild bulls, wild horses, eagles, and so on. And in the grassland, the most commonly seen wolf was naturally among them. Feng Yuan asked around for prices, comparing goods, and gradually found a group of thick-back wolves. Feng Yuan had poison-beard wolves and wind wolves. Poison-beard wolves were hard to replenish, and their battle strength was weakened during the day. They were destined to be eliminated. Wind wolves excelled in speed, while thick-back wolves had thick skin and flesh. If they could be replenished and paired with the wind wolves, they would be able to form a proper wolf pack. But on the 9th day, Feng Yuan unexpectedly found a young mutated beast hidden in a group of water wolves. He immediately bought this group of water wolves without batting an eyelid, obtaining a small bargain. The market lasted for a total of 13 days. After Feng Yuan bought over 1,000 water wolves, he bought many materials for goo refinement, as well as food to feed the goo worms, and left the market on the 10th day. After this purchase, he only had over 3,000 yuan stone left. He spent money like water. Gu Guang clicked his tongue, inwardly admiring Chang Shan-yin. His heroic spirit surpassed ordinary people. Feng Yuan followed Gu tribe, returning to their original location and setting up camp. He concentrated on cultivating, using wolf soul goo to refine his soul while refining goo. After 2 failures, he succeeded in refining rank 3 golden back wolf skin goo into rank 4 azure wolf skin goo. Azure wolf skin goo was used for defense, and although it was a common item, it made up for Feng Yuan's lack of defense. On this day, he finished refining his soul and stopped cultivating, when he heard cries coming from outside. What happened? He pushed open the door and asked the guard goo master. Chapter 448. After more than a month, Gu Yao's death was finally discovered by Gu tribesmen. When the news spread, many Gu tribesmen cried. Although Gu Yao was usually difficult, she had a kind heart and was the beauty of Gu tribesmen. Everyone liked her. She had many suitors in Gu tribesmen. My daughter, it was I who harmed you. Gu clan's old clan leader was so dejected that he fell ill. Gu Guang became the acting tribe leader, with the other tribe elders assisting him. Gu tribesmen were filled with grief. Their mood was heavy. Gu Yao's death had a huge impact. Man tribe leader's second son Man Duo fell in love with Gu Yao at first sight, and had been asking for her from Gu tribe. Now that Gu Yao was dead, where would Gu tribe find her? Man tribe was a large tribe. They had expanded rapidly these years, swallowing many small tribes. After several victories, Man tribe's morale was high, and they were even more imposing towards the fallen Gu tribe, constantly pressuring Gu Guang after several negotiations. Gu tribe was a tribe that had migrated here. They were not as large as Man tribe, and after losing their home, they wanted to rely on Hongyan Valley in the blizzard. Thus, Gu Guang was in a very passive situation. He was badly battered. In the room, Feng Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes slightly opened. On his right palm there was a wolf soul goo. This goo was only the size of a thumb. It looked like a gray wolf puppet, silently emitting an eerie blue light. This is the 9th wolf soul goo. Feng Yuan injected his primeval essence, and the wolf soul goo expanded, turning into a gray wolf soul in a few breaths of time. The wolf soul opened its mouth, letting out a silent howl as it charged towards Feng Yuan's body. This collision was silent, but Feng Yuan felt that his body and mind were shaken. He was dazzled. The wolf soul collided with his soul, and the 100-man soul that was originally in human form tumbled, losing its human form, and tangled with the wolf soul, forming a rolling soul fog. The soul fog did not dissipate, but moved around in Feng Yuan's body. Sometimes it showed the wolf head, wolf tail, and sometimes it turned into Feng Yuan's form. After 5 minutes, the soul fog stabilized, turning back into a human soul. However, this human soul had changed again. Feng Yuan's original 100-man soul was exactly his original appearance. His ears, nose, and eyes were exactly the same. However, after using the wolf soul goo 9 times, although the 100-man soul was still in human form, it had a pair of wolf ears on its head. Its long hair hung down to its waist, and its eyes had turned into a wolf's eyes that were filled with wildness. His entire body became thinner, and his nose became taller. Originally, his 100-man soul was huge, almost bursting out of his skin. But now, it was much more condensed, and the color of the soul had changed from its original pale white to a deeper grayish white. Fang Yuan estimated that by the time he used all the wolf soul goo he had, his 100-man soul would be condensed to its limit. At that time, his entire soul would become half human and half wolf, commonly known as the soul of a werewolf. The werewolf soul was several times stronger than the original 100-man soul. After obtaining the werewolf soul, Fang Yuan could once again strengthen his soul, raising his 100-man soul to a 1,000-man soul, or even 10,000-man soul. Of course, 10,000-man soul was not the limit, there was still 100 million-man soul and so on. In theory, the soul can become infinitely stronger. Back then, spectral soul demon Venerable, who created the soul path, had a soul that definitely surpassed 100 million-man soul. His demon Venerable soul had 1,000 arms and 3 heads. The front head had dragon horns, lion mane, snake eyes, and elephant tusks. The left head had a peach forehead, grass hair, and 3 flower-like eyes. The right head had cloudy hair, lightning eyes, fire ears, and a golden mouth. It was unbelievably strong, its might vast and boundless. Even now, this image is still worshipped and superstitious by many people. In southern border, there are many mortals who use clay to make statues that look exactly like it, and worship it. Spectral soul demon Venerable's soul was clearly the first in history. Fang Yuan's current werewolf soul was like an ant under the feet of a giant. It still needed to grow. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan took out the strength of Tenjun Gu. This goo was like an iron weight, it was very heavy in his hands. Fang Yuan bought a total of 5 strength of Tenjun Gu. Now that he was using the third one, his strength had risen to 20 Jun, which was 600 Jin of strength. The rank 4 strength of Tenjun Gu was slightly weaker than the same rank beast strength Gu, but it could be stacked. Earlier, Fang Yuan had used a Kunlun bull strength Gu, and obtained the beast phantom of a Kunlun bull. But when he used a second Kunlun bull strength Gu, there was no effect, it would not create another beast phantom. But Jun's strength Gu did not have this restriction. It could be stacked continuously until it reached its limit. Of course, although Fang Yuan had 600 Jin of strength, he could not use his full strength normally. The common weakness of strength path Jun's strength Gu still existed. Otherwise, Domination Immortal Chu Du would not be called the afterglow of strength path, but the rise of strength path. Of course, the same beast strength Gu could also stack their strength, but they needed additional beast fetus Gu. There were many recipes for beast fetus Gu that had been passed down. Even if there were, the materials for Gu refinement were scarce. The cost of Gu refinement was too high, and the success rate could not compare to Jun's strength Gu. Thus it was gradually eliminated. Fang Yuan mobilized his primeval essence and injected it into Jun's strength Gu. The Jun strength Gu flew above his head and let out a profound light. The light covered Fang Yuan's body, slowly and steadily modifying his body. At this time there was a knock on the door. Next, a voice was heard. Uncle Chang Shanin, nephew Gu Guang requests an audience. Fang Yuan brought him in but saw Gu Guang's face was covered in dust. There was a white bone feather arrow in his shoulder. He was in a sorry state. Seeing Fang Yuan, Gu Guang knelt on the ground. His eyes were red as he pleaded, "Uncle, please save nephew again." Fang Yuan's gaze shone, he had a guess in his heart, but he asked, "What happened? Could it be that Man tribe is going to attack Gu tribe's camp?" Gu Guang answered, "Uncle is half right, it is Man tribe's trouble. Man tribe leader's second son, Man Duo, heard that my father is bedridden and often unconscious, so he brought a group of Man tribe warriors to challenge me, asking me to hand over my sister Gu Yao. But my sister is already dead. How can I hand her over?" No matter how I explained, that Man Duo kid did not believe me. According to the rules of the grassland, we have to accept the challenge. Right now, he has already killed 3 of our tribe elders and injured 3 others, even I was defeated. Fang Yuan thought in his heart, as expected. Man tribe had been pressuring them day by day. They could be said to be overbearing. Gu tribe was very tolerant, but it had instead encouraged Man tribe's arrogance. Although Fang Yuan had been cultivating all day, he was not working behind closed doors. He was very clear of the outside world's situation. Speaking of which, Chang Shanin has returned to Northern Plains. He needs a bigger stage to appear. I might as well use this chance to announce the return of the hero of the past. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan helped Gu Guang up, saying, I have been staying here for the past few days. I have troubled Gu tribe. I cannot just watch by the side. Quickly bring me there. Uncle, nephew thanks you. Gu Guang was overjoyed. The two quickly went out, but before they reached the camp, they heard cursing outside. Gu tribe is full of cowards. Quickly come out and accept your death. This was the voice of a young man. Manduo, don't go too far. A Gu tribe elder shouted angrily. Hee, so what if I bully you? Wolves hunt their prey, eagles bully birds, this is a matter of course. Quickly hand over Gu Yao, otherwise I will continue to challenge you until I kill all of you. Despicable. If it was the old tribe leader, would you dare to do this? Gu tribe elder retorted. Manduo was furious. Humph, you are the despicable ones. You agreed to the marriage but you can't hand her over now. Going back on your words. I know you are hiding Gu Yao, trying to stall for time. Earlier you said she was escaping the marriage, now you say she is dead. Do you think I, Manduo, am an idiot? A little rabbit dares to play with tigers and wolves, you will have to pay with your life. Sure Wu, continue to fight, challenge me. Gu tribe, quickly send your people up. Ha ha ha. Gu tribe elders were pale, they looked at each other. No one dared to go up. Sure Wu was a burly man with a bald head and a fierce face. He walked up the stage with a sinister smile. He was a rank 3 peak stage Gu master, he had great strength. The elder that Gu tribe sacrificed was killed by him on the spot. He walked around the center of the stage, looking at Gu tribe's huge camp. Why is no one going up? Don't tell me you're afraid. Gu tribesmen were furious, countless pairs of eyes spewed fire as they stared at Sure Wu. Gutless cowards, let me give you a little more courage. There are 100,000 yuan stones here. Whoever dares to win against me, I will give all these yuan stones to them. No one from Gu tribe responded. Sure Wu laughed maniacally. Gu tribe, you are just a bunch of rabbits and sheep. Have you laughed enough? With Gu Guang leading the way, Fang Yuan walked out of the crowd with a plain expression. Sure Wu's laughter stopped. His pupils shrunk as he looked at Fang Yuan in shock. Rank 4 Gu Master. Who is this person? Not only Sure Wu, but Manduo and the others also had the same question in their minds. Gu tribe still has a hidden rank 4 Gu Master? Manduo felt something amiss. The reason he came to find trouble this time was to take advantage of the fact that the old Gu clan leader was bedridden. But to think that Gu tribe had a second rank 4 battle strength expert. Before I came I had already investigated. Where did this expert come from? With such doubts, Manduo jumped down from his horse. He changed his attitude, placing his right hand on his chest. He bowed towards Fang Yuan. Friend, you are not from Gu tribe, why are you here? Fang Yuan looked at Manduo. He felt this young man was interesting. He first learned of Manduo's existence from Gu Yao's description. Manduo was the third son of Man tribe leader, but he had been sickly since young. His aptitude was not good. He was only C grade. He was over 20 now, but only had rank 2 cultivation. He was dark and skinny, like a monkey. Chapter 449. In Northern Plains, where the strong were respected, where fists were the most powerful, Manduo was actually doted on by his father, mobilizing the elders to challenge the entire Gu tribe. This showed his methods and courage. He was not an ordinary hedonistic young master. Fang Yuan smiled. I, Chang Shanin, am a guest of Gu tribe. I know the rules of Northern Plains. I should not care about other people's matters. But I just heard that this brother took out 100,000 yuan stone. I am lacking yuan stone recently. How can I not accept money that came to me? Sure Wu heard this and wanted to slap his own mouth. My mouth is really asking for it. It actually attracted a rank 4 expert. He was filled with bitterness. Manduo laughed dryly. This is easy, senior lacks yuan stone. This junior is willing to offer 500,000 yuan stone. His meaning was to let Fang Yuan watch from the side. At once, Gu tribesmen looked nervously at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan might be a legendary hero, but how many heroes were there that could not live up to his reputation? Furthermore, there was a saying, a wise man submits to the circumstances. Gu tribe was in such dire straits while Man tribe was so powerful. Chang Shanin was an outsider. There was no reason for him to help. At this moment, Fang Yuan became the focus of everyone's attention. His attitude would decide the direction of the situation. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan smiled proudly. A gentleman takes wealth in a proper way. I feel that the 500,000 yuan stone that came to me is light. But the 100,000 yuan stone that came to me through battle, I feel that it is very valuable. Come, according to Northern Plains rules, I will accept this battle. Fang Yuan walked down the stage. Uncle Chang Shanin. Gu Guang was moved to tears. Not knowing what to say, he shouted behind Fang Yuan. Gu tribe's elders were also filled with emotions. As expected of Chang Shanin, a righteous hero. He is not moved by the benefits. What a righteous person. In this world there are many who add flowers to embroidery, but few who provide timely help. Chang Shanin will forever be our tribe's guest. Manduo's expression was dark and ugly. He also knew that it was pointless to say anything more, so he simply shut his mouth and looked at Shi. Shi felt extremely bitter when he felt Manduo's gaze. He had just joined the Man clan not long ago, and became an external elder of the Man clan. Naturally, he was eager to make contributions. Although Manduo's cultivation level was not high, he was still the third son of the tribe leader. He also told him that old Gu tribe leader was seriously ill, so he followed Manduo to challenge. He did not expect to meet Chang Shanin. The other party's aura was only at rank 4 initial stage, while he was already at rank 3 peak stage. There was not much of a difference. However, Shi was keenly aware of the chasm in strength caused by the difference in cultivation realms. However, the current situation had already reached a point where it was difficult to get off. If they avoided the battle, they would be strongly despised by the outsiders. In Northern Plains where bravery was revered, it was impossible to survive. Shi gritted his teeth and braced himself to enter the arena. Please enlighten me. He bowed deeply to Fang Yuan and forced a smile. Fang Yuan nodded lightly, standing on the spot without moving, but his body was rapidly growing light azure wolf fur. Wolf fur covered his entire body, his ears, face, and even his feet and palms. This is azure wolfskin goo. Shi heart sank. Azure wolfskin goo was a common rank 4 goo worm. But even so, this defense was not something a rank 3 goo could easily penetrate. The Gu tribesmen behind Fang Yuan were all focused, their gazes shining as they waited for Fang Yuan to show his might. Someone even shouted, "This guy killed 3 of our tribe's elders." Shi heard this and his heart shook. He complained in his heart, feeling that he was in big trouble. Oh no! I had fought 2 battles earlier and my primeval essence is less than 30%. I was not his match even in my peak condition, not to mention now. Seeing Shi stiff movements and flickering gaze, Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. This person had already lost his fighting spirit. Even if he had 100% of his strength, he would not be able to use even half of it. Moreover, he had fought several battles. His primeval essence was already insufficient. Such an opponent, in Fang Yuan's eyes, was simply a fish on the chopping block. But Fang Yuan did not want to kill him. Why would he kill him? He was an external elder recruited by Man tribe. Killing him was like giving Man tribe a slap in the face. Although Fang Yuan was not afraid of trouble, he did not want to attract unnecessary trouble. Although Shi killed Gu tribe's elder, what did Gu tribe have to do with him? Come! Fang Yuan stepped on the ground, activating Wolf Sprint Gu. His whole body shot out like an arrow, leaving behind afterimages. Shi mind was already in a mess. Seeing Fang Yuan's ferocious aura, he quickly retreated in fear. At the same time he raised 3 spinning bone shields. Clap clap clap. Fang Yuan moved like a shadow, fighting in close combat, attacking fiercely 3 times and destroying the bone shields. Shi rolled on the ground, raising 3 more bone shields. Clap clap clap. Under Fang Yuan's lightning-fast attacks, these 3 bone shields broke again. He had 20 June of strength now, Although he could not use his full strength, it was a piece of cake to break these bone shields. What else do you have? Use them all. Fang Yuan did not attack again, giving Shiwu a chance to catch his breath. Shiwu's forehead was filled with cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and rubbed his hands, taking out 2 iron bone axes. Waiya! He shouted, holding the broad axe in his hand. He rushed forward to attack. Fang Yuan laughed lightly but did not attack. He placed his hands behind his back, using wolf travel gu to move. His movements were erratic like a willow leaf in the wind. His broad back and thin waist made him look even more elegant. Shiwu roared. No matter how he swung his axes, he could not catch even a corner of Fang Yuan's clothes. He completely served as a foil to Fang Yuan. Lie down. Fang Yuan sighed lightly. He suddenly stretched out his finger and pointed at the axes. Shiwu's head was spinning from Fang Yuan's movements, and with this force he lost his balance and fell on his face. Gu tribesmen saw his pathetic state and cheered loudly, gradually forming into one voice. Kill him, kill him. Shiwu's face was ashen. His fighting spirit was almost completely gone. Fang Yuan had complete control of the situation. He was like a lion teasing a sheep. He felt he was not Fang Yuan's match. The more he felt this way, the more he could not display his full strength, and the worse the situation became. Manduo's heart also sank to rock bottom. Damn it! Shiwu did not even have the chance to display his full strength. He was already scared out of his wits. But even so, this rank 4 Gu master is too strong. With just a casual stroll he defeated Elder Shiwu. Shiwu is going to die. I lost an elder in this trip. I am afraid my brothers will blame me when I return. But out of his expectations, Fang Yuan did not attack again. You are just a rank 3. If I kill you with rank 4 cultivation, people will think that I, the great Chang Shanin, am bullying you. Go. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Uncle Chang Shanin. Don't let this scoundrel off. Behind him Gu Guang shouted. But Fang Yuan ignored him. Shiwu reacted and immediately got up. His face was filled with joy and joy after surviving a calamity. Thank you, Lord, for not killing me. Thank you, Lord, for not killing me. Fang Yuan frowned. Get lost. Yes, yes, yes. Shiwu turned around and left. Senior, farewell. Manduo bowed and mounted his horse. The group left dejectedly under Gu tribesmen's insults. Father, I have failed. I am here to ask for your forgiveness. Manduo knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Man tribe leader had a strong body. He had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He sat on the tiger skin chair and looked at Manduo. Old Gu tribe leader is bedridden this time, and you brought several rank 3 experts with you, but you still failed? You did not do your job well. But I heard from my servant that Gu tribe suddenly invited a rank 4 expert? That is indeed the case. He was the one who defeated the stone martial elder. This person was only testing his strength, but he played around with our strongest elder Shiwu. He is truly unfathomably strong. But I have been in charge of this. It is all my fault for not gathering information. That is why I failed. I am guilty, Father. Please punish me. Manduo's eyes were red as he choked with tears. Man tribe leader heard Manduo's words and his tone became gentler. Stand up. Even though you failed this time, you are still my son. Tell me the specifics. Manduo spoke and described the situation that day in detail. But just as he started, Man tribe leader stood up from his chair in shock, staring at Manduo. He called himself Chang Shanin? Which Chang Shanin? Are you sure his name is Chang Shanin? Even if I had 10,000 guts, I would not dare to lie to Father. Manduo quickly clarified. Man tribe leader was dazed. Father, Father. Manduo could not help but call softly. Is this Chang Shanin someone with a great background? Man tribe leader recovered from his daze. His gaze was solemn. It is hard to say now, he could be a fake. But if it is true, then Northern Plains will have one more person. You can leave first, I will deal with this personally. Manduo was shocked. His father was a busy man, but he had to deal with this personally. It showed how important Chang Shanin was. Chang Shanin, what kind of person are you? A few days later in Gu tribe. Thank you for your help in the past few days, Brother Shanin. This is 500,000 yuan stone, please accept it. Old Gu tribe leader had a haggard expression. The pain of losing his daughter made him look like he had aged 10 years. Fang Yuan did not reject it. After saying a few words, he accepted it. I have been staying in your tribe these days. Helping is what friends should do. It's just that I'm indeed short on primeval stones, so I'll take these as a loan. Brother Shan-in is of noble character and unquestionable integrity, as expected of a hero of Northern Plains. Old tribe leader was speaking when a subordinate came to report. He even brought an invitation card and a gift box. Chapter 450. Fang Yuan took a look at the invitation. The words were very polite. It was written in Northern Plains language. The semi-cursive script looked barbaric but not arrogant. The inscription was Man tribe leader's name, Man Tuesday. This was an invitation personally written by Man Tu to express his sincerity. The content expressed Man tribe leader's admiration for Chang Shan-in. He also said that the previous matter was a misunderstanding between children, and that Chang Shan-in did not kill Man tribe's external elder Shi Wu. This kind of magnanimity made Man tribe admire him even more. Thus, they held a banquet tonight, sincerely inviting Fang Yuan to come. At the same time, this gift box was an apology from Shi Wu tribe's elder for offending the hero. Fang Yuan opened it and smiled. This Man tribe is really considerate. In the gift box there were over 100 bone bamboo goo. Evidently, after Man Duo returned, Man tribe had investigated Fang Yuan, and even found out about his purchasing in the city. Brother Shan-in, this old man has a presumptuous request, the old patriarch said. Fang Yuan waved his hand. I know brother's intention, don't worry. I will persuade you during the banquet, and try to turn the hostility between Gu tribe and Man tribe into friendship. Thank you, brother Shan-in. The old tribe leader was very moved. He stood up shakily and bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. There was still some time before the banquet. Fang Yuan sent them off and closed the door. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. He willed an array of light flew out of his aperture. The weak light faded, revealing the battle bone wheel. This rank 5 goo was huge, almost reaching the ceiling. Once it appeared, the spacious room immediately became very small. The wheel was covered in cracks, and there were several serious wounds that almost destroyed all the spokes. There was also a deep wound that was extremely serious, almost splitting the entire battle bone wheel apart. Only a white bone was left in the middle. It was a shocking sight. This rank 5 goo worm's luck was not good. It was already badly injured by Chang Shan-in, and after its original owner Hatu Gu died, it became a wild goo, eating the corpses and bones of the battlefield to survive. Its injuries were never healed. Later, it was attacked by Fang Yuan and Gu Yao. The spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 goo. It could not suppress a rank 5 goo. Fang Yuan could only beat it to the brink of death before subduing it. It was precisely because of this that the war bone wheel was on the verge of shattering. When it landed in the room, a few pieces of bone fell from the wheels. It could be said that it couldn't be any more miserable. Fang Yuan took out a bone bamboo goo from the gift box, and used the spring-autumn cicada's aura to refine it. This goo worm was like a bamboo pole made of bone. It was pale white like a white candle. Fang Yuan held the bone bamboo goo in his hand. His primeval essence moved according to his will and flowed out of his aperture, all the way up to the bottom of his tongue. The ghost fire goo was residing at the bottom of his tongue. It had already turned into a lump of blue fire. Fang Yuan puffed up his cheeks and lightly spat. With a whoosh he spat out a lump of eerie blue ghost fire. The ghost fire accurately landed on the bone bamboo goo, adhering to its top and quietly burning there. Fang Yuan held the bone bamboo goo's bottom like it was a blue candle. The ghost fire continued to burn, emitting a bone-chilling cold. The top of the bone bamboo goo slowly melted under the burning of the ghost fire, turning into a trace of white bone smoke that floated out. Fang Yuan carefully placed the bone bamboo goo near the war bone wheel. The white bone smoke seemed to be attracted to it, and floated towards the cracks of the war bone wheel. The war bone wheel shook slightly. The cracks started to repair bit by bit. After a while, the eerie blue ghost fire became smaller and smaller. Fang Yuan spat out a second lump of fire, making it burn even more fiercely. After a few minutes, this bone bamboo goo was completely burned. Fang Yuan took out a second bone bamboo goo from the gift box and continued to burn it with the ghost fire, creating white bone smoke. Like this, after using over 30 bone bamboo goo, Fang Yuan had completely repaired the deepest crack on the war bone wheel. A quarter of the bone bamboo goo in the gift box had been used up. To completely repair the war bone wheel, just these bone bamboo goo were not enough, and the war bone wheel was far from being usable in battle. The deepest crack had been repaired, but the other injuries were still all over the war bone wheel. It was like a patient after Fang Yuan's rescue. He was pulled back from the precipice of death. But this patient's life was still in danger. He needed to continue repairing it. You can't become fat in one bite. The war bone wheel's injuries are too severe. But if not for that, I would not have been able to subdue it so easily. But even if I completely repair it now, I do not have enough primeval essence to activate it. There is no need to rush this matter. Fang Yuan got off the bed and stretched his numb limbs. Opening the window, it was already night time. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It is about time. Thinking of tonight's banquet, Fang Yuan walked out of his room. Walking out of the courtyard, Manduo and Gu tribe leader had been waiting for a long time. Manduo greets Lord Changshan. Manduo saw Fang Yuan and immediately bowed, showing great respect. How long have you been waiting? Fang Yuan nodded, asking casually. Manduo immediately replied. Just 6 hours. It is not worth mentioning. It is my honor to stand in front of Lord's door. Senior Changshan, my father is not far away. He has prepared a sumptuous banquet. We await your arrival. Gu tribe's father and son will be accompanying you. Fang Yuan looked at this Manduo, feeling a slight pity. This lad was indeed intelligent. Unfortunately, Providence made a fool of him. His aptitude was insufficient. He was like his previous self. Alright then, let's go. Fang Yuan rode on his hump wolf and left Gu tribe camp with everyone. With Manduo's directions, the group of over 10 people rode hump wolves as they galloped far away. The cool night wind whistled by their ears. The vast grassland seemed to be running behind them. Moonlight poured down like water. It was a good view up close, but from afar the moonlight looked like smoke. The grass on the ground was lush and verdant. The hills flowed slowly towards the sky. In such a moonlit night wolves galloped. The land was boundless. The moonlight was beautiful. It was a feeling of freedom. After galloping for a while, they saw a group of hump wolves on a hill. A group of Gu masters were sitting on the wolves' backs. A Gu master was holding a huge flag. The flag was fluttering in the wind. There was a huge man character on it. Seeing Fang Yuan and the rest, this group of Gu masters rode their hump wolves and galloped over. Manduo saw this and smiled. Lord Changshan, the previous Fangjing is my father. He is here to welcome you. This was the rule of Northern Plains. If there was a banquet for an esteemed guest, the host would welcome them from 10 li away. The two groups of hump wolves met in the middle. Man tribe leader got off the wolf's back and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, tonight's moon is as bright as the sun. This is the return of our Northern Plains hero. Lord Chang, I have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Man tribe leader was 9 feet tall. He had a muscular body and bulging muscles. He wore a large leather robe without sleeves. His shoulders were exposed and his bronze-colored arms were thick, comparable to an ordinary man's thigh. However, as soon as he finished speaking, it was as if the heavens were playing a joke on him. In the night sky, dark clouds covered the sky, blocking the moonlight and causing the grassland to fall into darkness. Man tribe leader's heroic laughter faded away. He was very embarrassed. But Manduo was astute. His eyes turned as he laughed heartily. Senior Changshan is a famous hero of Northern Plains. Father, you are the hero that we Man tribesmen respect the most. Tonight is the gathering of heroes. Look, the aura of a hero really causes the world to tremble and winds to blow. These words cleverly resolved the awkwardness. When Man tribe leader walked to Fang Yuan, his expression had already returned to normal. Fang Yuan and the rest also got off the wolf's back. Man Tu first bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan placed his right hand on his chest and returned the greeting. Next, Man Tu intentionally stared at Manduo, saying in a reproachful tone, "Nonsense. How can I be mentioned in the same breath as Lord Chang?" Lord Chang was famous in Northern Plains in the past. He was called Wolf King. His wolf enslavement technique was unparalleled in the world. He even killed the rank 5 Gu master Hatu Gu and exterminated a group of bandits, eliminating a great threat to northern plains. He is worthy of eternal praise. Hehe, tribe leader Mantu, why are you being so humble? Fang Yuan also laughed. You are Man tribe leader, ruling over hundreds and thousands of Gu masters. You are a true pioneer, leading Man tribe to consecutive victories and controlling Hongyan Valley. You are the overlord of a region. My cultivation has already fallen to rank 4 initial stage, while tribe leader's cultivation is at the peak stage, far surpassing mine. Although I have wolf enslavement technique, it is only used to control beasts while tribe leader Mantu controls humans. The difference between our realms is like heaven and earth. Tribe leader Mantu is truly a hero. Mantu was stunned. Wolf King was famous for being arrogant and difficult to deal with, to think he was so talkative and humble. But when he thought about it, he figured it out. This Chong Shanin became famous at a young age. His personality was naturally arrogant. Now that he was middle-aged and had met with a calamity, his temperament had been tempered. It was normal for him to calm down. Mantu did not expect Fang Yuan to be so easy to talk to, but to be able to obtain such praise from Wolf King Chong Shanin, he was secretly happy. In his heart, he had a higher opinion of Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan's cultivation had fallen to rank 4 initial stage, he had killed the rank 5 Hatu Gu. Thus Mantu did not dare to underestimate Fang Yuan. He immediately smiled. Lord Chong had already reached rank 4 peak stage over 20 years ago. Now that his cultivation has fallen due to his injuries, he will recover sooner or later, and even go up another level. At that time, what can my little cultivation count for? Right at this time, the dark clouds dispersed and moonlight shone down again. Hehe, both of you are the heroes of Northern Plains. Gu tribe leader spoke at an appropriate time. What is even rarer is that when tigers and wolves meet, they did not fight, but instead appreciate each other. We are fortunate to witness this grand event. It is like seeing the moon after the clouds have parted. His words caused everyone to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Brother Gu, your words fit the occasion. Please, the banquet is prepared, it is not far away. Mantu looked at Fang Yuan, making an inviting gesture. He did not set up a banquet in his own camp, but rushed here. Setting the banquet in the wilderness near Gu tribe's camp showed even more passion and sincerity. All right, please. Fang Yuan smiled and agreed, but his heart tightened. Chapter 451. In the night sky, the bright moon shone brightly. An enormous dark cloud flew over Fang Yuan's group's head, moving 5,000 li towards the south and arriving above a nameless small hill. The dark cloud covered the beautiful moonlight, casting a large shadow. Darkness covered this hill. The dark cloud floated motionlessly, and a sword light flew out from it. It was the flying sword letter Gu. The flying sword letter Gu flew towards the hill, and suddenly entered a certain space, vanishing. In a flash, the hill shook slightly, and a red light slowly blossomed. The red light was dazzling like the sunset, condensing into a lump, as if a red sun had risen in the night sky. At once, the surrounding hundreds of li was illuminated in red. From this small red sun, a green jade bridge extended out. A rank 6 Gu immortal, a young man with a round face and fair complexion, stepped onto the bridge and walked out. He wore a snowfox fur robe. His face was flushed red as he raised his head and laughed heartily at the dark cloud. Gue Wang, how have you been? Guang guang guang, following a hoarse and unpleasant laughter. A figure flew out from the rolling dark cloud. He emitted the majestic aura of a rank 6 Gu immortal. It was Gue Wang. Gue Wang rapidly descended and was about to crash into the ground. Suddenly, a pair of large green-black bat wings stretched out from his back. The bat wings slowly flapped, causing him to float in the air, facing the rank 6 Gu immortal on the bridge. Wonder Hongyu, these are the lava bats I promised you. There's a total of 5 million of them. You can count them. The Ghost King spoke. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears, giving people goosebumps. His appearance was also extremely ugly. His hair was disheveled, his forehead was bulging, His eyes were sunken and his eyes were tightly shut. His ears were large and conspicuous. One ear was almost half the size of his head. Loner Hongyu heard this and raised his head, looking at the dark cloud in the sky. His originally brown eyes began to gradually heat up and turn red, like the color of heated wire. His gaze became hot as if it was solid. After piercing through the dark cloud, he saw the densely packed bats flying in the sky. These bats were dark red in color, emitting a huge amount of heat. Chirping noisily, they crowded together. Loose practitioner Hongyu swept his gaze across and nodded in satisfaction. There are indeed 5 million of them. With these lava bats, my red jade blessed land will no longer need to discharge lava into the ground every month. Not only will it be able to digest the lava, it will also benefit from it. I'll accept all of these lava bats. Hehehehe. The Ghost King laughed a few times. The dark cloud broke. The bat was no longer restrained, and immediately flew out. These lava bats didn't fly around randomly. Instead, they descended rapidly like a black and red waterfall, plunging into the little sun. Every blessed land's door was unique. This little sun was the door to the red jade blessed land. After leading the disorderly bat army into Hongyu blessed land, Ghost King said, Loner Hongyu, since you have accepted these bats, it means that you have agreed to enter Langya blessed land with me. Of course. When have I, Wanderer Hongyu, ever broken my promise? He would definitely arrive at Langya blessed land in a month. However, the land spirit in Langya blessed land was still there. With just the two of us, we might not be able to break through. Loner Hongyu said worriedly, You don't need to worry about this. I have also invited the 3 Hua High Immortals. Ghost King said. Oh, the 3 Hua High Immortals of the righteous path were invited? Loner Hongyu was slightly surprised. What is demonic, what is righteous? They are just benefits. There were countless secret recipes stored in Langya blessed land. The 3 Hua High Immortals are tempted. Ghost King scoffed at these righteous path Gu Immortals. Haha, that's true. I still need to make arrangements for these bats. Ghost King, I won't be sending you off. Loner Hongyu laughed. Ghost King snorted coldly. The pair of green-black bat wings on his back flapped, bringing his body along as he shot into the dark clouds like lightning. The dark clouds rumbled as they flew towards the north, covering the sky along the way. When they were above poison grassland, the dark clouds suddenly stopped. Ghost King stopped and had a puzzled expression. What's going on? There is the aura of an immortal Gu? He descended with an incredulous expression. The place he was standing at was the place where Feng Yuan and Gu Yao met for the first time. Although the aura of the immortal Gu is extremely faint, it is indeed a genuine immortal Gu. Strange, there is only the aura of an immortal Gu, but no aura of a Gu immortal. Don't tell me this is a wild immortal Gu? No, that's not right, there are traces of humans here. That means a mortal Gu master obtained an immortal Gu? Ghost King deduced this and couldn't help but be overjoyed. He had already advanced to Gu Immortal for over 50 years, but he still did not have a single immortal Gu. He only used rank 5 Gu worms. Immortal Gu were extremely rare. Many Gu Immortals would not have a single immortal Gu in their entire lives. Don't tell me I, Ghost King, have worked hard for most of my life, and finally my luck has come today? The allure of an immortal Gu was huge. Ghost King couldn't help but be moved. He flapped his bat wings and flew towards the immortal Gu's aura. He wanted to find the melon by following the vine. After a while he stopped. In front of him was a sea of ghost-faced sunflowers. To think that there are so many ghost-faced sunflowers growing here. Shoo 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 shoo. Ghost King sneered a few times. Although he closed his eyes, it did not seem to obstruct his vision. With a single thought, the dark clouds that had followed him all the way here began to roll and fall from the sky. Like a giant beast, it bit down on the large patch of sunflowers. In an instant, countless ghost-face Gu flew up and countless ghost cry Gu let out ghostly cries. Nether Ghost Claw. Ghost King stretched his hand forward. A huge green claw shadow formed in the blink of an eye and grabbed these ghost cry Gu and ghost face Gu. In an instant, countless wild Gu were captured. After a while, the dark clouds rose into the sky again. The sea of sunflowers on the ground vanished, only leaving behind a huge crater. Good harvest. Ghost King was in a good mood. Compared to immortal goo, this was an appetizer. Passing the crater, Ghost King frowned. What's going on? The immortal goo's aura has become faint? Don't tell me it was sealed? He continued to fly, following the aura of fixed immortal travel. His speed was extremely fast. After 15 minutes, his brows rose. The immortal goo's aura has moved from the ground to the sky. Why is there such a change? He inspected the surroundings. After a few breaths of time, he understood. So this is the territory of earth spike rats. This mortal goo master flew into the sky. Heh, his goo worms are not bad. He actually has a flying goo. Ghost King snickered, spreading his wings and flying into the sky. He followed the route that Feng Yuan had taken, and was attacked by the shadow crows along the way. A bunch of small birds. Ghost King snorted in disdain. His body shook as 100 pale wandering souls flew out. Rank 500 Ghost Night Travel Goo. The wandering souls flew everywhere, crashing into the shadow crows and shattering their souls. The shadow crows were unharmed. They fell down one by one, and after landing on the ground, they were quickly eaten by the earth spike rats. Ghost King's wanton slaughter caused the blood energy in this area to thicken, attracting even more shadow crows to hunt for food. At the same time, the entire earth spike rat group was alarmed. Countless earth spikes flew up from the hole, trying to pierce Ghost King. Gue Wang laughed heartily, activating 100 Ghost Night Travel Goo and hundreds of Ghost Face Goo. At once, countless wandering souls flew in the sky, mixed with the Ghost Face Goo flying around. It was like a millstone destroying everything. Hundreds and thousands of shadow crows fell to the ground like dumplings in a pot. The earth spike rats had a feast, but the flying wandering souls and Ghost Face Goo Master also caused damage to them. Earth spikes landed on Ghost King's body, but were blocked by the black profound light covering his body. Other than that, large numbers of shadow crows attacked with their steel claws. Ghost King did not dodge, he flew straight ahead. If it were any other rank 5 Goo Master in this situation, they would be attacked every second, and their primeval essence would be expended after a while. But Goo Immortals had immortal essence. A bead of green grape immortal essence could be diluted into boundless primeval essence. It could fill the entire blessed land for decades, or even centuries. This meant that any Goo Immortal had endless primeval essence. They could use rank 5 Goo endlessly. After sacrificing thousands of shadow crows, the shadow crows retreated in fear. Ghost King did not chase them. After flying past the earth spike rat's territory, he landed at the place where Feng Yuan had landed. Here Feng Yuan had used dust cover goo on bright pearl goo. The aura is fading again. How can immortal goo seal an immortal goo? No, there is another possibility. This immortal goo is heavily injured. It is on the verge of death. I need to hurry. Ghost King felt a strong pressure. He flew close to the ground. He used another rank 5 Goo worm to accelerate. His speed was extremely fast. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the battlefield where Changshan Yin and Hatu Goo fought. Here Feng Yuan took out Changshan Yin's corpse and used Dark Throw Goo to suppress fixed immortal travel's aura. Sensing that the immortal goo's aura was almost undetectable, Ghost King's patience was reaching its limit. He stopped for a while and used investigative goo to check the surroundings. After finding nothing important, he continued his journey. This immortal goo will definitely be mine. If it's alive, I want to see the goo. If it's dead, I want to see its corpse. The banquet had been going on for a long time. There were girls singing and dancing, good wine and food were served. In the lively atmosphere, Feng Yuan and Mantu were already calling each other brothers. Brother Mantu, this cup of wine is a toast to you. Regarding good tribes matter, I hope you can give me face and make an exception. Feng Yuan raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Mantu showed a difficult expression. After drinking the wine, he said, I do not dare to refuse Brother Chang's wine. But Hongyan Valley is small. Our Man tribe expanded quickly and has a huge population. If we add in Gu tribe, I'm afraid. Furthermore, Gu tribe went back on their words. They clearly agreed to the marriage but delayed it again and again, even going back on their word. This is truly infuriating. Mantu's tone was furious, but he had a plan in his heart. He wanted to annex Gu tribe. but he could not find an excuse to do so. At the same time, Gu tribe leader was a rank 4 Gu master. Gu tribe's vitality was still there. Man tribe could not swallow it. So, when Man Duo proposed the marriage to him, he readily agreed. Chapter 452. Speaking of Gu tribe's matter, the lively atmosphere of the banquet turned cold. Old Gu tribe leader quickly stood up and explained. Gu Guang sat at the side, looking at his father with bitterness and sorrow. His own sister had died, and his father was extremely sad. How he wished that all of this was not true. But now he had to prove to outsiders that his daughter was truly dead. What a painful ordeal it was. But Man too pretended to listen attentively, not accepting it. Chang Shan-yin was a hero of the righteous path, and was a genius Gu master nurtured by Chang tribe. Ever since he killed Ha-Tu Gu's group of bandits, he was praised by the people. His reputation was extremely high, and he was a household name in Northern Plains. Thus, to protect Chang Shan-yin's face, Man too pretended to listen attentively. But even if Chang Shan-yin's reputation was 5 to 6 times higher, it could not compare to the benefits of annexing Gu tribe. Now that he had finally found a legitimate reason, Man too would not let it go so easily. Thus, after he patiently listened to Gu tribe leader's explanation, Man too looked at his third son. Man Duo sneered inwardly, standing up. He bowed deeply to Fang Yuan, before taking out a Gu worm. Senior Chang, please take a look. This Gu was like a dragonfly, but its body was like a stick of sandalwood. The tail of the dragonfly was still burning, emitting smoke. The smoke was colorful at times, colorless and odorless. Don't tell me this Gu is the chase smoke Gu passed down from ancient times? Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Man Duo was stunned before saying in an admiring tone, Senior's eyes are truly sharp. You are very knowledgeable. Junior is in awe. Indeed, I obtained this Gu by luck. As long as one is infected by this chase smoke, they will not dissipate for half a year. It is very convenient to track someone. After pausing for a while, he continued. To speak the truth, the first time I met Gu Yao, I secretly used this smoke on her. Now, as long as I activate this chase smoke Gu, the smoke can be seen with the naked eye. Man Duo had a pleased expression, continuing. Gu tribe leader, if I use this Gu and find Gu Yao hiding in your Gu tribe camp, what will happen? If he wanted to annex the Gu family, he naturally had to plan and make arrangements. The chase smoke Gu was suggested by 3rd Z Man Duo to think it would be useful now. Facing Man Duo's threat, Gu family father and son heaved a sigh of relief. This chase smoke Gu was good. This way, his words could be verified and his grievances could be cleared. On the contrary, Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This chasing smoke could infect each other. He had once walked side by side with Gu Yao and even carried her in his arms. If chasing smoke appeared, wouldn't he be exposed? What should they do? Fang Yuan hadn't expected such a turn of events, and his heart sank. His set of Gu worms originated from Chang Shan-yin. They were enslavement path Gu worms that were good at fighting in battle, but weak at fighting alone. In this banquet, he was only at rank 4 initial stage. There were also Man tribe and Gu tribe leaders who had higher cultivation level than him. There were even some elders and guards who had rank 3 cultivation. Even if he brought his wolf group here, 2,000 to 3,000 ordinary wolves would not be able to turn the situation around. At once thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. All sorts of thoughts flashed like lightning. Immediately, he laughed heartily. This is great. With the chase smoke Gu as a witness, the truth will be revealed. Nephew, quickly use it. It was impossible for him to delay or refuse to use it. Firstly, it was very strange for an outsider like him to refuse to use the chase smoke Gu. It was almost a confession. Secondly, be it Man tribe or Gu tribe, they both wanted to use the chase smoke Gu to confirm some things. The situation was already set and they could not resist it. Thirdly, the chase smoke Gu was in someone else's hands. Even if Fang Yuan refused to use it, would Man tribe not use it? Thus, Fang Yuan took the initiative to request it, to give an impression that he was open and honest. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Man too was overjoyed. Since Brother Chang Shanin has spoken, son, use it. Man Duo, however, was not happy. He observed Gu tribe's father and son's expressions and saw that they were looking forward to it. Is Gu Yao really dead? Man Duo suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. He willed and activated this chase smoke Gu. Immediately, the colorless and odorless chase smoke in the air turned black. What is going on? This is, as Fong Yuan expected, there was a lump of thick black smoke on his body, and in the brightly lit banquet, it was extremely conspicuous. At once, everyone's gazes were gathered on him. The lively atmosphere stopped. No one made a sound, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Fong Yuan frowned, his expression was just the right amount of surprise and shock. It made people feel that he was an innocent person. As if he felt that he was not conspicuous enough, Fong Yuan stood up under everyone's gazes. He left his seat and walked a few steps. The lump of black smoke on his body followed him, leaving behind a thin trail of smoke in the air. Man Duo's gaze flickered. Man Tu said excitedly, "This means that Brother Chang Shanin has seen Gu Yao before, and even had intimate contact with her." Old Gu tribe leader had a complex expression. His expression kept on changing as he looked at Fong Yuan. Gu Guang was young after all, he could not keep his cool. He jumped up from his seat and stared at Fong Yuan with suspicion, questioning, "Uncle Chang Shanin, what is going on? Could it be that you met my sister Gu Yao in the poisonous grassland?" Fong Yuan's expression was calm. He did not explain in a hurry. Instead, he walked back and sat on his seat, saying, "To speak the truth, you guys are curious. I am also curious. Why is there such heavy chasing smoke on me?" Man Duo said eerily, "Senior Chang, you are a great hero of Northern Plains. I do not dare to guess your suspicions." Senior Chang Shanin. Gu Guang could not restrain himself, his gaze burning as he stared at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan heard this and looked at Gu Guang calmly, before looking at old Gu tribe leader. "Brother Gu, you know my character. I will use my reputation as the Wolf King to guarantee you that I have never seen your daughter in Poison Grassland." Old Gu tribe leader placed his right hand on his heart, his expression solemn as he bowed. "Brother Chang Shanin, I feel like old friends with you, I believe you." Gu Guang, who was standing at the side, wanted to speak but stopped. Fong Yuan knew that just this sentence was not enough to dispel everyone's suspicions. Next, he frowned, showing a pondering expression as he said, "I slept for 20 years. After I woke up, I left Poison Grassland. On the way, I subdued many poison-beard wolves. It was cold at night, so I hugged the poison-beard wolf to warm myself. It must be one of the poison-beard wolves that ate Brother Ji's daughter. Thus, my body was also tainted by the smoke." "Is that so?" Gu Guang gritted his teeth, his gaze flickering. Fong Yuan's explanation was reasonable. He had seen Fong Yuan walk out of Poison Grassland with his own eyes. When he saved him from the wind wolves, he was controlling the poison-beard wolf group. It is very easy to prove this. My wolf group is being kept in Gu tribe's farm. Why don't you all go to the farm and check? Wouldn't the truth be revealed? Fong Yuan suggested. This suggestion made everyone's heart beat faster. Then shall we go with Brother Chang's suggestion? Man Tu looked at Gu tribe father and son. He still did not believe that Gu Yao was dead. Gu clan leader stood up and said, "Everyone, please step forward and be a witness." Everyone boarded hump wolves and went to Gu tribe's farm. Fong Yuan's wolf group was kept here. They were all fat and strong. Under the night sky, the poison-beard wolf group was even more energetic. Using the chase smoke Gu's black smoke, everyone found that several poison-beard wolves in the wolf group were tainted with smoke that was even thicker than Fong Yuan's. Longevity heaven above, immortal ancestors' blessing, my daughter's killer is here. Old Gu tribe leader cried bitterly. He turned around and bowed deeply to Fong Yuan. He was about to speak when Fong Yuan stopped him. "Brother Gu, I know what you want to say. I will leave these poison-beard wolves to you." Fong Yuan said. Gu tribe leader was moved to tears. "Benefactor Chang Shanin, thank you. Not only did you save my son, you even brought my daughter's killer to me. You will be the closest friend of my Gu tribe for generations to come." Gu Guang remained silent. It was true that Fong Yuan saved his life, but this evidence could not prove his innocence. If Chang Shanin killed his sister and ordered the poison-beard wolves to devour his sister's corpse, it would be too painful to explain. Man too, who was at the side, was secretly anxious. From start to finish, he did not believe that Gu Yao was dead. If Gu tribe found out about the chase smoke Gu, they could easily cooperate with Gu Yao to create this fake show. Thus his lips twitched. Old Gu tribe leader, you have wronged Brother Chong Shan-in. Brother Chong is a great hero of Northern Plains. He is such a righteous and respectable person. How could he murder your daughter? In my opinion, we should follow this chase smoke and enter Poison Grassland. Continue to collect evidence and prove Brother Chang's innocence. He used Fang Yuan as an excuse, but the truth was that he wanted to find out if Gu Yao was dead or not. If Gu Yao entered Poison Grassland, there would definitely be chase smoke on the grassland. But at this time, Gu Guang suddenly spoke. No need to enter Poison Grassland. I have a way to prove Uncle Chong Shan-yin's innocence. Lord Father, you prepared a set of precious water-path Gu worms for my sister in the past. You used the rank 5 clues and clues Gu on this set of Gu worms and left an imprint on it. My sister also knows about this. If she was killed, she would follow your instructions and not destroy these Gu worms, but leave them to the killer. This way we can find the killer and take revenge for her. Now you just need to use that clues and clues Gu. Chapter 453. Gue Wang flew rapidly, following the faint aura of the immortal Gu and arriving under a snow willow. The aura of the immortal Gu is here. There is nothing further. Gue Wang's gaze was anxious as he searched the snow willow tree. No immortal Gu. The snow wash Gu on the snow willow had been plucked. Someone had clearly been here. But why did they not have immortal Gu? If the immortal Gu continued to move, its aura would naturally shift as well. But this aura stopped here. Don't tell me the immortal Gu died? Gue Wang made a guess. But he refused to believe this conjecture. He used investigative Gu and flipped the surrounding area upside down. No, still no. The Ghost King gritted his teeth, his heart full of regret and unwillingness. Wait. Suddenly, his gaze turned ruthless as he thought of another possibility. At the center of Poison Grassland is Zidu Blessed Land. The rank 7 Gu immortal Lady Poison Scorpion lives there. Did she take away the immortal Gu? Mortal apertures could not contain immortal Gu, but Gu immortals could. Once the immortal Gu enters the aperture, its aura will not dissipate. This explains everything. This means Lady Poison Scorpion is sitting at home, and immortal Gu will be delivered to her door? Damn it. Gue Wang stomped his feet in anger. He would rather believe that Lady Poison Scorpion took the immortal Gu than think of the possibility of the immortal Gu dying. But he did not expect that the true immortal Gu was not destroyed, and instead its aura was sealed by Fang Yuan's iron coffin Gu. Then he went back the way he came and was buried halfway. The Ghost King followed the aura and moved forward. Fang Yuan purposely divided the seals into sections, causing the Gu worm's aura to become weaker and weaker. This formed the inertia of thinking. Gue Wang was thinking of flying forward. He did not expect fixed immortal travel Gu to be buried in a certain location along the way. When he thought of Lady Poison Scorpion, jealousy and hatred drove him into a dead end. Lady Poison Scorpion is a rank 7 Gu immortal. She is very strong. I was able to gather the 3 deities of the Sea of Hua and Loner Hong Yu to attack Langya Blessed Land because I promised them some benefits. However, he did not have the power to rally them to attack Purple Poison Blessed Land. How hateful. If I had come more than 10 days earlier, I might have gotten the immortal Gu. Looking at the time, it's almost time for the Purple Poison Blessed Land to open its door and expel the poisonous gas. I'm no match for Lady Poison Scorpion. I'd better leave first. The Ghost King stomped his foot and flew up into the sky, diving into the dark clouds. The dark clouds billowed. The Ghost King stared at them for a while, unwilling to give up. Then he flew back to his lair. Tonight was destined to be eventful. On the farm of the Gu family, everyone focused their attention on Fang Yuan again. If Fang Yuan killed Gu Yao and took her Gu, then the clues and clues Gu would expose him. Fang Yuan's previous lie would also be completely exposed. Since you have never seen Gu Yao, how did you get her Gu worm? At that time, no explanation would make sense. Bastard! Old Gu tribe leader stared fiercely at Gu Guang, extremely furious. Changshanyan's benefactor is so righteous and benevolent, how can you doubt him? Kneel down and kowtow to our benefactor to ask for forgiveness. Father. Gu Guang was shocked. He did not expect old Gu tribe leader to have such a reaction. Didn't he always want to take revenge for his sister? He forgot one point. I am helping him find out what he missed. I am not doing anything wrong. Man tribe father and son, on the other hand, were watching from the sidelines. Brother Gu, your young master's words are so convincing. You indeed have clues and clues, Gu, right? Fang Yuan's expression was calm. His gaze was clear as water. Then please take it out and activate it in front of everyone. This old Gu tribe leader hesitated. Brother Gu, since you have a method to prove my innocence, why are you hiding it? Ha ha ha, I can't wait to be happy. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Old Gu tribe leader observed his expression for a while before looking at Man tribe father and son. Man tribe father and son remained silent, as if they had become bystanders, but their gazes were filled with deep meaning. All right, since benefactor Changshanyin insists, then I will offend you. Old Gu tribe leader gritted his teeth and took out clues and clues Gu. This Gu was shaped like a black spider. It was the size of a fist and had a plump body. Its 8 legs were black and furry. The tips of the legs were hard and shiny, like small horse hooves. Old Gu tribe leader instilled primeval essence into it, and clues Gu's body slowly let out a faint white light. As long as a Gu master used a Gu worm within a radius of 500 li, it would let out a red light and point out the direction. If a Gu master kept the Gu worm in their aperture, its detection range would only be 1,000 steps. However, from start to finish, it stayed in old Gu tribe leader's hands without any changes. Seeing this, Gu Guang knelt down on the ground and kowtowed to Fang Yuan. Uncle Fang Yuan, I was wrong. I was too eager to prove my innocence and offended you. Please punish me. Please get up, I still need to thank you for clearing my name. What did you do wrong? Fang Yuan smiled, quickly taking a step forward and helping Gu Guang up. Back in time to the night when Fang Yuan killed Gu Yao. Before the girl died, she cried to him, Changshanyin, I don't know how I blocked your path to success. But even if you killed me, I don't hate you. Maybe you want revenge? I will leave all my Gu worms to you. I hope they can be of some help to your success. Cough, cough, cough. The girl coughed out a mouthful of blood. She smiled bitterly and pleaded to Fang Yuan. I am going to die. Before I die, I have a small request. I hope you can hug me. I miss your warm embrace. But Fang Yuan did not move. He looked at the girl coldly. He looked at the girl and saw her expression stiffen bit by bit as her life slipped away bit by bit. Eventually, the flower-like girl became a cold corpse. Fang Yuan looked at Gu Yao's face and fell into a long silence. You actually left all your Gu worms to me? What do you mean? It is true that she fell in love with Changshanyin, but I killed her. How can she not hate me? Her love is just a young girl's love brewed for a few days. Her hate is the hatred of losing her life and being killed unjustly. It is clear which is more important. Heh, this girl is still too young, her acting is too bad. How can the hatred in her eyes hide from me? Although I lack Gu worms, her Gu worms are also of high quality. She purposely left them to me. For safety's sake, I cannot take them. Next, Fang Yuan willed and the poison-beard wolves moved out, devouring Gu Yao's corpse. From start to finish, he did not touch the Gu worms in Gu Yao's aperture. Seeing this result, Gu tribe leader let out a breath of turbid air. He looked at Fang Yuan with endless praise. Brother Changshanyin, I have finally seen something today. You are indeed the great hero of the grassland. Your conduct is like the moonlight tonight, pure like water without any impurities. No matter how dirty the ground is, it will not taint the moonlight. No matter how thick the dark clouds are, it will not obstruct the moonlight for long. Our Gu tribe owes you a lot. My son was ignorant and rash, but he still suspected you. Our Gu tribe only has this rank 5 clues and clues Gu. It is our apology for today. Please accept it, otherwise I will never be able to rest in peace. Rank 5 Gu were hard to find. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Gu tribe leader handed the clues and clues Gu to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan tried to reject it several times, but Gu tribe leader insisted. He could only reluctantly accept it. This way he would have a second-rank 5 Gu from Northern Plains. After that, everyone continued the banquet until late at night, before parting under the moonlight. Mantu warmly invited Fang Yuan to his tribe as a guest. Fang Yuan expressed that he would be leaving soon to participate in the Heroes' Assembly. But before he left, he would definitely pay a visit to Man tribe. Looking at Fang Yuan and Gu tribe's father and son riding the hump wolf away, Mantu's smile faded, turning ugly. It seems that this Gu Yao is really dead. Mantu's tone was gloomy. Lord Father, don't worry. Manduo sneered. This Gu tribe wants to stay in Hongyan Valley. They need our help, they cannot run away. Being enlightened by his son, Mantu's expression eased up. He patted Manduo's shoulder. You can see this clearly, I was too stubborn. These years Man tribe has been expanding continuously. It is all thanks to you. Unfortunately, you are only C grade, your aptitude is not good. When father abdicates and your brother takes over Man tribe, you need to assist him. Yes, father, don't worry. Manduo's reply was crisp and clear, but he was snorting in his heart. He was also father's son, why could he not fight for the tribe leader position? Why must he give it to his brother? Was poor aptitude the reason why he could not become the tribe leader? No. If brother becomes the tribe leader, he will definitely kill me. Sigh, such a pity. I proposed to Gu Yao because I wanted Gu tribe to become my wife tribe to become my force. Damn it, the heavens are playing tricks on us. Gu Yao is dead. Unfilial son Neil. Once in the secret room, only the father and son were left. Old tribe leader's face darkened. He roared at Gu Guang. Father! Gu Guang jumped in fright. Although he did not know why his father suddenly became angry, he subconsciously knelt on the ground. Father, I am your son. You can scold me however you want, as long as you can calm down. But I have a small request. After father calms down, please tell me why you are so angry. I will change in the future. I will not make you angry anymore. Gu Guang said. Old patriarch Gu chuckled coldly and stood in front of Gu Guang. He pointed at the bridge of his nose and said, I know you are very unconvinced in your heart. Father will tell you the reason now and let you know how dangerous tonight is. Do you think Manduo is really interested in your sister's beauty? Gu Guang was dazed, is it not? Gu Yao is the beauty of our tribe. Many young men are pursuing her. Chapter 454. Man tribe wants to annex our Gu tribe? Gu Guang gasped. Old Gu tribe leader heaved a long sigh. Sigh, your sister is dead. They are not willing to listen to my explanation. Why? It is because they want to use this excuse as a legitimate reason to attack. But I found Chang Shanin to help me. Chang Shanin is a hero of Northern Plains. He has great prestige and has Chang tribe as his backing. Mantu does not dare to twist logic. Thus he regretfully stopped tonight. Gu Guang was shocked. So there is such a twist behind this? But father, I do not understand. Since you saw through Man tribe's intentions, why did you agree to this marriage and betroth my sister to that monkey Manduo? Old Gu tribe leader bent his finger and knocked on Gu Guang's head. Do you not have a brain? Why did you agree to this marriage? Do you think I want to mistreat my daughter? It's all because of the approaching snowstorm. If we can marry into the Man family, we can stay in Hongyan Valley and protect our own tribe as much as possible. We can sacrifice your sister's happiness to protect the entire Gu tribe. This marriage is a transaction. Sigh, it is a pity that your sister escaped and died in poison grassland. Gu Guang frowned, blinking his eyes. Father, I understand now. No, you still do not understand. Old Gu tribe leader understood his son very well. He continued to explain in disappointment. Tonight, Man tribe father and son invited Chang Shanin on the surface, and we accompanied him. But the truth is, their true motive is to deal with us. And I will use Chang Shanin as a shield. That Manduo took out the chase smoke Gu. He is extremely sinister. When all of you were suspecting Chang Shanin, I swore to Chang Shanin that I would trust him. Do you think I am not suspicious? I am not that muddle-headed. Old Gu tribe leader stomped his feet, saying with a bleak tone, but I do not dare to suspect him. We are able to resist Man Tribe because of Chang Shan strength. If we suspect him, then Man Tribe father and son will have succeeded in sowing discord between us and Chang Shan. If Chang Shan does not stand on our side, we might not even be able to return to tonight's banquet. Gu Guang's face was filled with shock. Is the Man clan so daring to kill us? Why do you think you were surrounded by so many windwolves when you went out to search? In Northern Plains, were there any lack of methods to use beast groups to kill others? But in this situation, the Man clan won't kill us, but they will definitely put us under house arrest. At that time, the Man tribe will use Gu Yao's matter as an excuse to swallow our Gu tribe. Without us, the Gu tribe will be like a group of dragons without a leader. After hearing his father's explanation, Gu Guang finally understood the danger tonight, and his face revealed an expression of fear. For the tribe, for the big picture, even if Chang Shan is the murderer, we cannot suspect him. Do you really think I have forgotten the hints and clues, Gu? How could this be? But you had to mention this. What if Chang Shan is really the culprit? Old Gu tribe leader spoke with deep sincerity. Gu Guang fell into silence. After a long while he said, "That is why father gifted the precious rank 5 hints and clues Gu to Chang Shan. Is it to mend the crack in our relationship and make him stand on our side?" Old Gu tribe leader nodded. "You finally have some understanding. Son, although your aptitude is outstanding and your cultivation is high, but to become the new tribe leader of Gu tribe, you are still far from it. Father, it is great to have you here. I will definitely learn from you in the future. Gu tribe can lose anyone, but you cannot." Gu Guang said sincerely. Old Gu tribe leader shook his head. "Time and tide wait for no man. I am already old. Gu tribe still needs to rely on you." Sight. After this incident, I have finally understood Mantu's character. He is a greedy jackal. No matter how much wealth we have, it will not be enough for him. Now that your sister is gone, we have lost the right to borrow Hongyan Valley. We cannot split up the tribe and join Man tribe, right? No, Gu tribe cannot be destroyed like this, otherwise, I will be the greatest sinner of Gu tribe. After this night, I have thought it through. I cannot stay here. I will be killed by Man tribe sooner or later. A few days later, we will set off for the heroes' assembly. Father, if we leave like this, will Man tribe let us off easily? Gu Guang asked worriedly. Of course they will not let us off, but we will follow Chang Shan. Mantu is wary of Chang Shan. He will not dare to make a move. Old Gu tribe leader snickered. Then if we use senior Chang Shan like this, isn't it? Gu Guang was slightly embarrassed. You idiot. Why not use him? What is wrong with using him? A good hunter is good at making use of everything around them. When we lack strength, we will use intelligence to make up for it. All of this is for the survival of the tribe. Old Gu tribe leader stopped after reprimanding, a complex expression appearing on his face. But this Chang Shan is indeed a hero worthy of his reputation. Maybe he has already seen through it, but he is still on our side. Such righteousness supporting the weak, this is the true role model of the righteous path. He is the light of the world. Son, rejoice that our Gu tribe met such a person. Time passed quickly. Several days passed. Inside the room, Fong Yuan looked at the bone bamboo gu in his hand. It was burnt by the ghost fire. He let out a breath of turbid air. This is the last bone bamboo gu. These days, he had been cultivating diligently, using up to 100 bone bamboo gu in the gift box. After his vigorous repair, the 8 most serious injuries on the battle bone wheel were all healed. Although the war bone wheel was still full of scars, it was finally out of danger. After returning the battle bone wheel to his aperture, Fong Yuan started to inspect his aperture. He had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. Thus, the 4 walls of the aperture were transparent. 90% of his primeval sea was made up of true gold primeval essence. But Fong Yuan had just arrived in Northern Plains. He had not adapted to the environment yet, so his true gold primeval essence was only equivalent to initial stage light gold primeval essence. Thus, Fong Yuan's cultivation had stopped for the time being. Using light gold primeval essence, he could not break through the barrier and become a rank 5 Gu master. It is not like there is no way to speed up my adaptation. The most common way is to use third watch Gu to speed up my own time. But this way, the Gu master's remaining lifespan will be shortened by 3 times. This was a short-sighted move. Fang Yuan naturally would not take it. It was not because he treasured his lifespan, but because of spring-autumn cicada. If Fang Yuan used third watch gu on himself, the flow of the river of time would be 3 times faster. Then, the spring-autumn cicada residing in his body would also recover 3 times faster. Other than his vital gu spring-autumn cicada, and the fixed immortal travel gu hidden in poison grassland, Fang Yuan had many gu worms on him now. The first were the 2 rank 5 gu, both from northern plains. One was the battle bone wheel. It was currently being repaired and could not provide any help in the short term. The other was the clues and clues gu. It could be used for reconnaissance and tracking. Gu tribe has quite the foundation. They actually have a rank 5 clues and clues gu. This gu can be used to track gu worms. It is a powerful method to capture wild gu worms and prevent them from escaping. Unfortunately, although old gu tribe leader has this gu worm, he does not dare to search for his own daughter. Fang Yuan was clear about the conflict between gu tribe and man tribe. Man tribe's third son Manduo had great ambitions. He wanted the tribe leader position. But due to his insufficient cultivation, he set his sights on gu tribe. He wanted to marry Gu Yao and make gu tribe his wife tribe, to help him fight for the tribe leader position. Man too might not be able to see Manduo's true intentions, but he had always been interested in annexing gu tribe. Gu tribe, on the other hand, wanted to use the marriage alliance and sacrifice Gu Yao, using Man tribe's Hongyan Valley to survive the once-a-decade blizzard and get through the current crisis. Gu tribe naturally did not want to split up the tribe, but Man tribe wanted to swallow this fat piece of meat. But they were afraid of being stuck in the meat. After Gu Yao escaped, Man tribe used this legitimate excuse to not let go. They might even attack Gu Guang in secret. As long as they killed Gu tribe leader and his son, Gu tribe would be leaderless and fall into internal strife. It would be easier for Man tribe to swallow them. Gu Guang was ignorant, but the old chief of Gu tribe was old and experienced. He gradually understood the situation and realized that he could not satisfy Mantu's greed. But he was in deep trouble, so he could only endure it and stay in the tribe all day long, not giving Man tribe any chance to do anything. And Chang Shanyin's arrival gave Gu tribe hope of escaping. Gu tribe leader might have thought of making use of Fang Yuan's Chang Shanyin identity when he found out about it. Thus, he warmly received Fang Yuan, and even gave him 1 million as a gift. Next, he made good use of it, borrowing Chang Shanyin's strength to compete with Man tribe. That banquet under the moonlight seemed to be a joyous and harmonious affair, but in reality, the competition between the 3 parties was surging with undercurrents, hidden with the dangers of blades and axes. The result was Man tribe suffered a setback. Not only did they not target Gu tribe, they even lost Gu Yao's legitimate excuse. But this side did not fail. They were still the strongest. On Gu tribe's side, Chang Shanyin was sent out. Using his strength, they successfully defended their tribe and temporarily survived this crisis. They succeeded, but they were still in a weak position. As for Fang Yuan, he pretended to be ignorant. Using the competition between the 2 sides, he achieved his original goal of appearing on the stage, and at the same time he benefited from it and strengthened himself. Man was the spirit of all living things. Battles between people were not just simple and desperate fights. Even in northern plains where people were fierce, there were battles of wits and schemes. As for Gu Yao, this innocent young girl was only a sacrifice in the political battle between the 2 tribes. And according to Fang Yuan's guess, Gu Yao's escape from the marriage was also very strange. To be able to escape from the Gu tribe camp, which was loose on the outside but tight on the inside, it might have been arranged by Gu tribe leader to probe Man tribe. Unfortunately, accidents always happen in reality. No matter how good the schemes were, they could not keep up with the changes. Maybe Man tribe leader's eldest and second son's forces made a move, afraid of Manduo's influence and hoping for Gu Yao to die. In any case, Gu Yao escaped to poison grassland and met Fang Yuan, which led to the series of events. Shaking his head, Fang Yuan threw these guesses out of his mind. The foundation of any scheme is strength. Why did Man tribe not annex Gu tribe? It is because they are not a super tribe. They are only a large tribe with limited strength. Other than using me, the reason why the Gu family was able to turn the situation around was that they were once a large family and had a foundation. If Gu tribe leader had rank 5 cultivation, he would have taken out traces and clues Gu long ago. Chapter 455. The development of the matter was as Feng Yuan expected. A day later, old Gu tribe leader visited Feng Yuan, saying that he had thought things through. He did not want to stay in Hongyan Valley, but wanted to migrate the tribe to participate in the Heroes' Assembly and fight for a place in the imperial court. Feng Yuan knew old Gu tribe leader's intention. He wanted to use Changshan Yin to escape from Man tribe's control. Feng Yuan agreed readily. If he traveled alone in the grassland, it would be troublesome. With the Gu clan traveling with them, the risk would be greatly reduced. At the same time, it would be a cover for him. Brother Gu understands, but it is better to leave as soon as possible. Once there are any disturbances, Man tribe will sense it immediately. Feng Yuan instructed. Old Gu tribe leader's heart shook. Hearing this, he understood that Changshan Yin was an understanding person. Feng Yuan continued. I had agreed to Man tribe's request and wanted to visit them. But since Gu tribe wants to migrate to be safe, I will not visit them. Just say that I have been cultivating for the past few days and feel that my cultivation level is showing signs of recovering, so I will go into close cultivation. I will write a letter now. Brother can find someone to pass it to me. If Gu tribe did not migrate, there was nothing wrong with Feng Yuan visiting Man tribe. But now that Gu tribe wanted to leave, Man tribe was not willing to let go of this juicy piece of meat. Man tribe was wary of Gu tribe and Changshan Yin's alliance. Man tribe might put Changshan Yin under house arrest and turn around to deal with Gu tribe. Earlier, when Gu Guang found the wind wolves, it was very likely Man tribe's handiwork. Man tribe was a righteous path faction. They would not kill Changshan Yin in consideration of their reputation, but Gu tribe was too juicy. They could use all sorts of reasons to put Changshan Yin under house arrest. Old Gu tribe leader heard Feng Yuan's words and looked at him deeply. He stood up and bowed. In front of brother, what is this bit of intelligence? I was muddle-headed earlier. Brother is still able to see the whole situation clearly. It's normal for one to lose oneself in a situation like this. You don't have to worry about it, old brother. As long as we leave this place, the Gu family will have a bright future. Feng Yuan comforted the Gu family patriarch. Then, he wrote a letter on the spot and passed it to the Gu family patriarch. Brother Gu, I still need to continue cultivating, so I won't be seeing you off. Today, I will give the order to prepare for migration. The letter will definitely be delivered. Goodbye. Elder Gu took the letter and left the room. After returning to the king's tent, he immediately summoned the clan elders and gave the order for the entire clan to prepare for migration. After Gu Yao's marriage, the elders of Gu tribe all had a bad impression of Man tribe. They all praised Man tribe's wisdom. Gu family's father and son returned to the study room. The old clan leader opened Feng Yuan's letter on the spot. Dad, your behavior is not very good, right? Gu Guang felt embarrassed. Hey, today I'll give you another lesson. This is Changshan Yin's letter to Man too, but he did not use the letter Gu. Do you know why? Gu tribe leader chuckled. Is it because he does not have a letter Gu? No, if he wanted to use a letter Gu, he could have borrowed it from our Gu tribe. Gu Guang thought for a moment before his eyes brightened. Did he do this on purpose? That's right. The reason why he used this ordinary letter is to let us see it. Gu tribe is going to migrate. He will be on the same path as us. This letter is to express his intention to cooperate with us. Come here, let us father and son take a look. Saying so, Gu tribe leader opened the letter. The content of the letter was simple. It stated that he needed to go into closed cultivation to recover his cultivation. He expressed his regret that he could not visit Man tribe personally, and said that he would make up for this regret in the future. At the latter part of the letter, Feng Yuan requested to purchase bone bamboo Gu from Man tribe, expressing that he was willing to buy it at 20% higher than the market price. At the same time, he wrote a large pile of Gu refinement materials, as well as third watch Gu and other Gu worms hoping to trade. So Uncle Changshani needed these things. Dad, I feel that our Gu tribe should try our best to satisfy him. After all, he has helped us so much. Gu Guang said. Gu tribe leader, however, stared at the letter in his hand, his eyes shining brightly as he felt a chill in his heart. Gu tribe and Man tribe's battle was mostly done in the dark. They did not fight openly. This was the rule of the righteous path. There were many sacrifices. A Gu tribe elder died because of Man Duo's challenge, and Gu Yao also died in poison grassland. Other than that, there were also many Gu masters who died in the wolf's mouth. In this battle, be it Man tribe or Gu tribe, they were not the victors. Man tribe did not achieve their goal, and Gu tribe had many sacrifices. There was only one person who truly benefited from it. This person was Chong Shan Yin. Think about it, Chong Shan Yin came from poison grassland. He was penniless and did not even have a complete collection of Gu worms. But now? In this battle, he earned a lot. Just the Yuan stone alone was worth over 1 million. Not to mention that rank 5 hints and clues Gu. Gu tribe leader suddenly understood. Gu tribe made use of Chong Shan Yin, but wasn't Chong Shan Yin also making use of Gu tribe? Chong Shan Yin looked like he was innocently sandwiched between the two tribes, falling into the whirlpool of battle and getting into trouble that he should not have. But the truth was, neither side wanted to offend him. He instead benefited from both sides. We do not need to prepare these things for Chong Shan Yin. Man tribe will send the things in this letter to him, and they might even give them to him for free. Gu tribe leader let out a breath of turbid air, as if trying to get rid of the chill in his heart. Gu Guang was extremely shocked. This is impossible, right? Uncle Chong Shan Yin is clearly helping us. Man tribe can't be so stupid, right? Those who are in high positions have different views. How much can these things be worth? Just over 100,000 yuan stone. To Man tribe, it is not even worth mentioning, not even a drop in the ocean. Paying such a price to befriend an expert, why not? Think about it, how much did we give Chong Shan Yin? Gu Guang immediately thought of the 1 million yuan stone, as well as the traces of that rank 5 Gu. Gu tribe leader heaved a deep sigh. There was a deeper meaning in this. It was too early to explain it to Gu Guang. Why did Chong Shan Yin want to make a deal with Man tribe? This was not a deal, but a friendship. Using this method, Chong Shan Yin expressed to Man tribe that although he went against the agreement and did not visit Man tribe, and was in Gu tribe, he was not Man tribe's enemy. He did not want to become enemies with Man tribe, but wanted to be friends, thus he could make a deal. Man too was not an idiot. He could understand the goodwill in Chong Shan Yin's letter. If Man tribe rejected this deal, it would be rejecting Fang Yuan's goodwill. If they traded according to the price, they would be expressing their dissatisfaction. If they gave it to Chong Shan Yin, it would mean Man tribe accepted this goodwill and was willing to befriend Chong Shan Yin. This deal was not the main point was the meaning behind the deal. This kind of obscure and hidden communication was something the righteous path higher-ups often played. Gu tribe leader suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He had a thought. This Chong Shan Yin is helping Gu tribe not because of his righteous nature, but because he can only obtain the greatest benefits by standing together with Gu tribe. Man tribe was powerful. Chong Shan Yin was only the icing on the cake. But Gu tribe was weak. With Chong Shan Yin, he was a timely help, an important factor that could tip the scales of strength. This thought made Gu tribe leader's body shudder. He felt a chill in his heart, almost to his bones. Old tribe leader subconsciously denied this guess. If a hero like Chong Shan Yin is so scheming, then what justice and light is there in this world? I am gauging the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. 3 days later, Man tribe's father and son stood on a hill, watching Gu tribe slowly move south. Lord Father, I have something I don't understand I would like to ask you. Man Duo spoke. Speak. You gave all the things you mentioned in the letter to Chong Shan Yin, I can understand that. But why did you give 30,000 loads of rations to Gu tribe? Gu tribe, this fat piece of meat flew away, but we still have to stick to it. This Man Duo had an unwilling expression. Man Tu's gaze was deep, looking at Gu tribe's departing figures. He only said one sentence. Man Hao, you explain. Elder Man Hao, who was standing at the side, smiled and explained. Third young master does not need to worry. Lord tribe leader has already made arrangements. If Gu tribe wants to leave like this, they are too naive. Among the 30,000 loads of rations, many wolf lure gu have already been secretly used. At the same time, tribesmen are already luring them. There are about 3 myriad wolf groups waiting for them. So that's it. Manduo immediately understood. Father is wise. Once Gu tribe cannot resist the wolf groups, we will move out and save them, using this chance to annex them. Even if people question us in the future, these 30,000 loads of rations will show Lord Father's sincerity and sincerity. It will shut their mouths. But, at the end, Manduo's tone was hesitant. Manhao sighed, continuing. But this way, Gu tribe will also suffer heavy losses. Our gains from annexing Gu tribe will be much lesser. We will even need to invest a portion of our wealth to take care of the injured. But Manduo shook his head. Manhao was not talking about his worries. Gu tribe has that Chang Shanin. He is called the Wolf King. Can these wolf groups stop him? Mantu frowned slightly. Manduo's words were what he was thinking. He had the same worry. But Gu tribe left too decisively. Man tribe was a righteous path cultivator. They had to consider the impact of their actions. They could only lure out these 3 myriad wolf groups in a short period of time. If Gu tribe survives the attack of these wolves, then Man tribe can only watch as they leave. But if Gu tribe suffered heavy losses during the attack, Man tribe would have a reason to send troops to save them. The biggest variable in this plan was Chang Shanin. Third young master, don't worry, although this Chang Shanin is called the Wolf King, that was 20 years ago. His cultivation has already fallen to rank 4 initial stage. During the banquet, we also secretly investigated him. His soul is no longer 1,000-man soul. Now it is only 100-man soul. Brute Hao said with a disdainful tone. Even if he is the Wolf King, he is just an old Wolf King struggling at death's door. Furthermore, what trump cards does he have? Only over 1,000 wind wolves, over 1,000 poison-beard wolves, and over 1,000 water wolves. Ha ha ha, against tens of thousands of wolf groups. What can these troops do? In my opinion, his reputation will be ruined soon. Let's wait to annex Gu tribe. Chapter 456. Urgent report. 3,000 li ahead. A large group of turtleback wolves have appeared. There are so many of them, it seems to be a myriad wolf group. Gu tribe's investigative Gu master rushed over and reported to old Gu tribe leader. Gu tribe leader's expression was solemn as he waved his hand at the person. Continue investigating. Not long ago, he had already received the letter Gu sent by the investigative Gu master. But in the battlefield, to prevent the letter Gu from being intercepted by the enemy, there would usually be investigative Gu masters rushing back and forth to personally deliver the letter. Turtleback wolves have the strongest defense among wild wolves. 10,000 turtleback wolves are a tough bone to chew. Gu masters had attracted them earlier, but there was no effect. This wolf group is still coming towards us. How many days has it been since we started migrating? This wolf group is already here. It seems Man tribe doesn't want to let us off. Fortunately, their speed is not good, giving us time to set up the formation. The elders of Gu family discussed among themselves. In this chaotic northern plains, Gu masters who could climb to a high position were not fools. By now they had already reacted and recognized the reality. Gu tribe's troops had already stopped moving, forming a circular formation. Large numbers of Gu masters were nervously using Gu worms to build high walls, arrow towers, and many layers of defense. And Gu tribe's higher-ups were guarding the central area. My son. Gu tribe leader softly called. Lord Father, your son is here. Gu Guang immediately received the order. Go and invite Lord Chang Shanin over. This was a battle of life and death for Gu tribe. Old Gu tribe leader was not willing to let go of any battle strength. Yes. Gu Guang bowed and left. Just as he left the main tent, he saw Fang Yuan. Uncle. Gu Guang happily called out and bowed. Fang Yuan nodded and walked forward, his tone slightly anxious. I already know about the wolf group's invasion. How is it? How is the situation? There is still about 7 minutes before the wolf group attacks. Since our tribe migrated, to prevent Man tribe from playing any tricks, Father has sent light cavalry and expanded the scouting range to 600 li. Gu Guang followed Fang Yuan's footsteps and reported. The two arrived at the main tent, which was situated on a hill. The mound was also raised by Gu worms. Gu tribe's higher-ups stood on the mound and had a good view. If they were attacked by a group of eagles, or crows, the Gu family would dig a hole in the ground. In short, there were different ways to deal with it. Seeing the higher-ups of the Gu family, everyone hurriedly bowed. The atmosphere was tense, as though a storm was brewing. With Brother Wolf King's help, Gu tribe is so honored. I am also at ease. Old tribe leader of Gu tribe sighed. His gratitude was beyond words. The fate between me and the Gu family is not shallow. Friends should help each other, it's only right. What's the situation? Fang Yuan asked. Wolf King, please take a look. Gu tribe leader led Fang Yuan to the table, pointed at the sheepskin map, and introduced the surrounding terrain, Gu tribe's defense line, and the movement of the wolf pack. Your Highness has made the appropriate arrangements. There is nothing wrong with your response. Fang Yuan first complimented. He then extended his finger and pointed at the markings on the map. Everyone looked over. This was a river beside the camp. Since there is such a danger zone, why don't we use it for defense? Fang Yuan suggested. Brother, you might not know we had the same idea before. But the large group moves slowly. There is not enough time to set up camp and defense line after reaching the river. Old tribe leader smiled bitterly. When tribes migrate, most of the tribesmen use big stomach horses. But big stomach horses are loaded, and their speed is slow. Gu tribe Gu masters ride hump wolves and can quickly move to the river. But most of the mortals can only fall behind. When the wolf pack comes, the mortals will be slaughtered. No tribe has mortals, how can there be future Gu masters? Mortals are the foundation of all tribes. But Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Brother, I am also a northern plainsman, I know this. We cannot get close to the river, but we can make the river water come to us. Once he said this, Gu tribe's higher-ups' eyes brightened. That's right, we can dig a canal and draw the river water to assist in defense. Turtleback wolves have heavy bodies and are unable to swim. Once they fall into the river, they will sink to the bottom and drown. Lord Tribe Leader, quickly give the order. Old Tribe Leader also said straightforwardly. Yes, Gu Chui Team 1, Gu Xiang Team 7 and Gumi Team 18. Immediately stop what they are doing and go to the river to dig the canal. Next, order Team 3, 5 and 16 to take over the construction tasks of Team 1, 7 and 18. Yes. The investigative Gu masters outside the tent immediately received the order. After a few breaths of time, 6-letter Gu flew out and towards the distance. Fortunately, brother is here to guide us. Old tribe leader bowed towards Fang Yuan, his expression of gratitude coming from the bottom of his heart. Just based on Fang Yuan's suggestion, he could save hundreds of Gu tribe Gu masters, or even more sacrifices. He is the Wolf King after all. At once, Gu tribe's elders' gazes towards Fang Yuan also faintly changed. They were filled with admiration and admiration. Time always passes very quickly amidst nervousness and busyness. Investigative Gu masters returned to the camp one after another, and reported the wolf group's location. At the same time, the number of turtleback wolves was also clearly investigated. There were over 38,000 of them. When the wolf group was only 800 li away from the camp, old Gu tribe leader started to gather the investigative Gu masters in an orderly manner. At 500 li, the ditch was dug and the river water was drawn in. At 300 li, the 3 defensive lines were completed and the combat teams were urgently in position. The support Gu masters and logistics Gu masters in charge of construction retreated to the rear, and used yuan stones to quickly recover their primeval essence, not daring to relax for even a moment. When the battle line is not able to hold on, they would be the backup team, the reinforcements. At around 100 li, there were vague shadows of wolves in the horizon. In the main tent, 8 investigative Gu were activated and smoke rose, showing the scene in all directions. The turtleback wolf group was mainly charging from the north, but there were also many in the northeast and southeast. The wolf group was getting closer and closer, even mortals could see them. Turtleback wolves had broad bodies. Their whole bodies were dark green and their eyes were eerie blue. On their backs there was a turtle-like carapace. This carapace was very heavy, about a third of the weight was concentrated inside. Other than defense, it was also similar to a camel's hump, having the effect of storing nutrients. 10,000 wolves galloped. The ground started to tremble. Fang Yuan walked out of the main tent and gazed at the grassland, only to see the boundless wolf group covering the ground. Looking down at the camp, Gu tribesmen were busy but not in a mess. Living in northern plains, encountering beast attacks was a common thing. Thus, be it Gu masters or mortals, they all had strong mental fortitude. The first defensive line in the north was the first to engage in battle. Attack! The Gu master leader on the tall tower shouted loudly and sent out a wind blade. Soon after, the surrounding Gu masters attacked at the same time. A row of wind blades flew out and slashed, instantly knocking over dozens of turtleback wolves. The wolf group got closer and closer. The Gu masters gave up on using the wind blades and switched to the more powerful fire Gu, lightning Gu and so on. For a moment, the battlefront was filled with countless colorful lights and shadows, like fireworks. The roars of humans, the furious howls of the wolf group, and the sharp whistling sound of the wind blades piercing through the air, all of them merged into one. The wolf group withstood the rain of attacks and successfully charged forward. They first collided with the earth wall. The earth wall was thick, and the base was reinforced with a layer of copper and iron. Countless turtleback wolves were smashed until their heads bled and died on the spot. But the wolf group advanced wave after wave. Some stepped on the corpses of their comrades and jumped up. Some clawed at the earth wall trying to break it. Next, the southeast and northeast defensive lines also started to engage in battle. Battle cries shook the sky and casualties started to appear. Healing Gu masters started to display their usefulness. Because of the ample preparations, the whole Gu tribe camp started to operate in an orderly manner. Look, it's the myriad beast wolf king. Someone pointed in a direction and shouted. Everyone immediately looked towards the direction of the voice. This turtleback myriad wolf king was so huge that even if an ordinary turtleback wolf expanded by 10 times, it would still be slightly inferior to it. Its domineering aura manifested as it squatted on the ground and howled, commanding the wolf group to split up. The turtleback wolf group split into 5 to 6 groups and started to attack Gu tribe camp, trying to find a loophole in the defense. Like this, wolf shadows appeared all around Gu tribe, and the whole periphery of the camp started to fight. On a nameless hill outside the battlefield, Man tribe used Gu worms to conceal themselves and used investigative Gu to observe from afar. Hey, they are fighting. Elder Man Hao laughed in schadenfreude. Gu tribe actually diverted the water into a canal. That old man Gu is really an old fox. But this is over 30,000 turtleback wolves. Even if Gu tribe can resist them, they will suffer heavy losses. Man Hong sneered. He looked very similar to tribe leader Man Tu, and was the eldest son of Man tribe, with rank 3 middle stage cultivation. Young tribe leader is right. Even if Gu tribe blocked the first wave of wolves, there will still be the second and third wave. Man Hao flattered. Although Man Hong was the eldest son, Man tribe had not officially appointed a young tribe leader. But Man Hao had already submitted to Man Hong, and was his hardcore supporter. He called Man Hong young tribe leader, which was both flattery and expectation. Young tribe leader? Man Hong did not refute, instead nodding and continuing. Father gave me this important mission. After I complete it, I will have made a great contribution. Once I return to the tribe, I will probably become the young tribe leader. Unfortunately, that scoundrel Man Duo did not come along. Otherwise, I will borrow someone else's knife to kill him, and get rid of that treacherous kid. Although Man Duo is smart, his aptitude is insufficient. He is not young tribe leader's match. Look, the 100 wolf kings have entered the battlefield. Man Hao said. 100 beast kings had rank 2 Gu worms on their bodies, and had great battle strength. Their participation in the battle immediately increased the pressure on Gu tribe's front line. The number of casualties soared, and even 200 to 300 wolf kings smashed through the mud walls, fiercely stabbing into Gu tribe's defensive line. Seeing Gu tribe Gu masters dying one after another, Man Hong's lips curled up, revealing a sinister smile. This group of ignorant fools, they actually didn't join Man Tribe, now they are suffering. Man Hong's laughter stopped. Using his goo worm's investigative ability, he saw 100 Wolf King was implanted with wolf enslavement goo. It immediately changed sides, and after letting out a howl, it caused chaos in the wolf group around it. Next, these turtleback wolves followed the Wolf King into Goo Tribe's camp and gathered at the feet of a Goo Master. Looking at this Goo Master, Man Hong squinted. Is this Wolf King Chong Shan-in? Yes. Man Hao confirmed. Man Hong sneered. Father said that he's the biggest variable. I want to see what ability he has. Chapter 457. Look over there, it is the great hero of Northern Plains, Chong Shan-in. Chong Shan-in has made his move. He is truly extraordinary. Goo Tribe's camp was filled with cheers. Not only Man Tribe's Goo Masters, even Goo Tribe's Goo Masters were looking at Feng Yuan. Just now, Feng Yuan had made a small demonstration by taking 100 Wolf King as his subordinate, immediately causing hundreds of turtleback wolves to submit to him, turning the situation around for the better. Chong Shan-in. On a tall hill, Goo Tribe leader stared at Feng Yuan's back as he muttered. Everyone had a question in their hearts. The former Wolf King, the once famous genius of Northern Plains, how much strength did he have left now? Feng Yuan looked at these tens of thousands of turtleback wolves with a fervent gaze. In other people's eyes, these wolf groups were scourges. But in Feng Yuan's eyes, these were gifts that came to him on their own initiative. He was worried that he did not have enough wolves. If he could subdue these Wolf Kings, his strength would definitely rise sharply. Right now the sky was blue and the sun was shining brightly. It was the time for a great battle. Goo Tribe had made ample preparations. They had 3 earth walls as a defense line and also channeled water into a canal. The wolves would be separated layer by layer when they entered and would not be surrounded by the wolves. This was the geographical advantage. Looking at his side, Goo Tribe's Goo Masters were guarding him, and young tribe leader Goo Guang was the leader, ensuring his safety. Goo Tribe's unity in resisting the wolf group was like a stronghold. All of them were united. This was human harmony. If I were to travel alone, I would definitely retreat if I met such a myriad beast group. But now the timing and geographical advantage are right. This is a peerless opportunity. The opportunity is already in front of me. How can I not grab it? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan laughed heartily, his battle intent surging as he said to his left and right, "Everyone follow me." Goo Guang and the others loudly responded. Under Feng Yuan's lead, the group of Goo Masters started to move their camp and soon arrived at another part of the battlefield. Rumble! The tall arrow tower fell to the ground, smashing into pieces. The main culprit of this disaster let out a roar, and was fighting fiercely with more than 10 rank 2 Goo Masters beside him. This was 100 Wolf King. By the time it reached here, the wolves around it had all died, leaving it to fight alone. The surrounding Goo Masters continued to use Goo worms to attack it from afar, trapping it here and whittling away its life force. There were already 3 Goo Masters' corpses on the ground. At this time, Feng Yuan and the others arrived at the scene riding on hump wolves. Wolf enslavement Goo go. Feng Yuan pointed his finger, and the rank 2 wolf enslavement Goo turned into smoke, landing on the 100 Wolf King's body. The Wolf King roared again and again. It resisted with all its might, unwilling to be enslaved. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed. 100-man souls suppress. The Wolf King whimpered as the light smoke completely descended and fused into its body, instantly turning it into Feng Yuan's personal pet. The 100 Wolf King was lying on the ground, its claws and teeth withdrawn. Its body was covered in wounds and blood was flowing out. Healing Goo Master. Feng Yuan lightly instructed as a person walked out from behind him and activated a Goo worm to heal this 100 Wolf King. This damned beast. He killed my brother. A young Goo Master who had just joined the battle wanted to attack again. Goo can. Goo Guang shouted, staring at this person. The young Goo Master straightened his neck and walked to the 100 Wolf King, kicking it fiercely, but did not attack again. Next, he covered his face and cried, making muffled sounds. The surrounding Gu masters were all sorrowful. The young Gu master cried a few times, before raising his head and wiping his tears. Go, let's continue killing wolves. Okay, let's follow Big Brother Gu Can. This ordinary small team once again entered the front line of the battlefield. Let's go to the next stop. Fang Yuan urged his wolf forward. At the northwest direction, 300 wolf kings broke through the earth wall and were wreaking havoc in the defensive line. Fang Yuan rushed to the scene. I am Wolf King Chang Shanin. All Gu masters listen to my commands. With Gu Guang beside him, he smoothly took over the commanding authority. These 300 wolf kings, what Gu worms do they have? Fang Yuan asked. Immediately someone reported. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he split everyone into 3 groups. First group, lure the 100 wolf king on the left, and let it enter the second line of defense. Fang Yuan ordered. Let it go? A Gu master was shocked, expressing his doubts. Fang Yuan stared at him fiercely. I said let it go, so let it go. Carry out my orders. Yes. Second group, you are in charge of restraining the wolf king on the right. You must destroy its defensive Gu. Yes. Third group, follow me. Fang Yuan commanded, going into battle personally. After a while of intense battle, he used the wolf enslavement Gu. Just as the smoke was about to fall, the wolf king suddenly spat out a flame from its mouth and burned the smoke away. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. Losing the rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu caused his heart to ache. Gu Guang scolded. Why does it still have a fire like Gu? Young tribe leader, please forgive us. This is the first time this wolf is using this Gu. The subordinate quickly reported. Gu Guang, you are in charge of this firelight Gu. Use all methods, I will come back later. Fang Yuan saw that he could not deal with this wolf king in a short time, so he immediately ordered his subordinates to deal with the problem. He then moved his target to another wolf king, using another wolf enslavement Gu. This wolf king's defensive Gu was destroyed by the Gu masters. Without any accidents, Fang Yuan successfully subdued it. Turning around, Gu Guang had already succeeded. The 100 wolf king's mouth was tightly bound by the green vines, unable to spit out any more fire. Good binding. Fang Yuan praised, activating another wolf enslavement Gu. The 100 wolf king watched as the smoke landed on its body. It resisted for a while, but its soul lost to the 100-man soul, becoming Fang Yuan's pet. After subduing these 200 wolf kings, Fang Yuan turned around and charged back. He also subdued the 100 wolf king at the third line of defense. In the blink of an eye, these 300 wolf kings were split up and subdued by Fang Yuan, resolving this crisis. Everyone was convinced, continuing to follow behind Fang Yuan, waiting for his orders. They had already found out that as long as they followed Fang Yuan's orders, they would have the least casualties. This Chang Shanin does have some skill. Outside the battlefield, eldest Zimanhong looked at Fang Yuan's performance through the investigative Gu, his expression turning grim. His soul is a 100-man soul. It is not hard for him to subdue these 100 wolf kings. However, this alone was not enough to change the outcome of the battle. We still need to see his wolf enslavement skill. Man, how consoled. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, holding 2 yuan stone in his hands, replenishing his primeval essence. Activating wolf enslavement Gu did not expend much primeval essence, but the crucial point was the soul. Fang Yuan subdued 100 wolf kings, using his 100-man soul to suppress the 100 wolf kings. The collision between the souls caused Fang Yuan's soul to tremble and become restless. The vexed feeling in his heart became heavier and heavier. If he ignored it, he would feel dizzy, and in more serious cases his soul would be damaged, he would lose his memory and his intelligence would drop. Fang Yuan closed his eyes to rest, calming his heart and soul. After resting for a while, the 100-man soul stabilized. All the vexed feeling vanished into thin air. Everyone, follow me and continue the battle. Fang Yuan rode on his hump wolf. Gu Guang and the rest followed closely behind. Like this, after a while, Fang Yuan subdued 300 wolf kings and over 800 ordinary turtleback wolves. Howl! Fang Yuan's actions thoroughly angered a thousand-wolf king. Seeing its subordinates surrender to someone else, this thousand-wolf king roared and led its wolf group to charge towards Fang Yuan. A thousand-beast king could control thousands of wild beasts, and had several hundred beast kings as its subordinates. On its body there was a rank 3 gu worm. Disregarding the wolf group, it needed at least 3 gu master groups with good coordination to hunt a single thousand-beast king. Perhaps 3 rank 3 gu masters would be needed to barely fight one of them. Seeing the thousand-wolf king leading its group to attack, Gu Guang and the rest's expressions changed. Most of them were rank 2 elites. Only Gu Guang was a rank 3 gu master. Young tribe leader, don't panic, we are here to lend you a hand. At this time 3 gu tribe elders flew over. Fang Yuan had made an agreement with gu tribe's higher-ups in the main tent. He needed gu tribe's help. Haha, with your help this wolf can be captured. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. A fierce battle immediately broke out. This thousand-wolf king's attacks were berserk. As it pounced, bit, and clawed, it could actually produce wolf phantom images. It rampaged on the battlefield tyrannically and unreasonably, wreaking havoc to its heart's content. But Fang Yuan's side was even more powerful. There were 4 rank 3 gu masters, 1 rank 4 gu master, and several rank 2 elites. After paying the price of light injuries to 2 elders, Fang Yuan finally found a good opportunity and used a rank 3 wolf enslavement gu. The rank 3 wolf enslavement gu turned into a light smoke, much thicker than the rank 2 wolf enslavement gu, and landed on the thousand-wolf king's body. Fang Yuan used his 100-man soul to suppress it, and after a stalemate of over 10 breaths of time, the light smoke successfully landed and completely fused into the thousand-wolf king's soul. This was the first thousand-wolf king that Fang Yuan had subdued in this battle. As soon as the thousand-wolf king surrendered, the 200 wolf kings under its banner, as well as thousands of ordinary turtleback wolves, also followed suit. Such a large number of turtleback wolves rebelled and entered Gu tribe's camp, wiping out the entire battlefield. The whole wolf group only had 15,000 wolf kings, and now Fang Yuan had taken one. This time, even the myriad wolf king sensed something amiss and howled. A huge 4-leaf wind blade spun rapidly and flew towards Fang Yuan. 3-claw water dragon Gu. A tribe elder roared and pushed with both hands. A light blue water dragon flew out and collided with the wind blade, immediately shattering into pieces and turning into rain. Fist stone Gu. The second elder punched with his right fist, and instantly a huge rock condensed in the air like a tightly clenched right fist. As it flew over, it was cut off by the wind blade. Lightning net Gu. The third elder threw out a large net with lightning coiling around it, temporarily trapping the wind blade. The wind blade was continuously weakened, and after falling into the lightning net, it continued to spin, and although it finally cut the lightning net, it was already at the end of its tether. It flew in the air and gradually dissipated. Fang Yuan did not make a move during the whole process. Gu tribe's Gu masters were extremely careful to protect Fang Yuan. Even though he was a rank 4 Gu master and had a higher cultivation than them, the safety of an enslavement path Gu master was extremely important. When fighting, there would often be other Gu masters protecting them. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.